Well, hair only a mother could love on somebody else's child, son. All right. Let's just see if there's anything there to. Let's see what this guy's saying.
I speak quite often about the consumers here in the United States.
This is a guy.
And how consumers have been put in a very difficult situation with the costs of everything going up. I mean, I'm feeling it as well. I mean,
it's taking a little too long. That's taking a little too long. But he'll teach you about the threats in the credit markets. He's an attorney, but he focuses on, obviously, these financial. Look, I think attorneys are great at being attorneys, but when you've been trained, when you go through law school, your brain changes, and it's great. I mean, I didn't go to law school, but so I can't explain it with words, vocabulary, but you get trained to process information from documents, from what facts that are in black and white entered into court, whatever. You can't riff. You can't. An attorney would never have written, "I am a walrus," or "Sympathy for the devil." You probably haven't heard of any of those. An attorney would never have written the song Justin Bieber sang at the finals. An attorney can't imagine, can't connect information that your gut is telling you. An attorney is trained only the facts. Kind of like some aspects of well, I don't know. Science is like that. They can't believe in God because you can't prove it. But on the other hand, science, I mean, if you're a genius, your brain wanders places none of us have ever been. But anyway, he's good. Just that, to me, I'm not sure. I listen to him because you need to have input from a lot of different sources. But when you're trying to make investments and play, I don't mean play day trading. I'm not. This is not what we do here. I mean, occasionally you might see something to have a go at, but anyway, I think it's a different skill, if it can be a skill, or a different profession if it is, because no one really trains you to understand the markets. It's as much as a book can tell it to you, or somebody can pitch you day trading charts and join the service, his or her service, for X amount of dollars, and always smiling image. And for the most part, only talking about things that won and talking about the past for the most part, and then just hedging the heck, saying enough about any prediction, getting kind of half pregnant on any idea so that if it works, you can claim it. That's all promotional, and it's not what, that's also not what we're doing here. But anyway, this guy I like. It's just I don't think he fully gets, and no one does, by the way, no one does, gets how financial markets are really the broadest sense of what a large group of people are doing. And it used to be restricted, maybe, to the English language and North America for our purposes. Now it's all worldwide in terms of retail, but and institutional. But retail is so small, as we showed the other day. And I learned something. I mean, I've hammered away at the issue for months, but I learned a succinct item. What? Saturday night, when I ain't got nobody, I got some money because I just got paid. You know the song. What I learned on that from AI is, in order for a microcap stock, any microcap stock, any microcap stock, any story, to escape the high frequency churning hell, there's only one way that it's going to get out: institutional buying. Permanently get out. Now, you could have coordinated pumps. There's always a dump. You could have coordinated manipulation from wealthy people offshore working with a Univest or some, Wall Street firm that's, good, but also caters to offshore money. Trying, and I'm all for it. Don't get a hint of disapproval if they're setting up all the mechanisms to put it to the high frequency sell side computers that ruin our markets. I'm all for it, but it won't do anything to this gross malformed market that we have for junior stocks in North America. I don't think they'll fix it till there's a crash. There used to be, and for those of you who are young, and that's got to be everybody, if you're comparing it to me, it's got to be everybody listening. The markets used to essentially be broken down to over the counter, which was further divided into two places: over the counter and then NASDAQ. And then you had the American and you had the New York Stock Exchange. The American became both the American and the New York were live call out specialists, order books, and the market makers. I mean, it could be in your building. I mean, if you were working out of the headquarters of one of the brokerage firms. It's the institutional trading desk. That could be a market maker, but it also could be, I don't know if this shows that I never did this as a job. I don't know if a market maker could be that specialist or if you could have a market maker on the floor. I don't know that integration, but there were the specialists and then the market makers. You had to have a seat on the exchange, which put you at risk, and you had to maintain an orderly market. So you would see the bid and the ask, you'd have a book, you'd see all the order flow come to you, and the distinction I think I'm making, but I was young, I was pretty young, and that's why it's always, I went down to the floor, I met specialists. I think the distinction I'm making is that in the NASDAQ markets back then and over the counter, there were market makers. It was your firms. Then they were connected by, it was called the National Association of Security Dealers, and they were connected electronically. That's how I remember it. But on the American and the New York, it was specialists that maintained that book. And so no one made a market in those stocks in the sense of the NASDAQ, the over-the-counter. And again, over-the-counter was, the granddaddy was NASDAQ, the kind of the you know, the late the youthful teen or young adult was the over the counter, and then you had what was called pink sheets, and pink sheets were broken into you literally got a big thing, a big long thin paper thing every day on the front desk. It was delivered for the pink sheet, so you could go in and look at the quotes. And I remember there was a blue one and maybe a gray one, and that might have been a different level. It might have been a different type of security. And the pink sheets you didn't touch. You didn't touch. There were firms like there was a company called OTC Net in the early 80s that was started, I think, by a gym teacher. There was that Come Grow With Us, that guy that would fly, Jersey Securities. And there were a lot of companies like that that would specialize in that. And that's where a lot of pump and dumps went on. And a lot of CEOs kind of sketchy, financing's sketchy, really high spreads, and you can lose a lot of money. There's no research, and if you as a a registered rep, now registered reps are called wealth advisors and managing directors, and they evolved from customers men. They had to change that, of course, because women were coming in. They changed it to account executive, and then it went to they came in and trained us that we were going to be consultative, which I thought was awful, but all that training. But and then we became financial consultants after a due amount of training, and then you would get your vice presidents, first vice president. It's all about production. If you did a lot of production, hey, presto, you're a managing director. That came later. When I went to London, I was a managing director of our little shop, but no one on Wall Street was called managing director then. But now everybody is, if you got a big book. And there's other layers in there. But the point is, back then, you could not, if you wanted to keep any kind of respect, you couldn't trade those pink sheets. If you did it too much and you got too much of a position, you had to go explain it to a compliance officer and you had to get approval. And there always was the broker with the mayonnaise on his mouth from his lunch and his cigarette dangling, and he's overweight and rumpled, and he's going through there looking for some gem. They didn't last long, those guys. Then you had the over-the-counter stocks, which were, that was a legitimate place to trade. If you're at a Merrill Lynch, there are a lot of stocks in the over-the-counter market that Merrill Lynch followed and made markets in. If you were at, Kidder Peabody, they had a set of those. And if you were at Alex Brown, who at the time, or not immediately, but over time, had a little bit of an expertise in technology stocks. And those were always tied, those efforts were tied to a trading desk, and they were tied to traders. Like the ones that come on, the voices are kind of the same. Yeah, Billy, what can I do? Yeah, I gotta go. What do you need? What do you need? I want to put an order in to buy 10,000. Like, hurry up, 10,000 of them. Okay. And then they call back, it's on the squawk box. Whatever my number was when I started Merrill Lynch. It's a great story, but I won't put it out there. The boo birds will make fun of it. But they come back, in Washington, you're filled on your, whatever order. But it was those stocks were supported. They had deal flow, they had institutional flow and retail flow and research. And there'd be offerings. You do an offering on a home builder, and it's not going to be on NASDAQ. It might be, depending on the size. But it could be on the American. There were different reasons for each one. The American was a little less. The specialists were not as powerful as on the New York, and over time, the American was also a place where, to my memory, I wasn't versed in it, but there was more risk of gamemanship to the negative side, to the downside. And it wasn't always a good place to put. If you put your investors in the American exchange stocks, you better make sure it was one that had a following. It was off Broadway, or maybe off Broadway even in many cases. But then you had the NASDAQ, and that used to be right across, I don't know, 3 blocks from where I was. I'd go in there all the time. A friend of mine left and went to work there, and you could meet everybody. And but NASDAQ had different layers. But that was it was a gem. It was a gem. And companies could go on there and become substantial. And it was a great thing to move from the over-the-counter to the NASDAQ. You made it. And that's where Wall Street's, all the different shops and houses that had expertise could shine. They could do their financings. They'd have to support a market. If you did an IPO, if you led an IPO, you had to be in there supporting the market afterward. And those prospectuses and all that had to go through the same procedures. But back then, there was also the response. There was a firm, there was research, a human that had to do the work and reputational risk. And the NASDAQ was a good place to be. And then there was the New York. That was where all the what do you want to call it? The investment grade. Being on the New York wasn't that you were safe automatically, but that's where your blue chips were. And most well-known names were on the New York. As I see it today, I think the New York's owned by somebody out in Germany, and the New York owns the American, and I think NASDAQ, I'm losing my train of memory, but I wouldn't be surprised if that same chain is all the same thing. I don't know. But what's missing now is everything's computerized. And even the institutional desks back then, we had brokers. We were called brokers, not all these highfalutin names. But brokers in my office would have institutional accounts, human accounts. Now it's all computerized. It's all computerized. And I would submit to you that anything over the counter today, which I think is a large part of the NASDAQ, and below, is pink sheets land. I mean it. I would include NASDAQ on that. Now, they say they've got strict strictures and structures and all that. That's that person running it. I think she should be fired. But I also think the guy running the over-the-counter markets should be taken out by his thumbs and fired. But these are jokes. These are washing machines for your institution's profit. As we found out the other night, 85% of all trades now are institutional. You're not going to win. Now, I'll tell you what, you're not going to win trading in the pink sheets. You're just not. Particularly when Wall Street, and I think by now you can assume that it is Wall Street that set this up. And the big attorneys, the big lobbying firms, and they own Congress. They almost owned a president when they were going to usher Hillary in. And they may have owned some of those other presidents with the contributions. I don't know. But what Wall Street has set up is this high frequency trading, and it's all algorithmic. That's not even a human being on any of it. They split these bulge bracket firms. They split them in two. So what happened is they call them the ARB desks, but also all of that risk and kind of the reputational risk, but the part where the firm took a stance, long or short, or just to make a market, or takes down a block of shares. The given back and forth of human to human action all across Wall Street, they put all of that part into the second bank, which is the prime broker. But not all of it ended up there. A lot of it just transferred out to hedge funds. And today, everybody, I don't work there now. Everybody tells me, oh, it's different. It's not like what it was. But what I still interact. I still meet a lot of my compatriots. They're older now, of course, but it's all about managed money, ETFs, these annuity wrapper insurance deals. I don't know about mutual funds, but basically it's all about gathering assets, and you can manage it yourself. You can have a wrap fee around an account that you managed if you're approved for it, or preferably you just give it to Stevie Cohen to manage, or you give it to, maybe a Ken Griff or a Tiger Funds to manage. Well, it's a highly competitive world to get that money directed, and you don't want to lose it once you get it. So there are unscrupulous guys, and I personally, based on what I've read, wouldn't disconnect Steve Cohen from that. But he's good at keeping things arm's length, and he's a billionaire, multi-billionaire. Sometimes it pays to be on the edge. But one of the ways they make these big profits is this high frequency trading, which some of it's legal. The change in the UCC Section 8 while Bill Clinton was president made part of it legal. Certainly the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, I think it was, that Bill Clinton signed into law that made derivatives exempt from regulation. Secretary Rubin campaigned or from, supported that. Made part of what this is legal. Kenny Griffin, of course, always pushing the boundaries. So much in one story, he built a light tower, and I'm using that in the sense of data being transmitted. He built one right in front of a competitor, so he would get that extra nanosecond edge where he could front run. It's all done by computer. Front run just 0.0000001 of everything. It's all about greedily picking up pennies. If you could imagine in a human sense, it'd be just a group of guys going down the sidewalk, leaning over and always picking up all the pennies and quarters and dollars that people dropped. And they speed it up with these high frequency HFTs, high frequency trading machines. Well, I'll go at some point. I'll try to show you, and maybe that gives me an idea of one to show. The thing is, in today's world, if you're on the New York, and I don't think you're completely protected because it's all computerized. It's all owned by one string of somebody, I think, out of Germany. But if you're on the New York, there's high frequency trading, and apparently we need it. I don't know why, but it's high frequency trading. It replaces human beings, and it's so critical. And so your reg show exemption and your F3 button from Goldman Sachs that says, hey, I'm selling something I don't have. My dog ate it, and I'll get it to you. it's all legalized and fancy legal wording like uh, uh, you have 1 day after settlement, and yeah, it's all, but it's the lawyers have written it, their documents to offset what the regulators have said, and it's this constant pushing at the edge to bend over and pick up those pennies that everybody is ignoring. And it's a big business. But up in the New York Stock Exchange stocks, what offsets it is the advanced computers of the institutions. And they have algorithms, and they trade, and they do it with their big brains, and like that Family Guy cartoon when not Homer, Peter is sitting there and he's competing on an exam. Everybody else has a calculator. He bends over. I know it's comedy, and I know it's a little unfair, and it is. But on the other hand, when a whole population works hard to succeed, it's kind of a compliment and an admission that we don't do that anymore. But he's just, as in media now, men are always portrayed as dumb and stupid and can't handle anything. But so his calculator is, like a 9-year-old Asian kid. I don't know which country. He goes, "Come on, answer it." Well, I forgot what I was getting. Yeah, on the buy side, the computers now, these big institutions, they do all that work, and they do the trading. But more than that, those big institutions have research departments. They have trading desks. They may even have brokers. I don't know. But when they take a position, they're holding it. Their computers may be in there trying to gin up a little extra profit. But when the stock gets under pressure from the high frequency selling side, they're meeting up with real orders, real money, and computers that are just as fast or better than on the other side. And it could be an institution. It could be a short fund versus a long fund. What's missing down in the pink sheet area, which I'm telling you, everything most of you ever have traded in, I think it's all pink sheet slop. They don't call it that. You've got that smiling Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell there and his team, all smiles. They don't do anything. It's a joke. It's a joke. But they take that same selling algorithmic brain power of their computers, who have a match up in the New York Stock Exchange, and they bring them down to the NASDAQ and the over-the-counter. NASDAQ's a joke. Do not think if you're a CEO going from the over-the-counter to NASDAQ's going to solve anything, except one thing, which I'll get to. There is one thing it could. But if you have toxic financing and you're on the NASDAQ, they're just going to slice you and dice you with a Ginsu knife instead of a rusty knife down on the over-the-counter. They're gonna have your hide, and Adina doesn't care about it. If you took away the few big tech stocks, she'd have a joke of an exchange just like Chucky Cromwell has over at the over-the-counter. That's my opinion. Why? Because under $5, under 100 million. And in many cases with institutions, maybe under $7 or $10, there's no research. There's no order flow. There's no human beings supporting it. There's no, hey, this is a buy. This is looking attractive. Let's get our sales force at Legg Mason. Let's Bill Miller will put it into his fund, but let's get our sales force here. We're going to do a secondary for this company, and we'll have a syndicate. We'll have Wheat First on the front, A.G. Edwards, and maybe Ferris Baker Watts if they wanted to come in, and we'll go out with it. We'll do a road show. We'll educate brokers, city, town, office at a time. We'll do it institutionally and retail. We'll tell our story. We'll answer questions. And by the time the road show is out, you've got maybe 1,000 or 2,000 brokers that have heard your story. They represent all the wealth of their clients, whether it's institutional or retail. And then there's research notes, there's squawk box calls, there's follow-up, there's buy recommendations. And so any shorting is met by a knowledgeable base. Doesn't mean it's not gonna succeed, but at least it's reasonably fair level field. Of course, back then, as I've expressed, they used to enforce the buy-in rules. They used to enforce delivery and all that. It was all enforced, but not obviously it's not anymore. Or it's just a tiger chasing its tail somehow, because maybe they think they're doing anything. But everybody that goes to the SEC and these other places, they either want to spin out in a couple of years, go get the plum legal job or the plum Goldman Sachs job. And there's no institutional depth or knowledge, and they're not rewarded for doing the right thing for retail. They're not rewarded. So what happens now when you buy these stocks, if a Ham brings them to you, a Tony brings them to you breathlessly, or if someone you hear on a Discord or a Stock Twits has a new story, and you build a position, Northwest Bio, it's got or I'm Diamond Hands, DMMMM. It's not a reflection on the people, the story, the integrity of anyone you're talking to at the company. There's just the thundering herd at Merrill Lynch. It's their rule. Last count, I think it was 22,000 brokers, might be higher now. And maybe with AI, it'll go way down. But they can't recommend the stock, any of those stocks. So you can know when you're buying those stocks under $5 on a tip, nobody at Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, UBS, there's nobody making outgoing phone calls to their clients saying, I think you should own these shares. And it's an old adage on Wall Street, used to be anyway. Stocks are not bought. They're not purchased. They're sold. And you go, huh? Most people buy a stock or an idea because it's pitched to them, because it's sold to them. It's not happening on the real Wall Street level anywhere in the $5 stocks and below. It's just not happening. I think Canada is a little bit slightly more open at their brokerage firms, and there might be some exceptions of brokerage firms here where they're, that I've never heard of. It'll be some bucket shop. But so when you're in there, you know what you are? Whether you know it or not, you're part of a well, that's what bucket shops used to do. You push up a stock price and then get out. It's what the stock pools used to do. That's why FDR put in Joe Kennedy, because Kennedy made his money that way. And it's the classic pump it up, get retail volume in then, and then human psychology takes over, everybody buys, and then the early people get out. And then eventually, whether it takes 1 month or 5 years, in the case of finger motion, my experience of finger motion, it eventually is going nowhere. Now the machines and the guys, it's usually men, that run these machines, that are stripping your money, they've got all the time in the world. They'll take 5 years, 10 years. It's what they do. And if one of them goes against them, they know eventually retail will get bored, institutions will get bored, and they'll have their chance to make their money there again. And in the meantime, they keep the computer running. And the computer runs a bid and an ask. And basically, when there's thin trading, it can get that stock price down, but it also can trade between those. We would put our orders here on Railtown to buy, and we never get the ask price because they have dark pools now, and they signal each other. That stuff's illegal, the signaling and the spoofing. That part's illegal. But it's difficult to find an attorney that's going to fight, and certainly to fight on your behalf, because she or he are going to lose their ability to go work at that glorious Wall Street firm. But more importantly, when you open an account, you sign an arbitration clause. The attorneys on this scheme have thought of everything. You sign an arbitration clause, and you can't go after the deep pockets. No attorney is going to take his time, in this space anyway, if there isn't a deep pocket to go after. And then if you have an arbitration clause, you're going to go before an arbitrator. That's they got better things to do with their life. And sorry, just a little moment of pain in my right hand. It will go away. All right. So now I forgot exactly what I was saying. But my point is that under $5, when you're buying in, there's an initial catalyst. It gets spread on Discord. It's guys smiling with, hey, listen to me, and then there's the supporting choir and all that, and a lot of them come on and attack me. They're really telling you what they do themselves, and so you get involved in it, and you buy a stock, and it starts to run, and you're hearing the story. It's going to go a lot higher, and then people are pouring in, and it goes up. Because that algorithm box, the bid and ask, they pull up. They bring it up. It's like a lobster cage, maybe, that the fisherman, the lobsterman pulls up out as it's being attacked by a shark. I don't know. I'm making it up. But it's pulled up and it gets out of harm's way. And then once a flurry is done, it tests down, 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 down. And maybe, you get those meme stocks from when we were all locked in, and that gets a lot of attention. And then you get people supporting going into the stocks who come here and attack me. And then when I pointed out back that somehow I'm a bad person, and they make a living out of it, recommending going back in there because they have no idea what they're doing, or they're being paid. Either way, it's bad. It's harmful advice for you. All right, so I'm going to go to your comments. I could go on and on about this forever, but let me cut to the chase on let me cut to the chase on why I just went through all that. When you buy these stocks, you're going to lose. Now, if you're nimble and you're a day trader or a whatever the heck swing trader, maybe you can make some money. But you got to spend a lot of time at it, and you got to be disciplined. You got to take your wins, cut your losses. It's all gamblers type strategies. The second way you can do it, if you've got somebody that seems to always have the newest thing and he's working hard and he's always gives the same pitch and he has pretty much of a decent audience and he gives you a name, you can come in early. You might have to wait. It might go down for a while, but eventually his work is going to trigger that it goes up. Now to get people to buy, he's going to get people thinking of $3,000 a share, or he's going to talk to people about how there's going to be a short squeeze. There's, all that stuff. So the big dream comes in, which we're all susceptible to. I'm not judging anybody. But so you buy and you hold on for the big dream. The pros get out. So if you got 100% on your money, 300%, that used to get you rewarded with managing a big fund if you did that over 5 years. But now we need more. So I wanted to summarize what I'm saying here. The point is, you're part of whether you know it or not. You're part of one of these. I don't want to say Ponzi scheme. A better name is stock pool, where they're rushing the stock up, and nimble people can make money. It's going to be hard for you. But the key thing we learned the other night, doesn't matter if the stock goes up for a little while, stays flat, stays down. If it's essentially thinly traded, but if these guys, the charm boys, the promotional boys, can keep you interested and just keep some flow in that stock from retail, the HFT machines can churn. And they can just reap profits every single day. And they do it with the reg show exemptions, the lack of audited trading trail. Ann Wagner doesn't care. It's her job to oversee it. She doesn't care. And in every case, almost every case, because there are no investment banks, because there's no dedicated shop anywhere in any of these, nobody's coming to rescue you. And the only financing is offered is these they're not even financial institutions. They're just bird dogs that are running in front of the funds, good and bad funds, that are going to come using the high frequency trading algorithms, mostly to sell downward, to strip you of your capital. And it's not you necessarily one person, it's just this whole blob of retail. And there's nobody on Wall Street that sees it as valuable to fight back because it's only 15% of the trading. Nobody in their straight mind is going to spend 80% of their time on 20% of the revenue. Nobody. So you're just entering into your own personal, as I've called it, abattoir, but you're entering into your own personal hell. And even good companies like MMAT or maybe an MULN, I don't know how to judge these. All of the stories are always ripped from the current trends and the current themes. But MMAT, perfectly good story, gets destroyed. They took an insurance company down. They almost took, and maybe they still will, took a energy firm down. They don't care about the story. They don't care about the fundamentals. They don't care about anything. If there's volume, if retail's in there, and for some reason retail stays in, that's why you got to wonder, why is the guy always telling me to get back to this theater company? Why is he always telling me? Because if there's that interest there, no institutions are buying it. I don't know about that theater company, but these 5 and less, no. So it gives room for this high frequency trading, and they're going to win because they're relentless. They're just a computer, and you're never going to win. If you learn to do this, all this noise, charts, swing trade, day trade, it's a Fibonacci this, it's a Fibonacci that, that's its own kind of nightmare. That's like being, I don't know. I don't want to, I was going to say it's like being an astrologist, but I don't want to insult astrologists. So anyway, you're not going to win unless you got 8-10 hours a day, or another way to win, buy a computer and then just let your computer do those trades. Join in with the fun. Can't beat them, join them. But a trading algorithm. But so what are we trying to do here? And I'm going to quit very quickly. What I'm trying to do, particularly with Railtown, it's not guaranteed, but I think we've done a lot of due diligence. You've done a lot of due diligence. I want to act as if we are a small fund, and we're not insignificant. We own over 23 million shares of this stock, but we're doing all the research, hammering all the risks that we can think of, questioning, which I've shown you a lot of mine, staying in touch, and then we're building a position. We reverse engineer the valuation. We say, wait a minute, this is a whole brand new market. We try to understand, and I'm not going to talk about it now, but I'll do it in a second. I want to get to your questions. We look at how big is the market, and then what part of that market is addressable, and what part can we get? And you ask the existential questions. Is the market real or not? Anyway, you get through all that bigger macro stuff. Then you look at the micro stuff. And then you look at what the company's done. And then you try to give your best judgment. Sometimes, when it's late at night and it's been raining and the party's broken up and maybe there was a fight or an argument, and you set out the front door and you parked, because it was a big party, you parked 5 or 6, 7, 8 blocks away, but you can barely see in front of you, but you can sort of see the street light. You set out with imperfect information. And you say, well, I see the street light. I know I got here and it was a pretty big yard. So I think if I just head that way, I can get to the street. And then and as you set out, you're making a huge assumption, even in the fog and the darkness and the not very much light, that once you get to the street, you're going to be able to find your car 5, 6, 7 blocks away with the bad conditions. But you set out because your target is 7 blocks, 8 blocks away is your car, but you're going with imperfect information. If, on the other hand, there were no arguments and the party went all night, and maybe you took a nap on the hammock out front while everyone else is getting stoned or whatever, at 6:30, 7 a.m. you wake up and you can see. You might have to pee, but after that you see. You say, it's easy. You can actually see almost where your car is. Well, then you have more perfect information. But what we try to do here is get as much information out of the situation, and make our projections. And in this case, we take to our advantage as well that we know this high frequency trading goes on, crushing any chance of the stock being overpriced, although one could argue, since we haven't seen revenues, that it should be at zero because there's no revenues. You know, you can always get a negative argument. But we've set out with imperfect, but we've done a lot of work, a lot of due diligence. And as an institution, I think we've come up with what's called an asymmetric bet. It's a lot of money, but it's 23 cents. And that's essentially what can be lost. I don't think it will be. I think we've already been through the pain. But so you're 23 cents, but you reverse calculate the value of the stock before you even consider that. And you can come up, we have come up with some truly impressive targets. Now, it might turn out our car's only 1 block away. We can't quite remember. Or it could be that it's 10 blocks away. It could be 20 blocks away. I would argue it's 20 blocks away right now. And if we had really shown up wasted, it could turn out that we had caught a ride from another party, met some friends to our car, and then we came here. And it could be that our ultimate destination, we parked our car, got in our friend's vehicle and came. It could be 100 blocks from here. We don't know all that yet. But we do right now see the street lamp, and we do see vaguely, I think, the first 10x, first 20x. And the key here is that we reverse calculated the value per share of the stock with some detailed due diligence. We're not diamond hands. As we learn new information, as the sun comes up and the fog clears away, we'll adjust it. But to buy something at 25 cents that could be worth $2.50 or $5 at when the sun comes up, that's an asymmetric bet. And that's what an institution does. And so if every bet you make has 10x or 20x or 30x in it, and maybe with more, you're going to do all right. Because to an institutionalist way of thought, if you make a dozen bets, 6 of them are going to really disappoint. Maybe 3 of them give you a little bit of return, flat to little bit. And maybe 1 or 2 gives you 10 or 20 or 30%, but it doesn't make up for the rest. And that 1 or 2 give you 30, 40, 50x, pays for the whole thing. And I'm going to finish right here on this because I want to go to your points. But I would submit to you, because of all these stocks we've all been in for the last 3, 4, 5 years from the same charmsters, they're all of a piece, and they're all of that category where you're not going to win. The one thing we learned Saturday night, it just rang through all of that to me. The only way to get out of the mire as a company is institutional buying, real solid institutional buying. And then those high frequency traders, they don't disappear, but they go find better victims. So you need institutional buying. Otherwise, stocks, it doesn't matter how good the story is. In this case, institutional buying is on its way, in my judgment. And that's what's going to make our return, our value. Your risk is 25 cents here. I think your reward is $2.50, $5, $10, $15, $25, and who knows? It might be further than that. And with that, I'll go. It's 4 o'clock. I'll go to your questions. And let's first look at the stock prices. This is what I really am emphasizing this. July, August is vacation time. There's going to be pressure. They're going to play because it's just computers. They're going to play while everyone else is away. And if the stock for some reason gets cheap, don't get shaken out of it. Don't get shaken out of it. Okay. Here we go. Railtown closed at 23.8, and the volume I have is 38,270 shares. The bid is 23.5. Again, very thin trading. The computers, they can play here, and they know the easiest place to find stock downward. Don't get shaken out. You know what they're doing, and they don't care about the fundamental story. All right. I don't know. Nixie, remember they came on in enthusiasm because of this and that. Headlines ripped out of front pages, themes ripped out of research reports. Well, it's now $1.07. Remember the guy that came on saying that whatever words he uses, the same words he used for that other stock. I can't remember the name, but COSM is down to 23 cents. Finger is under 30 cents. It's under 30 cents. I was called a something when it was around $1.05, but that's not when I first started telling you that you needed to sell calls or get out. I think the most recent effort with this push on Railtown was when the stock was either 550. I think it was 550. Might have been a little higher. But no one listens because it's going to go to 3,000. Well, it's 29.98. Why? Because the CEO signed a massively toxic note. There's no way out of it. Doesn't matter how good the story is. Don't listen to the story. Just know that the machines, the Grim Reapers, they reap while you weep. All right, I'm going to go to your comments right now. So thanks. Unknown Stuntsman, Steve, for the first time, you are first. First time in a long time, you are first. How are you? Pat M, hi gang, hi Pat. Unknown Stuntsman, hi Uncle Bill, Amo Bill. My dad was always known as Uncle Bill. He's a lucky guy. He had 5 kids. He came from a family of 6 kids. And my grandmother, I think, I was the eldest, but I think my grandmother had either 28 or 32 grandchildren by the time she died. And there's more. I can't keep track of it. More. Chestnut. Hello, William. Hello. Eddie Eagle. How are you? Good day, sir. Good day to you. Joe Marty. Good afternoon, Bill. T. Alex. Hi, everybody. What an opportunity. The RT stock is always on sale for such a huge discount. It's a good thing. Need my deposits to clear faster. Well, let's just quickly understand that one thing about that. If you're a negative guy or girl on this stock or any given stock, if you're someone that knows what I tried to express just now, that there's literally 0 chance to get out of the mire unless you get institutional buying. And no institution is going to buy a stock that you don't know the denominator. You don't know how many shares. And all these stocks, when they need money, they get destroyed by the financing, the so-called financing. It should be as illegal as 30% credit card should be. But let's just say you're negative on the story and you're just a prove it to me type and you want to move on. Well, the computers are the screening on Wall Street now is all done by computer. And the machines are set not to get involved in general. There's always exceptions, of course. But in general, in the $5 and other, just spin by it. Don't see it. Don't notice it. They do that by looking at the descriptions, looking at the revenues, looking at whatever, but the computer just spins right on by and it's not seen, so to speak. Well, there are people that could say to you, Railtown is $50 million in market cap, has no revenue, no revenue. It's the software is the solution, developer kit company. There's 6,000 of those in the world. The company is going to eventually run out of its cash because the reasons I just went through. I don't want to go through them all. And when that happens, they'll come to the market for financing. They'll go through one of these bird dogs of a firm, and they'll sign a note, just like the CEO at FingerMotion just did, putting short-term emergency against long-term solvency. And we know if we keep with our bullies, with our strategy, and we keep the pressure on with our computers, doesn't matter how good the story is. We'll destroy the company. It'll destroy itself. And if there's anything that's valuable in the company, they'll lose all their contracts. But if there's an IP in there, we'll go get it out of bankruptcy. So they know most of the time, if they come on like this guy right here, without a face, give it up. It's not going to happen. That gets in your head. They know that in 99% of the cases, he's going to prove out. And in that case, Justin, they don't see it as a bargain. They see it as it's overpriced. So that's what puts the speculative, I guess, in the story. But I agree with you, Justin. We've done the due diligence. You've done the due diligence. I'm telling you, you guys are a sophisticated, bespoke ragtag, maybe, but you are in this case, a tech investment fund, a technology investment fund. And you've done all the work. You know the valuation. You know that the company's just started commercialization. You know they have enough money to get through the end of the year. But because revenue should start coming in based on the fact that they are commercialized, they don't need to go to the markets again. So you have done the work. So when the guy like Tom Jones up here makes just one of these throwaway things to scare people, he's actually accurate. If he applies that without doing any work to the 24 stocks that have been, or more, that have been pitched to us over the last 3 or 4 years, he's correct in almost, I can't name one that he's not correct. Maybe Wolf, maybe Energy Vault, but it depends on how you traded it. But every other one, Tom Jones didn't have to do any homework. He didn't have to do any due diligence. Why? Because he knows what I just told you. The only way out of the high frequency trading hell in this thin market, under $5 stocks, thin volume, where the pumpers, the charm boys come in with retail, bringing retail in, the only way out, once you're in it, the only way out is institutional buying. There is no other way out. Because good news, whether it's bona fide, or good news, whether it's manipulated, good news, whether it's a complete lie, doesn't matter. The machines, the reaping is going to continue. The fundamental story, whether it's all a house of cards or it's the best darn thing anybody's ever seen, it's not going to matter. The grim reaping is going to keep coming. And institutions just simply are not here. They're not here. Retail's not here. The big firms aren't here. So applying all these rules and trying to bring intelligence to this and and then ultimately blaming yourself, there's no here. These stocks and these people, we got to get away from them. Unless you really want to go down upside down on the curb with a bottle falling out of your hand and your last sight is just some raindrops and maybe the guy who last walked by, and you're gone. That's your life. If that's what you're looking for, stay down here. You can't win. And that's why this guy can say things like that. But in this case with Railtown, Justin, you, all of us, have done the due diligence. You know the story. And it boils down to pretty simple thing now. Pretty simple. Railtown was founded, to me, by a couple of geniuses, and genius is a lot of hard work, by the way, who started 7 years ago. And in a perfect storm, well-deserved perfect storm, I'm not saying it was luck, but there's always a bit of serendipity. Just as Wall Street is confronting that the hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars they've committed to building large language models and data centers in a very real transformation, just as they're realizing it's going to be hard to put, what is the cost of a GPU? Talk about a confusing calculation. What's the cost of a GPU? What's our all-in cost? They don't know that. And then what's our revenue? They don't really know what their revenue is going to be. If you break it, if you use the GPU as a thing, they don't know that because it's the whole industry is aborting. It's a phase where that analysis is in the future. The thing right now is, I mean, you've got to do some analysis about it. I'm not throwing that away, but right now it's about building it out. Just like steamships and railroads and steam engine and app store and electricity and all the great revolutions of technology. And I guess, perhaps other things in our past. It takes time. But this guy knows the secret. And the secret is 99% of the time you're not going to win. Here, sorry, I got off track on what the simple story was. And I'll say it again. Here, we've done our due diligence. We've got it. We've got something that's been built. We've got a problem in the AI world, which is and they don't even know what the name is. They call it the orchestration framework layer. They call it the inference layer. They call it the governance layer and other things. But what Wall Street and the AI industry have discovered, that all the raw product that they've built is nearly useless without this layer. And guess what? To be simplistic, because it's a little more complicated, Railtown is that layer. And that, on top of that, that layer itself has a bunch of layers, and Railtown's at the top of that, where the money goes. It's the most profitable, and it's where Wall Street is sending all of its money. And come after Labor Day, Justin, I think you're going to see just how valuable this layer is. And as we're going to see when I go through here, which this Tom Jones doesn't do any homework. The thing is, I give you, I posit the direction and why, and then I try to ask questions and give you support. He just gives you something to worm into your brain and give you fear. And you know what? For large part, like I just said, it's always going to go his way. Not here, though. Not here. Because ironically, all the panic that's going on right now at Oracle and OpenAI and elsewhere, and there's the sell-off going on. It's the summer. That all helps us. That all helps this layer. It helps the orchestration layer in general and Railtown specifically. A lot of the infrastructure's been built. They're not going to walk away from it until they make sure that they put that orchestration layer on it and run it with that. If that somehow doesn't work, well, then they might walk away. They're not going to walk away from it. And if they quit building more for a while, it's going to be all that more important to run out the rooms more frequently. And that's what Tom Jones misses. He says, give it up. It's not going to happen. What's not going to happen? What? Your mother's not going to call me? Nobody calls me anyway. I agree with you, Justin. Railtown stock is on sale for a discount to what we calculated its value should be. It's a good thing. Need my deposits to clear. You're exactly right. Justin Babbis, maybe we should wait till it gets down to 10 cents. Teasing, well, you can't. It's a strategy. I would say the odds of it getting down to 10 cents are low, but anything can happen in a spike. That would be a screaming buy. I just don't think, Justin, I'll give you a couple of reasons why I don't think that's going to happen. One is they are commercial now. They've moved from R&D to commercial. That should scare Tom Jones. They no longer are bleeding money in research and development. They've hired one of the world's largest consultants to go claim the small and medium enterprise business in Canada. 98% of business in Canada is small and medium enterprises. By some estimates, only 6%, and others it's up to like 10 or 12%, have adopted AI. I'm not talking about chatbot. I'm talking about exposing their data to AI so AI can use the data, whether it's real time or static, to improve their product, their services, and their profitability. So you've got, if I can't do arithmetic that well in my head, if you've got 98% of Canada's enterprises, let's take 10% off. Let's take 8% off. So you got 90% of Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises, which is essentially all of their business, That's 90% of it wide open to go claim. They have the product. It's Canadian. It's ready to go, ready out of the box. They've got the government support behind it. They've got TELUS and maybe Buzz Hive too. And guess what? I think another stroke of genius. He started the campaign in July, which should scare Tom Jones because we're in July. And the normal sales cycle is 30 to 90 days. So July, August, which is the doldrums for attorneys and the financial types, but not necessarily real world. And then 90 days of September. So you could start, I think, I haven't heard it from anybody, but you could start seeing signups, which have to be announced in September, October, November, and it's a full-on campaign. That should scare Tom Jones. And that's a different source of revenue than what we've been talking about on the data centers. That should scare Tom Jones. So you're exactly right. But Justin, the 10 cents in a spike, it might happen, but are you going to get the shares? I don't think they'd let you do it. They might come down, maybe. I just don't see it. I think the fact that it's now commercial generating revenue, it's going to make it very difficult for the if there's any stock being lent at all. I doubt it. But it's just this whole game they're doing of selling stock that doesn't exist. It's going to be a little riskier because one thing that brings institutions is revenue. Makes sense. The second thing is, Justin, if this were December, I tell you that there's no reason for tax loss selling. There's no reason for knee-jerk selling other than fear. And so I don't see what would seem to us to be irrational. It's rational in December, November/December. Well, I just want to take my tax loss so I can write it off against some of my gains. That's rational in specific senses, but in general, we'd say, oh my gosh, what a great buying opportunity. It would seem irrational. I don't think you're going to see any of that dynamic in August. I think the only thing you could see in August is if we show fear and sell, and they'd love it. They would love it. Tom Jones would love it. I've told you before, Justin, I believe the float, if you want to call that, there are roughly 200 million shares outstanding. I think there's at least 100, maybe a little more million held closely by employees and insiders. The two founders have almost 45 million themselves. And then the AIP acquisition was basically, other than a very small amount of money raised by about 125, 150 shareholders, very small amount raised. I think most of the stock that went to buy AIP went to the principals and the really close insiders of AIP. So none of that stock's for sale. None of it. They're not in it day trading, and they don't believe Tom Jones that it's not going to happen. One of the guys is Mike Nobrega, who ran OMERS for 10 years. He oversaw investments in probably hundreds. He probably screened thousands of deals. Well, he's in this one just for a lark. You got John Ruffalo at Mavericks. who founded Omer's Ventures and funded 45 successful, I think, by large part, technology firms while he's there. And now he runs and raised $1 billion for 2 Mavericks funds collectively. He's in it. Is it just for a punt? Do you think John Ruffalo was down in $5 stocks just for the heck of it, so that a guy like Tom Jones can come along and say, give it up, it's not going to happen? No. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's Pat Horgan, AI from IBM, 35 years, Canada. It's Dr. Tom Core, who spent the sweet spot of his career helping companies like Railtown get funded. He ran the Ontario Center for Excellence, or something like, if I got it slightly wrong, for 10 years. And then to top it all off, you've got the 2 guys probably most respected in Canada in technology, the 2 guys who founded Research in Motion, and named their product, their company, BlackBerry, who licensed their IP worldwide. They've done their due diligence and they put their money up and they're on the board. And they're not going to listen to Tom Jones say, give it up, it's not going to happen. They're not scared of that. They know that's just noise. And then one of the more recent ones, Zaid Atufat Shamsi, who actually built the stack for TELUS's Rimouski data center, Canada's first sovereign AI data center. Zaid Atufat Shamsi built that. He's still at TELUS, but he built it for TELUS, and it's taken months with NVIDIA, HPE. I don't know who the large language model is, but if it's going to be Canadian, it might be Cohere. Soup to nuts, he built that out. And he had his choice of who he's going to put on top. TELUS announced, or Railtown announced, I forget which, but it is an announced partnership or arrangement that Railtown is going to be that layer on that stack. I guess things can always change. Maybe Tom Jones knows something we don't know. But let me tell you what Zaid Atufat Shamsi did. He is in charge of building out the TELUS data center, sovereign AI. That's big responsibility. Billions, tens of billions of dollars. He interacts with all the government aficionados, but he also interacts with all the chip makers, all the engineers. He's living it. He's in it. How many data centers are there in Canada? How many data center providers are there in Canada? Do you think he talks to them? Do you think he interacts with them? Do you think they each call it, what's working here? How's that? We wonder. And you know what he did? He joined the advisory board of Railtown. That should scare Tom Jones. That did happen. Everything I just listed to you happened Railtown is now commercial. It's announced. Zaid Atufat Shamsi joined the advisory board. Those both happened. The BlackBerry fellas, they never joined anything apparently outside of their own companies they founded. Mike Lazaridis joined the advisory board. That happened. They funded the last private raise this year. That happened. Rail Engine was announced as completed in January. That happened, Tom Jones. And the orchestration layer that Railtown has been built for, almost as if they saw it, is now the hottest, quote unquote, hottest part of the AI story for investment. That happened, Tom Jones. All you're going to sit around for, and you'll flutter away to your next stock, is when you see revenue and how much revenue, and it's not one revenue announcement, they'll be coming at you like George Foreman's blows on Muhammad Ali as he leaned against the rope. They're just going to come one right after the other, and those will happen. They haven't happened yet, but those will happen. Thank you for your, by the way, Tom Jones, thank you for your thoughtful point. But anyway, Justin, I'd be very careful trying to get it at 10 cents. Right? I'm not saying it couldn't happen in a spike, but when there's any change in the name that the computers see, or there's a change in the revenue status, or there's one awareness that, oh my gosh, this is what they do, and that's who they're doing it with, the stock isn't going to, the problem is if you go for 10 cents, and right now it's 24 cents, the stock's not going to be 24 cents by the time that sort of awareness hits. It could be easily be $2. Now it may not go right away. You know, somebody hammered me for that. It may go, as I've said so many times, it could be a back and forth fight upward, or it could happen all at once. I'm leaning to all at once. What do you mean, one day? No, I don't. I mean, you know, maybe in a few weeks it can go from 22 cents to $6. But you're not going to be able to buy it while you're searching for 10 cents. And if something happens, you know, you'll be buying it at 40 cents instead of 24. So it's just risk reward. But it doesn't bother me that you point that out, because it's true. Anything can happen. Harbison, hello, Bill, Wild Bill and crew. Gandalf, I'm going to give you a short leash today. Hello, William. When would you expect the first analyst reports? What needs to happen? What needs to happen is an institution has to start buying. So that answers that question. An institution needs to start buying. What would prompt an institution to buy, I think, is as soon as the automatic descriptions of Railtown are upgraded to reflect agentic AI or orchestration layer or AI agentic cloud, you know, the names are changing, or all three, you know, once the name changes from, hey, we help developers, you know, use their computer in their mother's basement. I'm being overly sarcastic about it because it's kind of annoying they haven't changed the name, but I'm not sure they're allowed to in what? A quiet period, yeah. Whatever. That's what it is. If it behaves like one, it is one. The things that would make an institution they have to see it first. And so for the computer screens, it's all computerized to see Railtown. They're not seeing Railtown right now. I think that description has to change. The description page now is we do software as a solution, developer tools to help developer teams fix and find and solve problems caused by bugs. The computers aren't seeing that description. As soon as it changes to anything with AI orchestration layer, all of a sudden the institutions are seeing it. That's step number one. Number two, the institutions are going to study it. Maybe it'll just stay there in their long list for a while. But the institutions are going to look at it at some point and wonder, do they have IP? What's the status of their product? What's the total addressable market? They might get into the sovereignty issue or may not. They're going to look at the board. They're going to look at the treasury, how much money's in there. Though I think all those boxes are going to be checked to the positive. And then what they're going to look, when's revenue going to start? When is it commercialized? It's already started. That box is going to check. So I think once they look at Railtown, the first thing is the computers have to bring it up off the floor into the net that the fishermen open on their deck and sort through. Once they sort through the perch and the tuna or the bass and maybe the whatever's in the net, then what's left are not the usual things. They'll see, oh, hey, what's this? And they'll pick it up, and it's Railtown. Once it gets up, so first the computers have to bring it up to the desk at the institution. Once a human looks at it, they'll go through a checklist. I think everything's going to click. Then they'll pick up the phone. They will ask the company, can we invest money in a private placement? And they'll do other due diligence. They'll talk to them. They'll ask for numbers. They'll ask for a deck. They'll ask for a deck or whatever. And then it'll come down, can we invest in the company? And the answer is going to be no. The stock price is too low. The company doesn't need the money, and the answer is going to be no. So then they're going to bring it to their committee, unless the one person can make her own decision, and then they're going to put an order out to buy the stock. They don't need a research report to do that. They don't need press releases to do that. If they've talked to the company, they'll have all the information they need to start doing that. And so what else do they need? Maybe I think it has to be a New York City institution, because the likelihood, and I don't mean to make any individual judgment, but for men to succeed in the world, but certainly on Wall Street, they unless they came in, daddy owns the place, or they played football or something, and therefore the owner, force feeds them. Most young men, you know, length of service, young, they're going to have to work when nobody else is working. They're going to have to work when other people are on vacation. And they're going to have to do without going out, drinking, trying fruitlessly to pick up chicks. Or maybe they're very successful picking up chicks. But they're going to have to stop. If they want to succeed, they can't do it just on looks. They can't marry it yet. I mean, the first thing we saw out of Morgan Stanley was a sexual harassment suit. As there become, by length of service, as there become more and more mixture, yeah, maybe in the future, maybe even now, I've been gone, you could marry into it. But in general, if you want to keep your desk and move your way up, you got to outwork the other guy. Places like McKinsey, places like Merrill Lynch intentionally hire 6 or 8 people to the one that they know is going to survive. If you want to be that one, you got to outwork them. You got to outthink them. And do you remember The Big Short? Do you remember that movie, The Big Short? You can cheat, but it's hard to cheat on the long side. Do you remember The Big Short? You can be first. You can be first. So I think what's going to happen with Railtown is a New York institution, some small shop or a desk that's close to the elevator. They're going to work at a big shop. They're going to work over the weekend, and they're going to be first to buy Railtown. So I think one answer to your question of what is needed is August might provide the chance for a real go-getter, hardworking person, but also someone that just follows the rule, I want to be first. Before everybody comes back from vacation, I'm telling you, September, October, November, it's all gonna be about orchestration. It's all gonna be about how do we make these sunk costs profitable, and that's the orchestration layer. So I think you need August. Unfortunately, it's uncomfortable right now for us, but I think you need August. I think an institutional guy, it'll be a guy, will, I shouldn't say that. As an overall generalization, it'll be a guy trying to make his bones, and he will take advantage that everyone else is gone, and he'll bring this up to whatever committee. He'll get approval and he'll work it. So I think August is actually something they need. When do I expect first analyst report? I break down analyst reports into 2 things, public facing and internal. I would imagine there's already internal analyst reports at firms like Mavericks, firms like possibly like Omer's Ventures. I would imagine there's internal analyst reports at possibly even some of the bigger firms that are building data centers. I don't know if it would be at a BlackRock or somebody like that, but whoever is financing and building data centers probably are building a database on this whole space. They have the research teams. They have the money for research. So I think if you're asking, when will those analyst reports come that are at a BlackRock or are at an Apollo or at a a hyperscaler or at a Dane Rauscher RBC or at RBC Dane Rauscher or at a what's that one? Brookfield up in Canada. They're the BlackRock of Canada. I think it's already happened. I think there are already research reports in inward facing. I think they already have them. This is a hot and important space. Now, if you mean public facing, when would I expect them to go to the debate that the boo birds won't let go? I think research reports there was already one out by Capital Research, but it's 2.5, 3 years old. I would imagine they already have a file open. And if I had to guess, they already have a report ready to go. And they're waiting to put in final little bits and pieces. But what's holding it up? Quiet period. Now you're going to say there is no such thing as a quiet period. Tony says he talks to Corey every single day, and Corey says there's no quiet period. Well, pardon me if I don't believe any of that. It might happen that way, but it doesn't matter. Technically, you're right. If you want to just get anal retentive about it, I don't want to redefine quiet period. There's no name for it, but most of Canada's big players are prohibited to put out research because they know material, non-public information. So you tell me when the veil lifts on the material, non-public information, and I would say within 2 weeks you'll have a research report. And it might not just be one. Within 4 weeks, you might have a dozen. That's probably high. You might have 4 or 5. You tell me when the veil comes up on material, non-public information. I think within a month, you'll have a handful of research reports. Now, the question is, if it's not a quiet period, which is defined as an earnings period, or if there's basically corporate action like M&A or an investment round, there's no defined period when it began and when it ended. When a quiet period is defined by contracts, possibly partnerships, possibly negotiations, possibly licensing, and if it's enforced by a series, I don't know how many people they talk to. I don't know how big Canada is, but if it's all enforced by, I don't know, 2 or 3 dozen NDAs, but each person in that NDA list has different material public information. So if you have, I'm making it up. This is all hypothetical. If Railtown has accumulated maybe 20 different things they're working on that as they come to fruition, they have to announce, and each one of them have been described to some of those people that have signed NDAs right now, because none of those things have been announced. We know that none of those people can buy or do anything in the open market. But I could picture a thing where, let's say, out of 20, I'm making it up, material non-public events that need to be PR'd, the first one released, that might be the news that frees up, 3 institutions. So it might be the news that frees up the one investment bank. They knew that, but they didn't know the other stuff. And maybe, just maybe, there's a research report, but I doubt it. I think the research would probably have to wait a little longer. But then maybe the next material non-public release comes out, and maybe it frees up 10 of them. I don't know. Or maybe, because I don't know, the NDAs say you can't buy anything in the open market until our attorneys let you know you can. And then we're in a situation where all of the news has to come out. And that could be over the next few weeks, next few months. I'm going to go with the first. I think that it might be more broken up than one monolithic prohibition, but I don't know. I don't know. Now, before you worry about that, not every institution has heard material non-public information. Probably the vast majority of Wall Street doesn't even know Railtown. So an institution in New York who in all likelihood has never signed any kind of quiet NDA or non-compete or anything like this. An institution in New York, they can start putting the pieces together, and they have their checklists. They can make a phone call, and Corey can answer that checklist without giving out any non-public information. And if Corey says, well, I want to show you our most recent corporate book with all our pending contracts, with all our engineering work, our milestones, where we are. And the institution say, I'd love to see it. That's great. Well, you got to sign an NDA. The institution may say, no, I don't want to. You just keep that. We've got our own research. We're comfortable with what we see. I want to be able to be first and buy it in the open market. So in that sense, the activity in the public markets does not have to be held up in this quiet period. It's just the people who have had access to material non-public information. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. When can the company start talking? I think my understanding of what you guys are talking about in Discord, I think you have it wrong. The company will never give projections, ever, ever, ever. They just won't. But they can give their press releases, and the last press release was excellent, by the way. It had a lot of information in it. But remember, the high-frequency Grim Reapers do not care. They do not care about anything good. They just read the news release to see if they just hit a giant new oil field. They don't read it for anything else. All right, so let me see it again. When would you expect the first analyst reports? I'd say within 2 to 6 weeks of the lifting of this news blackout period, subject to whether or not it's lifted in stages or all at once. Again, Wall Street is competitive, and being first matters most of all. So there is going to be somebody that just comes out with something. I would imagine with this full treasury, I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing some articles in the trades, just like Lane Chain started having, some mentions, some interviews, some highlights. They can do that now. They're in the commercialization phase, and I think that the overall blanket on news has started to thaw. They've already made 2 news releases. So I think it is thawing. AX Extreme, what's the problem with taking profits if you've doubled, tripled, or whatever? You told us to hold to 3, 4, 7, 55, 240. Well, I didn't. Those were targets I had. I didn't say that's not an accurate representation of what I said. I do think you should hold to 3, 4, 7. Yeah, I think you should hold for that, and probably for 15, maybe for 20. 55 is an area that I think you should hold for, but I'm a little bit, it's kind of in a gray area till we have more information. Why? Because if the stock were to have, it depends on the reason it got to 55 and how long it took to get to 55. If the stock for some reason got to 55 in September, and if it were in the context of a huge contract with Bell Canada and TELUS and Rogers Communication and Bell Atlantic and Ring the Bell and the Big Ben, and so it's justifiable, then you hang on. But if it's up to 55 because of some sort of near-term flurry of buying, maybe even short covering, well, then it gets a little trickier. Because do you sell and try to buy back your position at a lower point? And I'll tell you, AX Extreme, you don't know what you own. If you own it, you don't know what you own. But there's 200 million shares. I'm having a hard time with I have gout here, and I can't really write. So I hope this is legible. But you have 200 million shares outstanding. 200 million shares in Railtown. 200 million shares. And the AIP purchase, I'm not going to try to break it down exactly, but it was basically, if they meet the thresholds, basically 50 million shares. It might be 48 million or something, but let's just call it 50. I'm not trying to be 100% exact. That's mostly with the principals. I'm going to ignore the few shares that were handed out when AIP tried to go qualify for going public 2-3 years ago. So that's 50 million shares. That's 50 million shares out of that float that we know about. Those people aren't going to sell. You're talking about people like Dr. Tom Core, Mike Norbrega, the guy from IBM, John Ruffalo, Tom Horgan. You're talking about CEOs maybe of some of the other companies. They're not selling. So out of the 200, we're down to 150 million that might be in the float. Sorry, 150 million. That might be in the float. Well, between them, the two founders, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini, they own approximately 45 million shares. I don't know if that includes their employee options or not, But let's just say the employee options are another 10 to 15 million. So that's 45, let's call it 15. So that's 45 plus 15, that's 60 million with the founders and the employees, 60 million. And it's probably more than that, by the way, because I left out Paul Woodward and his wife, and they get highly remunerated, justifiably. So that gets us down to 90 million shares in the float. Now, it's my understanding that up in Canada, in and around the early investment banking stages, high net worth and investors close to the company, that there's something like 60 million shares held, people that bought it, put away in their drawer, and I'm talking big money in some cases, 5 million, 7 million, 10 million shares. I've heard it's about 60 million shares. I can't, in our mind, we'll put an asterisk next to this, but I'm trying to give you a reason to be cautious in selling. So that's actually being conservative to use the full number. It might be as much as 60 million or more shares closely held up in Canada. So that leaves 30 million in the float. Maybe it doesn't leave that much. Maybe it doesn't leave that much because I didn't include Dr. Tom Kors. I didn't really include an accurate number of the insiders, because this isn't necessarily, this is just a group that kind of all collected over time. And then you take our shares out, which might partly be counted in there. We've got 23 million. You could actually see that the fact is there's no free shares. There's no free shares. Maybe 5 million, maybe none, maybe negative. So my problem at 55 extreme is if it goes up for good reasons to 55 very quickly, and you just arbitrarily sell there, who's to say it's not on its way to equilibrium at 125? You don't know the equilibrium yet. And so if you just get out, just because you arbitrarily pick it, thinking you'll get back in on a pullback, there may be nothing for sale of the real stock. And the high frequency traders that win so well at 50, down at 25 cents, at $55, they're not going to win. And it's going to imply that institutions have been buying, because in those numbers I just gave you, to get it to 55, you're going to have to have had an institution or two or three buy 10 million shares each or whatever number. So my point is extreme. At 55 bucks, if you're trading it as what you're trying to imply, you get out, you may not be able to get back in. Now you listen to the guy that's on Discord with his laughing assistant, Platinum, aptly named Platinum Blonde. She goes, wait, you can buy it, you can sell it, and you're saying I can't buy it again? Yeah, at that price, you might not be able to get back in again. You might not be. So the real reason is, why is it at 55? I don't remember the calculation at 240. That you must be, maybe it's in that clip, but I stand by it. I mean, the 240, you'd have a $60 billion company. Is it possible? Yes. But we don't have enough information to believe it's going to get there quickly. It could. If Railtown's orchestration layer is deemed to be the critical Canadian orchestration layer, or if for some reason its solution wins out by however big groups of people choose one thing over all the other alternatives, 60 billion is possible, but it's not high probability right now. I would say with the information we have right now, it's, I don't know, 5% odds. And I said, I didn't use those exact numbers, but I said that whenever I put those higher numbers out, that's what could happen, but it's not what I'm planning on happening. I've stuck by 55 as my really wow number for a long time. And I still stick by that extreme that it can get to 55. But why are you leaping there? Let's get to the 2, the 3, the 5, the 8, the 15, the 20, and see what information we have. But yes, I think if you're going to treat this stock like you treat other stocks day trading, what might surprise you is, as long as it's under $1, maybe your strategy would work. But as it crosses $1, that's going to bring in institutions, assuming they like it, who can add at $1. As it crosses $2, it brings in new ones there. As it crosses $5, $7, and all of a sudden, particularly at $10, you can be pretty assured that every institution in the North America can buy into Railtown. And if it gets that far, based on institutional buying, and you're waiting for a pullback, you might as well be waiting on Godot. So I think being arbitrary is, taking profits is idiotic. It's just as idiotic as buying a stock without determining what you think it's worth before you buy it. It's just as idiotic. If you're arbitrarily picking points to sell, it means you don't know what Railtown is worth. And you might miss out on a huge amount of upside. Now, my second reason I'd give you is a little bit, it should have been done differently, but it's a little bit different. Okay. So my second reason, extreme, not to take profits is because if you're professional and you're an institutional player and you're using your discipline to try to make outsized gains, you invest, maybe you set your goal to invest in 12 alternative investments. And here's a listing of 11. There's the 12th. And the question is, what should be the 12th? Now, ideally, if you're an institution, you already have your money and you place your bets over a relatively short period of time, but it can take a year or 2 years or longer. But you end up placing 12 investments, and your goal is to outperform your class, I guess, the section of the financial pages like AI or energy or high growth stocks or whatever category you're in. Your goal is to pretty much stay in the top 10%, maybe the top quintile. Well, if you've invested your choice over the last period of time to spread it out over 12 stocks, you invested in AME and GMC and MMTLP and MMAT and Finger and GTII and Vocal and ZJYL and GDC and G-Bucks and MTEN, and there's other names. It's just what came. Well, you've experienced the record that I suggested before. 6 stocks essentially go to zero. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it's 5. Of these 12, 5 stocks went to zero. So 5 went to zero. So you had 100% losses there. And if you split the money kind of evenly, that's 50% of your investable funds went to zero. So you didn't stop your losses, you didn't take profits, you just held on till the bitter end. Some of those are trading at 0.0008, but essentially zero. And then, depending on where you got in, you have 4 stocks that are way down. They're basically down 90%. You have ZJYL down over 90%. You have G-Bucks down over 90%. You have MTN down 95%. You have Finger maybe down 85%. So the ratios are adding up. You allocated your money maybe without pre-planning it, but this is where we are. 5 of the stocks went to zero. 4 are nearly a write-off. And then there should be 1, 2, or 3 that, kind of survivable. But, and sure enough, the 2 meme stocks probably, depending on how you traded it, probably you're probably at break even. So out of your portfolio of 12, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that complete write-offs. You've got 4 that essentially are hopeless, but they're still alive and kicking. They're just down 80, 90%. And you've got 2 that are break even. Well, if you're a portfolio manager, an institutional guy, or my audience is now very sophisticated. If your portfolio, the amount of capital that you were going to allocate is somewhere around $275,000, right now, half of it's gone. I mean, I guess I can quickly calculate it so we can come up with a number. Let's say you have 275 divided by 12. So you've put about 23 grand in each investment. Let's see what 250 is divided by 12. Let's see what 250 is divided by 11. So let's use 22.5 times 11. Okay, so we put 22.5 in each investment, let's say. So we invested 247.5, and so the rest is cash, or it's in some other thing, but it still exists in our portfolio. It's still cash or a cash like holding. All right, so 5 of those are completely gone, 5 out of 11. So 247 divided by 11 times 5. $22.5 times 5. So we've total wipeout on 112,500. Okay, it's gone. And then I'm going to call the other 4, because I've got in my example ZJYL down 90%, G-Bucks down 90, MTN down 95, and Finger at 85. I'm going to say those 4 all are down 90% on average. So that's 22.5 times 4 times so we're down another 81,000 there. So in total, even though we're doing this backward looking, we're down 193,000. We're down 193,000 in our portfolio. I need one more color. There, what's that color? Okay, so we're down. So on our 275, I'll just tell you the numbers because there's no room to write them here. On our 275 that we had as our investment, even though we're backward looking now, we should have started with an allocation. On 275, we have a loss of 193.5. So we are left with an account that's only 81,500, and 4 of the stocks still have 10% of their value. So we have 9 grand in stock value, and we have an unallocated position of 22.5. So if we take 275 minus the what we invested was 247,500. So we have 27,500 in cash, and we have 22.5 that we haven't invested yet. That's in cash. And we have $9,000 worth of stock. So basically, we have a portfolio that somehow I've made a bad calculation here. Oh, I see. That we're down more than the 193. Let me just do that. 275 minus 193. $82. So 5 times 22.5 is 112, and 4 times 22.5 202. Well, anyway, I can't reconcile it exactly, but my point is we're probably down over that because I made a mistake. But here's our portfolio. We've invested in 12 companies. We've left one slot open, or we've made the investment. Maybe that's what's wrong in my calculation. And we decided our 12th stock would be Railtown. Now, I've advised people to concentrate everything here, but to start our example, let's say we put the 22.5 into Railtown. And if we add that one in, we're down probably at least 50 to 60% on that one. Now, what your suggestion is, Extreme, is when this goes, let's see what you said. Doubled or tripled. So let's say we got into Railtown at 50 cents. And it's the same position as everything else. Your suggestion is if it goes to doubled or tripled or whatever you say, let's just use the double. Let's take the cash out of this deal. to make it simpler, and let's say we just allocated $247,000 across 7 stocks. That makes it work. We'll ignore the cash. So now we're down probably 193. It could be a little bit more. So your idea is if this position here, the 1/12 of our portfolio, doubled, we should get out. What's wrong with that? So the 22.5 becomes $45,000, I guess, $44,000, 44.5. No, actually, it becomes 45,000, right? Yeah, 45. So your idea is, well, if this Railtown goes up to 45, I'm going to make this number correct. We're down, right now we're down 9 plus, if we paid 50 cents for Railtown, we would be down 11. Okay, so call it 20. So the losses in this account right now, just to keep it, they're approximately 227,500 right now. That's how much we're down. So in this portfolio, and most people here have similar experience, we're down 227,500 approximately. 4 stocks are alive because we're hanging on because they're going to go up. There's going to be a short squeeze. Of course there is. And then we have Railtown, which is down 50%. Now, your point is extreme. If this is our original money. If Railtown doubles, or if it triples, or whatever, some of these higher numbers, why not just get out? Well, the obvious thing is it's not going to make this portfolio work if you just get out when this is doubled or tripled. You're not making that back. That's number one reason. It breaks the whole theory. You had 12 stocks, 12 investments. You knew from the start, this is how portfolio managers think, 6 are going to crap out, 3 or 4 are going to not do so well, 2 or 3, a couple of, basically break even, maybe up, down 10%, and 1's going to be your winner. Now, if private equity followed your rule of just getting out when it doubles, they wouldn't succeed. Most of those companies that invested in the young funds that invested in Google, and I saw Google before anyone ever heard about it. I met one of the board members. Well, I was on the board with someone that I think he was on the board at Google. He certainly said he was very close, very arrogant guy. But he, if funds did this strategy and they owned Google, and if it doubled, they got out, they lost money. If it triples, then they got out, they lost money. That's how a fund thinks. So your idea of getting out, you just reduce your losses and you're still trapped in misery. Now, the third reason goes back to the first reason. You shouldn't sell the stock when you have no idea what it's worth just because it doubled. Nor should you buy it when you have no idea what it's worth. We've done here Extreme as a very sophisticated technology fund here. We have done the due diligence. And I'm not going to go through the calculations. I'm just going to tell you if Railtown goes to the equivalent of Lang Chain last year, it's $5.50 a share. So why would I sell when it doubled or tripled? Why wouldn't I at least wait for when it's equivalent to Lang Chain's valuation of a year ago? And that's just starting. We don't know what Lang Chain's valued at now. I would predict to you that the private equity boys and girls are going to stuff Lang Chain into retirement accounts or into Microsoft at over 10 billion or maybe 20 billion. And then you've got a much bigger number. If Railtown exits this year with projected 2027 revenue of 50 million, $100 million, or 150 million. Now you think that sounds pie in the sky because you don't know the story, you don't know the market, you don't know what they're addressing. But if you take these numbers and you use an admittedly, it's not the highest multiple, it's not even the median, but depending, you might call it the median, I guess. It's in the middle, 25x to 50x, but some of the multiples are even higher. We're going to use 35. 35x. Okay, so we're going to use 35x. Now, if you don't like, that's for 2027. That's not this year, 2027. If you don't like these revenues for 2027, say it's 2028. And by then, I think the revenues will be higher. You would have to adjust this multiple downward maybe for another year. Maybe you use 30. But let's just go with this right now. You've got 1.75 billion at 50 million in revenue, all the way down to 5.25 billion. Let's work it out to share prices. Remember, Extreme, two things. These are forward 12-month numbers, and institutions will bring those numbers today and put a multiple on it. I'm using 35x. That's because this is a white hot area, critical area to make hundreds of billions and trillions committed work. It could be 50x, it could be 70x, it could be 85x like LangChain was. I'm using 35. That gives a 750 share price target, or a $15 share price target, or a $22 share price target. And the key is these are not static numbers. These are growing. This, in my mind, is conceivable for 2027. But if it's not the full year, at some point you pick in 27, let's say the end of March, an analyst sits down for the forward 12 months from March to March. They come up with these numbers. It's going to be an ever-growing revenue, and once it starts, it's not going to stop. So why would you sell when you doubled? Why would you sell when you tripled? You have a better idea? This is the stock because we are now an institutional, sophisticated tech portfolio. This is the stock. This is the 1 out of the 12 that's going to make our portfolio a hero. So why would we sell when we double or triple? It's out of context, my friend. If you're a day trader, if you're a gambler, go ahead. But that's not what we are. We are a small, sophisticated, ragtag, bespoke, both technology venture capital fund. And we've done over a year of due diligence, hard due diligence, with as much as we can know. We know the market. We know there's risk in the overall market. We know the total addressable market. We know the part they play in it. We understand the stack, and we understand the magnitude of 10, 20, 30 years revenue at 100% margin from this layer. And you're just starting with 2027. I think this is the weakest of my calculations as I think about it. I've done it a lot. But we don't have enough information. So I don't know how to do it differently. But Railtown is going to have, and they're already in commercialization extreme. Railtown is going to have Railtown is going to have probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 revenue streams. Consulting, which doesn't excite me because it doesn't get a high multiple, but brings in cash and it makes people familiar with the Railtrax ADK. Consulting, I would put, considering they hired WSI, I don't know the size of the revenues of that market, but I don't know. That's probably going to be in tens of millions of dollars next year. It could be more than that, but I don't know. Then you have the AIP cross-selling to the 5,000 end users. And this might be technically the same thing, but you have the AIP 200 companies who are developing their products that are on top of data centers, and they have their users, but they're going to sell it to the world, but they're using the Railtown platform. Now that, I don't know how to say that those are separate or maybe they're the same. Then you have the potential of the cash flows, which will start happening at some point from the AIP partners when they roll it up, right? Then you have the cash flows from companies. They get a consulting fee, but you have all those SMEs signing up to use rail tracks, rail engine, and conductor. And then 6, I think it incorporates so many different things, but I'm just going to put the one that stands out to me. If Railtown is on the interface with the raw investments, the raw iron on the TELUS data center, the Rimouski and the Kamloops, and I'm going to guess, because of the signaling we've seen, on the Hive Bell data center, just to start with. And I think there'll be more if you're going to build a competitor to the big ones. And remember, Extreme, the Canadian government is behind all this. But anyway, I just thought of 6 revenue sources. There might be 7, or you might combine these, but I see 6 different streams of revenue that are all significant. Any one of these streams would make a nice company. I'm going to ignore all of these and focus on the toll booth or the revenue split at the data centers. What is that toll booth, Extreme? Well, that toll booth is essentially, as AI moves to agentic AI, which is going to, I think, be based, which I learned from Ward, be based on the the Vera Rubin chip, being able to expand, aggressively expand the capacity of these stacks to process agent to agent. That's not human being to agent, human being to human being. That's agent to agent. That's what Jensen Huang said 4 months ago. The age of the agentic era is here, or however he said it. Well, those agents, for a company to make this leap, they have to address 3 or 4 critical issues before a CEO is going to move his or her data and fully entrust it to AI. Now, if you're asking me, is there a risk that AI might hallucinate or there might be some false steps? You would be on fairer ground with me, but I think they'll fix all that. But there may be missteps. But as people make this conversion, apparently in Europe, it's already at 40%. In Canada, the true number is probably 6%. So there's a lot of room for conversion. But you need to beat, let's just pick on Microsoft. You have to beat Microsoft at cost. You have to beat Microsoft at security/safety. And you have to beat Microsoft at redundancy. And once those 3 things are there, if it's an even trade-off, you got to beat them at sovereignty. So out of those 4, we know they're going to win in sovereignty as it's defined today. On cost, I think at least at TELUS, there's a very good chance that you can beat them on cost. Why? because the electricity, the power going through TELUS is around 40% of the average being paid anywhere else. Why? Because of the St. Lawrence Seaway. So I think you can beat them on cost. Then you get to safety and security of data. You don't want the data lost, and you don't want your data out over the internet. You don't want your data leaked. You don't want the CIA to have it. Well, that's a tougher trust barrier. Microsoft has worked on that for, what, 40 years? So that's a significant area. How do you make sure that these agents are not going to hallucinate, that are not going to give your data away, are not going to destroy your data? And also, I put it here, but it might belong in cost. How are you going to make sure your agents don't spend tokens like a drunken sailor? How do you know that the agents aren't going to go in a spending loop and consume your entire budget in 15 minutes? Those are real issues. And then the final one is redundancy. Redundancy is if you've got your airline systems and reservations and travel tickets and guests and changes and points all in trusted to AI, and all of a sudden there's, I don't know, a hurricane hits Dallas Fort Worth, and it sends all the flights a frenzy. You do not want your data to go down at that point. What saves it? Redundancy. And right now, TELUS has essentially one data center operating. Where's the redundant in that? There's no redundant in that. Hive, Buzz, BC, even if they are in it, as far as I know, their data centers aren't even ready yet. But they might have more redundancy with Paraguay and Sweden. I don't know how the distance works. And TELUS will have redundancy once Kamloops is up, which, by the way, is close to being done. It's not pie in the sky. But how do you match the redundancy of Microsoft and its 400 data centers? Those are the big questions. The answer is you need that, what's called broadly the orchestration framework, but it's now being called what kind of it is, the agentic or the AI orchestration or the agentic cloud interface. They don't know, the names are evolving, but you need that. So what does Railtown do, Extreme? Rail Engine ingests data, but it also ingests every language out there. And I might be overlapping all of the tools. It's a collective platform. But Rail Engine does it at real time, which helps, by the way, robotics. Yeah. Rail Engine ingests real time. It'll help with financial trading, all sorts of things. Rail tracks, which is the part that is given to developers as a tool so developers can build their own agents and then be incorporated in the Railtown ecosystem, or not. They can just use that. But if they want to get the advantages of Rail Engine and Conductor, I think the best platform together that's out there, they integrate, once they build their agents, they integrate it in all three. But that's that's the developer side. On the data center side, you've got the Rail Engine for ingestion, you've got the Rail Tracks for running and managing the agents or doing something. But the key one is Conductor. It orchestrates and it guides the agents. I think it does all of them, but I don't know where each tool skill is, but it governs the agents. It keeps the agents on track. It keeps the agents, if there's a bug, it finds it and stops it. If there's a hallucination or if there's a token going out of whack, it stops it real time, millisecond. The other thing it does, which is amazing when you think about it, if Canada wants to be an alternative to Microsoft, one way to do it is to link all of the data centers, particularly the sovereign ones, together, so that if something's down, or if there's a virus or a bug, or there's some sort of crash, or there's an overheating, because they're all connected and you're using Conductor, you can move that traffic instantaneously, faster than you can blink. You can move it over to another data center. That's your redundancy. So I don't know how to calculate it, and I may be way off, but on the TELUS, they have announced a goal of getting $2 billion in annual revenues by 2028. That could be next year, but I would say 2028, from AI-enabled technologies. Well, right now their AI-enabled technology is the data centers, but I don't fully understand. So I cross that off and use $1 billion. That might be too high. I have no idea, but we got to go with what we got. And the Buzz Hive, I saw numbers. I don't know if I misunderstood them, but I saw numbers and I ran it through AI. I'm doing it by memory. I'm leaving out the multiplier effect, which comes from when you're selling usage. It's not just the raw iron, it's the enhanced ability of the products, of the agents. And one of those enhanced abilities is to rent out the room more than one time a day. Many times a day. So I remember a number of 4.5 billion of eventual revenue to as high as 7 billion. Just from these two sets of customers. TELUS, which we know it's been announced. Buzz, which I'm assuming, we don't know it. I've cut this down to $1 billion, and this is much bigger numbers, but I'm going to cut this down to $1 billion too, because I don't know if I'm reading it exactly right, so I want to risk it. And I also don't even know if $1 billion's right, so I'll risk this more. So those combined numbers, which could be as high as 9 billion, I'm just going to cut them down to 2 billion in annual recurring revenue that's going to come off of 2 client data centers if Railtown is the critical piece, where the monetization of AI is going to occur, and Railtown's going to be the toll booth, I'll use $2 billion. Now you may say, well, wait a minute, you're making all that up. I'm not going to show you a year's worth of due diligence. You can do it yourself. You can find it. But if you use $2 billion in annual recurring revenue that is split, and if you assume Railtown, because it's critical, and I will admit that these calculations are wild ass guesses. I think they're based in some reality, but as we get more information, good and bad, we'll adjust them. But right now, we got to go with what we have. These are announced numbers that I have chopped. But I will admit I might be misunderstanding them. But that doesn't mean they're going to be zero. So let's use 20%. I don't think it's 10%. It could be 30, but I don't think it's 40 or 50%. Maybe it's 15, maybe it's 25. I use 20%. Again, a number we may never see. So if 20% goes to Railtown, it's nearly 100% margin extreme because the cost is borne by the data center builder and provider. So it's nearly 100% margin. You know what else it is extreme? Sticky. Once you have it, you have it. What else is it? It's growing. But those are two numbers. So what does that work out to? Extreme. That's 400 million in annual recurring revenue for Railtown. $400 million. 400 million. Sticky, growing. So if you think it's wrong for 2028, just move it out to 2030. 400 million. 400 million. You start with 2 billion, give Railtown 20%. You multiply that out. It's really valuable. It's sticky. 400 million. Sounds pretty good to me. If we use the same 35x, which could be 50x, remember it's the growth. If this is compounding every year at 50%, you'll get a 50x multiple. But we don't know those numbers now. So if we use 35, and I'll use 20, just because I know you wanna be skeptical. I think you do. I mean, this is gonna shiver your timbers. But this is the biggest reason not to sell when it doubles, or when it hits some arbitrary rule of thumb for the day trader. Finger hurts so much. It's getting better. The odd thing about gout, you get two periods of pain. One when it's on, but one is also when it's going away. They're both very painful, but they're different. And the good part about when it's going away you know it's going away. So you just got to wait another day or 2 or 3. So you got that going for you. So in this calculation, my friend, I'm not sure you are, but you get a target at the 20x I'm just dividing it by the fully diluted number of shares. Something you can do, everybody there can do. Ah, all my, everything runs out of ink. So Extreme, the reason not to follow your bumper sticker, day trading, swing trading rules, I gave you in the first case. If you take, as we are, we are now a professional, institutional, small fund. And we made 12 bets. Our first 11 are already in the books. They crapped out, essentially. And there's no hope. Some people might have hope, but on a strict, as a fund, at the end of the year, we're gonna treat that as no hope. Maybe sooner. Write them off. The one that's working is Railtown. It's still, the price is still down. So if you're so narrow-minded, the only thing you look at is price, well, yeah, that's in performance. And you get heat for that. You get heat from the clients, you get heat from your wife, you get heat from your brain. But the fundamentals are better and getting better. And the example I just gave you, if Railtown achieves 400 million in ARR in 2028, doesn't mean you got to wait that long for price action. At 20x, you've got a $34 stock. At 35x, you got a $60 stock. $60 stock. Now, you got to assume that the AI trade doesn't panic out the market, because those margins, those multiples will contract. But I don't think the revenue's going away. The odd thing is, if the AI market gets in trouble, the orchestration layer becomes more important. Railtown becomes more important. I spent a lot of time answering that question, so I'm going to move on. I think, bottom line, I think it's stupid to take your profits on arbitrary rules of thumb and arbitrary targets. I think you would behoove yourself to do your own due diligence, do some of your own arithmetic and scenarios, know what your company's worth. Don't throw a gold bar out with the walls you tore out of a rehab house because you didn't take time to go through the rubbish. All the other stocks are rubbish. Don't treat this stock like rubbish. Anyway, that's my answer. Donna M. Good afternoon. Stay hydrated, William. Thank you, Donna. That's a good point. It's a good point. Thank you. 309. I'll never get done tonight. I'll try. Rimouski has 500 chips, H200s. If they're processing 70 billion parameter workloads, 3 trillion tokens per month is about 80 to 85% efficiency. But Harbison. Well, let's keep going. I see that Ward. All right, I want to make one point first, Harbison, before I get to Ward's point. You're right. You're bloody well right. But what if, and I don't know the units, I'm not sure anybody knows how tokens are going to be charged, but the best example I can give is if you hire an attorney, and if it's a high-powered one, he might charge you $3,000, $4,000. Let's say $4,000. Let's say $3,000 an hour. And he breaks it down so that if he talks to you for any part of 20 minutes, any part, 1 minute, he's going to bill you for 20 minutes. So he's going to bill you, or she's going to bill you $1,000, whether you talk for a minute or 19 minutes. She's going to bill you $1,000. So I don't know how the units of measure here with these things, the GPUs, but just imagine that scenario is a GPU. And let's just say that the GPU is charging $3,000 a unit, but they subdivide it into 3 parts. So if your agent touches it for a nanosecond, they got to pay that 1/3 of the total cost. And I don't know. Let's say that the cost of a GPU is $3, and you can rent it. Most agents only touch it for a fraction of that divisible. I suppose it'd be just easier to not break it into parts and just call it one part. And let's say whatever that unit of measure is costs $3 for that GPU to run it, to build it, all in costs. And let's say you run it out to meet the competition right now, you run it out at $2. So you're losing $1 per unit. But you're keeping up, you're doing a lot of volume. Well, currently, as I understand it, and I'm assuming here this unit of whatever for one, currently when the agent touches it, that's the full utilization, and it's off the market for whatever that unit is. Imagine a world where you have the very nice Rubin things, chips, and they can run agents at lightning speed, and you would add to it the conductor and the rest of it, but the conductor, and maybe conductor can allow, let's say, I don't know, pick a number, 7 agents to touch that GPU in that same unit of usage, whatever it's called. So that, why could it do it? Because the conductor will know if it's free. Now I think they have to manage it and just block out enough time. I don't know I'm not an engineer, but the conductor with all the other tools will know instantaneously, nanosecond, that it's free. So it can direct business to that GPU, and it gets 7 agents to touch it, and 7 of those agents pay $2.50 in my idiotic example. So you've turned a cost of $3 from a loss of 50 cents to a profit of I can't do the arithmetic, 7 times 2.5. 17.5 minus 3, you've turned it into a profit of 14.5. Amazing. That's how you get huge, almost ski slope returns when the Genic AI is fully run. Clip it. All right, let's go right here. Extreme. June 9, you approached TTTMF with an interview, and ever since down it goes. But you did get some in here to buy at the high point in the following days. I believe it was 23, now 14. Well, I don't know what you're accusing me of. You're saying that I don't have perfect vision. And you're also saying that the story is over as well, I guess. You know, you can't take your day trading strategies and your, I don't know, hot money views to these trades. The reason on TTTMF, I thought I had arranged for another interview, and the guy didn't get back to me. We had a very nice talk, and I intend to reach out to him again over this period of time of July and August, because it's going to be slow otherwise. And I assumed that he just decided, for news reasons maybe, that he couldn't talk, but I know he will. He's very enthusiastic, and I intend to have another interview. That's one. 2, what has been happening with Railtown has, for me anyway, taken quite a priority, because I feel like, and now I'm starting to think you work with those guys, but I think this colluding complex of crushers are a real threat. So I really think, and there's other things going on in my life too, by the way. I have on several fronts, I have a lot of things that not only take time, but they take a lot of my mind. So I'm just one person. But anyway, I have decided that I need to defend and explain to people that the high frequency trading combine is going to thrash, regardless of good news, regardless of fundamentals, regardless of revenues that may be something we're predicting, but they haven't been announced, regardless of anything, regardless of the advisory board, how good the people are on it. Any stock caught in the silling fields, that's a K instead of, that's a C instead of a K with the S sound, silling fields of the under $5 price, Doesn't matter. None of it matters. They're going to get crushed by you. It's going to happen. And then you come here to blame me? Come on. Come on. It's you guys doing it. But what changes it, as I just learned with kind of with the help of AI, but just with a kind of one of those light bulb moments, the only thing that changes it is institutional buying. That's coming for Railtown. And I think it's going to come for total metals as well. I haven't found that, I've brought it up every time, but I haven't found that I've had enough time to fully go into it. And I'm trying to learn and think how I can do it. Because if I have a live just about total metals, it's going to basically annoy a lot of people. If I knew, Extreme, with my limited technology here, how to put an hour together with presentations, and I can't do the scrolling, I can't link in a website. It's very limited what I can do. I would do that, but I don't know how to do it. And I do intend to, this week, in fact, on my list, to get an interview. If I don't get one, I'm going to do it myself. But I think Total Metals is a screaming buy. And at 14 cents, unbelievable. What you have with Total Metals is just literally an elevator pitch. With Total Metals, you have not the entire, but you have the white-haired team that found the property that Goldcorp bought and developed, made Goldcorp. It's public now, I guess. But the success of Goldcorp are these guys, or part of this, a major part of this success. And you're in the I forget what they call it, the gold corridor. There's the Golden Triangle, and then this is in the middle of the country. You're near plants, smelters, highways, power, and you're in an area where it's been successful for decades. And these guys just finished a drilling program, and they announced everything. And you already know you guys know that you do this. Whatever the news is, you turn on the combines and you start reaping. And then everyone goes, oh, it must be bad news. Because I don't know what it is about your generation. Nobody reads anything. But that's true of Ham too. So maybe it's not generational. But you don't read anything. You don't study anything. I don't know how you got through school. But hey, that's your life. And again, Extreme, the key is to know what you're investing in and what it's worth. I believe Total Metals is probably worth now something between 60 cents and $1 a share. One of the risks with Total Metals, of course, because that's your game, is as a successful resource company, it's going to inhale capital. So whatever the good news is, if you can keep the price down and panic people out, you can have a quick trade. But your idea is they're going to do a toxic financing down the road. They're not going to do toxic financing. One of the guys invested a long time ago in GTII. He's not going to do toxic financing. And if he even is listening, I would tell him to call me first before he signs anything. I'll make sure you guys don't have an exit. But anyway, what's the upside? In other words, what I think the company is worth is 3, 4, 5, 6 times what it's trading for, just so you're clear, just on a baseline. But what could happen and what I fully expect to happen, but it might not, you don't know. But they're going to do it. And if it doesn't come through that time, they'll do it again. But they're going to go down in a drilling program starting, I think, now. That's why I want to get the guy on. And I don't think it'll take very long. Extreme. And they are drilling deeper and in between, I'm using my words, where gold has already been found. And I think this drilling program could make the stock $2 or $3 after those results are announced. It's drilling, so you can't promise it, but these guys know what they're doing, and they have a huge target, and they know where to drill. They've done it for 30, 40 years. And the other thing is, I believe once this program is drilled out, and if it does confirm what they think is there, there's a major that bought something like 85% of the property, sort of ringing them because it's leases. I don't know the name. I think I found it. But I think in all the records, they used nominee LLCs. So no one really knows. But they've already tried to buy this. They've called the company and said, we want to have that. But the company doesn't want to sell it until they prove it up. And I think once it's proven up, the company might get bought out, or at least this part of the company would be bought out. That'd be a lot of fun. So it's all about probabilities and what happens. It's not about the day-to-day stock price. And again, extreme. Because of you guys, the stock price is not telling anybody about the company. The stock price is telling you that the combine is coming down the row, turning around and coming back again. And it has nothing to do with the fundamentals. The only risk that's relevant is your modus operandi is to drive the price down so far that when the company runs out of money, it is dilutive when they do the financing. I don't believe, and I would have to check the materials that I have to give you the exact number. I don't believe they need money right now. I think they're fully funded for this drilling program. They may be funded for the fall. But I do think they will do a funding if the stock goes up. That's why, extreme, I suggested to people to buy 17, maybe up to 24. And then when the stock doubles, sell half, get your money off. Obviously, if the stock's down, I would say buy it. And now I would probably say, if you buy it at 14, wait till the stock triples and only sell a third of it and you get your money back. That's how I would see that opportunity now. I would think this is all the more reason to buy Total Materials. The news they announced, the results they announced are very good on the spring drilling. And the key part of it showed that that prospect is expandable. The resource can be bigger than what they see. That's fantastic. Now, gold and silver are in a bit of a pullback. The world is a little worried, and everyone's going on vacation. But if the what happens in the Middle East turns into a forever war, and if oil prices go to 250, and if the United States, if let's say there's a financial nightmare, maybe started because of the Apollos and BlackRock's using the insurance companies they acquired to get, and then offering massive bounty to the brokers to push it, to get retirees basically to fund the AI build out. And then they reinsure that in Bermuda. If the cracks start flowing there, what I would expect is that they'll rework all of those annuity contracts, and retail go, oh my God, I'm only getting 4%, or I'm only getting 0 now, and I've got to be locked in, and I still have risk. What? Oh my gosh, it could be the start. That could be the black swan that starts the collapse. But I don't know. None of us know. But if the US government has to rescue this market, and as you know, Extreme, if you pay attention to me, I still think that the market, my view now, I haven't listened to anybody in quite a while, it's my view, that this pullback is probably that. It's just a correction. But the risk is September and October, where everybody gets back to their desk, and the managers, they're all lemmings. They all do the same. Remember, their goal is to protect their career. Their goal is to stay in the top quintile. They want to do the same thing everybody else is doing. And so if their mass decision is, we got to get out of data centers and we got to get into gold, for example, that's going to happen after September or during September and onward. But if there's a collapse in the market, and the market has basically been 7 or 8, 10 stocks, and it leads to insurance companies reeling, and it leads to 1 or 2 of the AI companies, I'd pick Oracle and OpenAI as a start. If it leads to 1 or 2 of those to topple, or if it leads to one of the banks getting in trouble, or maybe one of the private credit groups, maybe Apollo or BlackRock, the Federal Reserve is going to have to come and rescue our economy. And I don't know if anyone will trust it anymore. Not with what we're doing to our reputation in the Middle East, Europe, and possibly, another thing, Extreme, that could change our world is it looks like China's going to take advantage of our weakness and go take Taiwan. And if we get mad enough and just blow up those factories, the chips market goes askew. The financial markets are in the total nightmare. Anyway, there's some scenarios where the Federal Reserve, my opinion, grows its balance sheet to $50 trillion. Rescuing not only the US and US banks, but Europe, Japan, and the rest of the world. It acts as the central bank to the rest of the world. And then I would imagine the federal government expands its debt at least to 50 trillion, maybe 60 trillion, that we don't, on budget. And maybe more, maybe it goes to 100 trillion, trying to get us out of the next debacle. Anyway, Extreme, in that environment, gold, silver, oil and gas are going to go to astronomical per unit dollar prices, and the miners, Extreme, are going to soar. So you take a note of 14 cents, you put it in your pocket and giggle and Google that you got William. Doesn't matter about me. The macro trend is in favor of gold. I would guess that gold is headed ultimately to $100,000 an ounce, but most of it will be the collapse of the dollar. I would say gold is headed to 10,000, 20,000, and the outside range of 40,000 per ounce, which is your wealth creation. It's your wealth creation. The rest will be just protecting your wealth. So you can ridicule it and live in your fantasy that you can make a living day trading, but you're going to be day trading dollars that are worth a lot less than they are now. And the miners are going to take people on a ride you've never seen. One of the reasons I like Total Metals, I've spoken with and albeit briefly, gotten to know management. It matches everything I know in the resource space of where you want to be. And it's a small position, by the way. And we thoroughly went through the risks of financing, which is why I think you take a little off the table. And it's intended to be a distraction from what I thought would be a lot longer wait for Railtown. And, you know, you got to live with the lay of the play of the ball and what's going on the field. And the majority of people here own Railtown. So I've had to focus on that. But I'm very excited about Total Metals. And I wish I had money. I would buy triple, quadruple Total Metals. So thanks for pointing it out that it's really cheap. I can see now you're not really a friend of the audience. Harbison, the 2,300 Hive GB200s in process. Let me go back. The 2,300 Hive GP200s. I guess that's where the Senate starts. And process about 50 trillion tokens a month at 80-85 efficiency with 70 billion PRAM workloads. See, I don't even know what PRAM is, but that's amazing. 50 trillion? Just imagine if Railtown's the toll booth or the meter maid. Or it's just splitting revenue. Ward Richardson, Harbison, great post. Let's look at this another angle. Imagine if they had all 3,000 GPUs in there, and imagine if it were the very, very nice chips, and if it was all agentic. And then put a multiple on it for the improvement in the end product. The numbers are incredible. Oh, there, Harbison's saying that already. When the 60K Vera Rumens come online in British Columbia, we are talking 7 quadrillion tokens per month. Wow, and it'll grow from there. 7 quadrillion. And remember, Harbison and Ward, remember, Railtown is not splitting profits. Railtown is taking their cut at the front door. You want to come into the dance? It's $5, $15. You want a table up with the hot chicks? $100. They take it before there's any splitting or debate between the various partners, they take it. That's how I understand it. We'll find out. I mean, we don't know all the facts yet, but we know enough. Extreme. By the way, I have a good position in rail. It's just hold it till it gets to whatever certain amount is a bad idea. See now, guys, he's trying to befriend you that he owns a lot, and therefore his ownership gives him a right to tell you to be stupid. Um, Again, the way you come up with a sell price in Railtown is to calculate what it's worth. And frankly, we don't have enough information to know what the high number target should be. We don't have it. We don't have enough information, in my opinion, to know when to sell yet. I think as we get information, we'll know. And I was trying to explain, I think at $55, it'd be very difficult for me to sell if it hit $55 on, let's say we're right that the Buzz Hive BC thing comes through, and we're right about TELUS, and let's say we're right about that it's going to be somewhere else. Let's pick something. Let's say Germany. Let's pick Germany. And let's pick the United States for the hay of it. So let's pick two more. Let's pick Saudi Arabia. I don't know. And let's pick I'm trying to think of one that is not too far afield. Let's say two in the United States. So that's six different revenue sources. So let's say they announce over the period of, I don't know, from September to the middle of October, they announce Buzz, they announce TELUS, they announce, let's say, two things in the United States, they announce Germany, and they announce Saudi Arabia. I'm making them up. I have no idea. But let's just say 6 clusters get announced. And extreme, if we can then do the arithmetic, which is what is the total addressable market? What are, for example, these guys are saying quadrillion tokens per month. What is the deal? What is this, that, and that, and that? We can put in a metric, a model. It might be imperfect. But we do our best. And if that revenue number, by the way, comes up, I just did 2. I did 2 clusters here. And if you multiply that by 3, because this is 2 and you go to 6, if the stock goes to 55 and the ultimate target might be 170 or 190, I don't know that I want to sell at 55. I don't know that I want to day trade. I think it's a bad idea to trade. It depends on the information. You making advice, 1, not knowing what the company is, 2, not understanding the industry, and 3, not understanding the magnitude. You're just, frankly, you're probably just wasting our time. I don't believe you own the stock. And that's just so that when you give advice, people go, oh, he owns it, I'm going to sell it. But secondly, if you do own the stock, I never said, let's see, I have a good position in rail. It's just your hold till it gets to whatever certain amount is a bad idea. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. I don't know what certain amount you're talking about. But I've said all along, Extreme, that it might be choppy getting from here to $5. But once Railtown gets above $5 on the bid with volume, every institution in the world can buy it. I just showed you that the 200 million share float is probably all in strong hands. The only place you guys can find stock is to come here and put fear in my audience. And by the way, the audience is mine that Tony went after. And now Tony claims it's his. Fine. I'm not protecting it. But when he came on gangbusters against me a year ago, and now all of a sudden his smiling face is a friend of the company, I don't trust it. But if the company trusts him, that's fine. That's fine. We'll live with it. I'd rather if they are in fact talking to him, I'd rather they talk to me, because he's just here trying to claim my audience. I'd rather they talk to us directly, but whatever. It's a free country, isn't it? No, your advice is bad. If the stock goes up, whatever makes it go above $5 is going to be institutional buying. If it's under $5, rough range, your buddies are going to high frequency trade it back down. And might go to 8, but you're going to get it back down. The only thing that breaks it out is institutional buying. So you listen to me. If it does break out, it's because of institutional buying. If it breaks out roughly from 5, somewhere in there, it's because of institutional buying. So therefore, anything that gets the stock to $5, $6, $7, $8 gets it to whatever their target is eventually. That might be 15, that might be 25, that might be 35. So they have taken stock off the market and they buy it for 5 years. The insiders know what they have. They're not selling. I think it'd be foolish to just take a profit for the fun of taking a profit. Clip it. You say not for financial advice? Financial advice? Yeah, it's not financial advice. It's advice. But your title says buy. What do you think that means? What it means is I cannot give personal financial advice. I have my opinion. I can give an editorial comment, but I am unable to give any listener financial advice. I do not have a fiduciary relationship with anybody out there. I do not know their individual financial situation. All I can do is educate, opine, and deal with jerks like you. Ward, what if most hyperscalers are only running at effectively 50 to 60% efficiency today? And what if, based on what we're hearing with TELUS at 3 trillion, at 85% efficiency for the tokens, and that is directly tied to the RT stack for that efficiency delta? Ward, I hope you wrote that question down. Ward, I'll read it to you again. What if Ward Harbison says, Ward, what if most hyperscalers are only running at effectively 50 to 60% efficiency today? And what if, based on what we are hearing with Hellas at 3T plus, is 80 to 85% efficiency, and that is directly tied to the RT stack for that efficiency delta? And I'll add in, what if it's multiples of that usage? So Ward, you answer it. There's G Diddy. Hey, G Diddy. extreme. If you found two mint condition 1965 Mustangs and bought them for $1,000 each from auction, would you say, this is a great point. That's a very good point. If you found, this is from G. Diddy, if you found two mint condition 1965 Mustangs and bought them for $1,000 each from auction, would you sell for $2,000 a profit or sell for $100,000 each? Can't go broke, but can be a fool. I love it. Love it. Can't go broke, but can be a fool. That, I should just shut down. That's the best. That's the best thing. If you sell something just because it doubled and you either know or did not know what it's worth, you can't go broke, but you can be a fool. I love it, G. Diddy. If you found two mint condition 1965 Mustangs and bought them for $1,000 each from auction, would you sell for a $2,000 profit? Or would you sell for $100,000 each? Can't go broke, but you can be a fool. When I was young, my stepfather had that year Mustang, and it was mint condition. Anyway, that's great, G. Diddy. That's awesome. Thank you. Clip it. Ricky Brogan. I think institutions will come in as soon as RT shows revenue. Could be a rule. They can't buy till the news starts kicking in. I think, Ricky, that's true of any institution that's been involved, particularly in Canada, but we don't know the extent, in all of the action over the last year. But an institution that trusts their own homework, and an institution that has its own modeling all set up in the orchestration space and is pretty comfortable with that modeling, they can pretty quickly, and with their computers, put a total addressable market. What if Railtown got 3% of it, 10% of it, 5% of it? And they can buy. So as long as they haven't signed an NDA, they can buy, just like you and I. So it can happen. It's just the ones ostensibly who know the story already aren't so far been able to. But there's a whole lot of potential energy out there, particularly in New York City, that can turn kinetic pretty darn quickly. So you've got a good point. They can buy, though. They can buy based on their own models. And don't you forget it, they can. And they may decline, they may talk to the company, I'm almost certain that they'd call and offer to buy stock directly from the company, and they may hear the story, and they may get a good story. But I'll tell you what, the company does not share material non-public information, as you and I both know. And so if they faced a choice, and listen to this, Ricky, if you're a New York fund and you're trying to get ahead, what are those rules again that the guy said? You can cheat, you can lie. Now, what did he say? You can... I forget his 3 rules. But the other one is be first. Oh, he said be smarter than anyone else. You can cheat or you can be first. And he said, I'm not smarter than anybody else, and I don't cheat. We're going to be first, sell everything. Well, that's what is happening in reverse here. And I think it'll happen in New York. That's a bit of a prediction. But I think while a lot of people go to the Hamptons and play, I think there'll be some 26-year-old, 27-year-old that wants to be able to afford a place in the Hamptons someday himself, wants to be able to marry well himself, wants his good kids to go to good schools himself, but he knows he has to work for it, so he'll forego the vacation. I think you're going to see it this August. I think possibly in New York, possibly in Canada, and maybe somewhere else, maybe in Florida, wherever, Palo Alto. But I think some young man somewhere has done this homework and is starting to see it. And I think you're going to see buying because they want to be first. And the thing that gets sub $5 stock out of the mire of the high frequency trading and the whole colluding complex, stealing, is institutional buying. It's the only thing that gets down. And I think it starts while Canada's on vacation. I think Corey will be building out his sales channel per his announcement on WSI. It takes 30 to 90 days. Well, he started in July. 90 days is September, October, November. Boom, 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 like popcorn. I think things are going to be fun after school starts. And I think there's other people that think like me. They don't have to deal with these shills, but they have a pool of money, and I think they'll start buying. That's my gut reaction, Ricky. And I think you have a good point. Clip it. Ward Richardson, Harbison, I know the numbers will be insane. G. Diddy, no issues with being a trader, but the thesis here is that Railtown is an investment. G. Diddy, yes, the case has been made over the past year. Yeah, G. Diddy, I tell you, you and everyone here have behaved like an institution, and you've done such incredible due diligence. All it boils down to is risk reward and probabilities. That's all it boils down to. No one sees the future. No one gets the timing exactly right. And anybody that tells you they can trade and tell you how to trade these piddly stocks on Discord or X or StockTwits or Reddit, if they get it right, my opinion, it's just luck. And you don't see their losses. They make their money. They're either paid by the combiners, the criminal colluding combine, or they are paid by what they get from you monthly. I've tried to be so anti that, but I tell you, the other night when I realized that part of the combine's way of making money is just keeping the stock up with a thin float, man, any discussion that keeps any stock up is helping them. But the difference here, G. Diddy has it exactly right. It's an investment. And we've reverse calculated what it could be worth. And I tell you what's the most unlikely number for Railtown to be worth. And that's anything within the zero range. That's the most unlikely. And we're only, 23 cents away from that? Anything can happen in a short-term trading. But please, guys, these people are coming on here. Like Steve Miller said, they really want to shake your tree. Don't be shaken out. G. Diddy, again, with TTMF analyst report projects 60 cents Canadian. Any price here is good for 2 to 3x. That's what I think. That's great, G. Diddy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think TTMF is it's how I would trade it now that if it's 14, 15 cents, if you can buy it. I would buy a position, and when it triples, sell a third, but you do it by your own comfort level. Keep 2/3 and wait to see what happens when this drilling program starts. Because drilling programs is when people, often when they're big anyway, big potential, that's when a lot of people, the buzz goes around, they start buying. Sell into it a little bit, get your money off the table, and those results could come back in September. And if they're great, the stock could be $1, $2, or $3. That's how you can trade it. And I think it's a brilliant strategy. Thank you very much, G. Diddy, my friend. Clip it. How many of the following are example? Is TELUS a key player for Railtown? Or is Railtown the key player for TELUS? Aha. Now you start thinking. I think TELUS is a key player. I think it's a key player on several fronts. One, I think it's what we've been waiting for. Although I would say I'm astounded at the sheer, I don't know, 7D chess that Corey plays. It may be that what we feel is a wait was all of his plan, because he is commercializing with one of the world's greatest global marketers in this space with a 30, 60, 90-day lead set to closure time. He's targeting the virgin Canadian small and medium enterprise market, which apparently counts for something like 98% of Canadian business. It's like, or enterprises anyway, and that's only 6% penetrated. And while everyone else is at vacation, the 60-year-old Corey Brandolini, or maybe 55-year-old Corey Brandolini, is behaving like a 25-year-old at his first trading desk, and he's skipping vacation, and he's going to work while everyone else isn't looking. And come September, he's going to mow them down like Roger Moore. I think TELUS is a key player for that reason. Clip it. I think TELUS is a key player that was a proof of concept. I think TELUS is a key player because I don't know, chicken or egg, that it got them involved in the Canadian government campaign, that whole thing. But anyway, whatever came first, it deeply embeds Railtown in that whole Canadian, we gotta beat Trump view. And then I think the other reason it's important is TELUS is big. It's not little. It's a $30 billion company, or it was valued that. I don't know. It's gone down. But it does something like 20 billion in revenue. I don't know, or it did. I don't know if that's gone down. And yeah, I think it's a really key player. The new CEO comes from RBC and Merrill Lynch. Carney came from Brookfield, which is why I am fascinated, because Carney's got to prime minister kind of almost installed. And so to me, while BlackRock and Apollo use insurance wrappers, in my opinion, to kind of fool retirees, and they goose the commission to brokers at Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley to do it. So that's their other people's money. They get all the fees and they get the leverage to the upside, but the risk is fobbed off on retail and retirees here in the United States. What fascinates me is up in Canada, it's almost like Brookfield has Carney up there. So Brookfield, which is a legitimate, well-run fund, but Brookfield use their OPM. It's going to be the entire Canadian budget. The full faith and credit and AAA rating of the Canadian government, organized by Mark Carney. It's brilliant. It's fascinating. And it's so in the open. But anyway, I think that being involved in that whole milieu is another reason Railtown and TELUS is critical. Clip it. And then I think the final thing that you're going to find out, and it's a prediction, but I think there's great significance in the fact that Railtown got involved with TELUS, and TELUS had some long title, head of the Rimouski data center, the guy that built the first sovereign AI Canadian factory, NVIDIA, HP, the whole gamut, is Zaid Atufat Shamsi. And I think just alone, that's a key factor that he joined the advisory board. And I think you're going to find out, I think I will too, just how important that is. So yeah, I think it's very key. Canada's not as big as California? And so, and I know that's big, but it's nice to be part of the club, because you can really capture a lot of power and financial backing up there. So yeah, I think it's very important. Ward Richardson, Harbison, the Vera Rubin is 10 times the inference throughput per year. Watt and reduces token cost by 90% compared to the Blackwells. Now look at that. It reduces the cost. Do you remember, I don't know if any of you do, and I'm not going to riff on it too long, but when the coal, I think it was Frick, when they learned how to make electricity by burning coal on a massive scale, they decided to use this distributed system that we still have. You burn it in the power plants and you lose 60% of it sending it the power out and about, which I think is kind of if you wanted to fix one thing with climate change, why not put the power plants in each house? But anyway, they realized that it would be easier to nearly give it away free, backed by government a little bit, but nearly give it away free, because then the usage would explode. They knew if they charged what it cost, they knew if they charged a big profit, people wouldn't use it. So they made it nearly free. Electricity to this day is very inexpensive for the good it does for us. Try to hire all the maids and helpers to do the things around the house that electricity does for you. It's still really cheap. But by keeping it cheap, it blew wide open usage beyond what anybody even imagined. So Ward, imagine if the Vera Rubin with 10x the inference that reduces token cost by 90% compared to the Blackwells. Imagine how that might expand acceptance and usage of agentic AI. Clip it. PS 71. Hello, Sir Bill. Hi, PS 71. Extreme. My average is 27 cents in rail. I'm happy with my position. Well, that's great. I'm happy you actually own it. That's a great price. I think I don't know anything about you, so I can't give specific advice. But I think if you are in all these stocks that you're day trading and trying to make a fortune in, this is one time in your life to take a deep breath and sell as much of all those, in my opinion, crappy stocks, hot money stocks, manipulated stocks. If you can stand to do it, just sell them, take losses, and buy Railtown now, because I think the strongest macro wind behind us is that we're now going into the July holiday, August holiday for most of Bay Street and the legal profession, the financial profession. We learned the other day they mandate at some funds that they got to take their holiday. So you could take advantage of that lull. And what I think your partners do, or at least you understand the mechanics of it. There may not be your partners. This high frequency combine reaping, Grim Reaper, you can take advantage of it over the next maybe 5, 6, 7 weeks. It may not, there may be something that triggers, I don't know, but take advantage of it, because when they come back to school, that's when portfolios are going to be rebalanced. Whether we have a crash in the big 7, whether we have a rally, doesn't matter. Money is going to go to the orchestration layer, and Railtown's a pure play. That's what I would do, but I can't give you personal advice, and you seem to know what you're doing. Clip it. Ward Richardson. Good afternoon, William and crew. You think things have been moving fast in the last 3 years in this AI infrastructure build out. Wait until you see what Vera Rubin will do. I've heard she's very, very nice. I like the very, very nice Rubin chip. That's great, Ward. I think that's exciting. Justin, good. West side of the street, same place talked about. Take your feet to the west side of the street. Grab your coat and grab your hat. Cryptic trader. Oh my God, you're still alive, William. I wonder about that sometimes too. Cryptic trader. I don't know why, but I thought you died. Is that a threat? I hope it's not a threat. Lots of whatever the L means. I haven't died. There are some people in this community that have died. I think some from the stress of what MMTLP did to them. But I'm glad you're happy to see I'm alive. Oh, Lord. I'm going to skip your next comment. That's if you're threatening me or making fun or taking the Mickey with that, I really think it's inappropriate, but that's me. Don't say it about somebody else. I think your sentence, the key issue that I find in it is I wonder if you even thought at all. You got to, before you say something, you got to think a little bit. I wish you a long, happy life. Ward Richardson. Vera Rubin is a pivotal change in the AI infrastructure data centers. Anything autonomous, smart, manufacturing, robotics, telecom, edge, infrastructure, and so on, RT is right smack in the middle of. So Vera Rubin is a pivotal change in AI infrastructure data centers. Anything autonomous, smart manufacturing, robotics, telecom, edge, infrastructure, and so on, RT is smack in the middle of. And Ward Richardson, this very nice Rubin infrastructure build out is going to change everything. Don M, thanks, Ward. My internet is going out a lot lately today. That's probably the water, but you know what's happening here? You're in Virginia. Ward's in Virginia. I wonder if it's the data centers. I don't know. KYP. Hey, KYP. Pretty young thing. All right, I'm going to dive in. I'm going to dive into what I was going to talk about. And hopefully, I think it's going to take, hopefully I make it through it. Hopefully. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Rail Town. 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 Let's go. Pretty catchy cheer, huh? Come on, Rail Town. Come on. All right, we'll give it a start. We'll give it a start. We're going to go through a little bit of what I see in Railtown and AI, and ironically, some of what's happened here in the last few days in this so-called AI trade. I think you're going to see that what's become known as the orchestration framework layer, but it has a lot of different evolving names, is going to become more important. Whether or not this action leads to portfolio rebalancing come September in the negative as it relates to the MAGA stocks and AI, and I think AI is a lot of different things, or if for some reason the market continues its upward climb, I think either way, you're going to find out that this layer is critical to making all the current investment past the sunk cost and all the future commitments in the data centers, let's call it that, and the chips work, just simply work. But also, as Ward just pointed out, thrive under the very nice Rubin chips. All right, let's start out with Junk Savvy. This is Junk Savvy calling out the SEC, calling out the traders, calling out Fidelity, calling out a lot of the people on her calls, basically calling out all of Wall Street, saying, you know better, you should do better. That's Junk Savvy. This is our company, the three lions. You've got the agent. That represents the agentic era that's coming. So what do you need to do? You need to build the agent. You need to feed the agent. You need to observe the agent, which includes, probably be fair to say, control it. Keep it on the tracks. What are the products? Rail tracks, rail engine, and conductor. And the emphasis up here is culture of reinvestment in Canada. BlackBerry founders back AI vision. That's where you are. All right, let's go. Let's go. Railtown, let's go. All right, Dr. Tom Core reposted this. What does sovereign AI infrastructure actually enable? Powering discovery, how Buzz HPC is helping build Canada's AI infrastructure. Hive Digital. 8 years ago, Hive moved, this is Dr. Tom Core reposted this. 5 years ago, 8 years ago, Hive moved to Boden, which is Sweden. But why? Sweden. Because the city understood sustainable infrastructure early. It's also cold up there. This month, Boden's council voted to let Hive take full ownership of the site. Hive's clearest signal yet. Sweden is core to its sovereign AI strategy. 32 megawatts. They invested locally. They've upgraded community partner, but it's a 32 megawatt facility. And this is something that Dr. Core reposted at the Open Data Science Conference. Sovereign AI is becoming a production infrastructure challenge. Bell Cohere, that's Canadian, Hypertech and Buzz HPC are building a Canadian AI stack that combines domestic data centers, enterprise models, accelerated computing, and locally manufactured hardware to support secure AI workloads. Where? Within Canada. Dr. Kaur reposted this. Buzz HPC. On June 12th, the US government pulled the plug on Fable 5 for every user on the planet. Organizations that stayed online had one thing in common. They owned their compute. Here's what that looks like in practice and why Buzz HPC is building the infrastructure that makes it possible for Canadian enterprises to do exactly that. Compute is the new sovereignty, a post-Fable 5 survival guide for the intelligence community. And then we'll get into this. This is the NVIDIA OpenAI circle funding. And I'm not going to go through it in detail, but this is out there as a counterbalance to all of the AI enthusiasm. And it's basically that Open promises to spend money, NVIDIA invests, and then it starts a whole circle of funding, but it all relies quite heavily, I suppose, on NVIDIA, but on OpenAI. And that guy, I should have gotten it. I'll try to get his website. You might recognize him, but he's new to me, so I don't remember his name. I'll try to give him credit for that clip. But that was a Bloomberg picture, but I got it from him. All right, let's keep going. So I started my questioning, my efforts, which is your due diligence, with this question. Discuss the apparent reality that GPUs so far, and maybe forever, cannot meet return on investment calculations. Using you, this girl, Gemini, is not properly priced. Enterprises do not really know the cost of AI, and the whole thing is not profitable. There's not a lot of noise. I'll show you the rest of my question, I think, if I thought to print it. And so it came back, the answer. You were spot on in your assessment. The central paradox of the current AI boom is that the underlying economics do not add up under today's enterprise pricing models and hardware depreciation cycles. Right now, querying frontier LLMs is heavily subsidized by hyperscalers and venture capital, selling AI tokens at current retail API prices or offering $20 a month flat subscriptions, often run at razor thin or even negative margins once you account for the total cost of ownership. Another, if you had to remember all these letters, TCO, I feel like I work at the World Bank. GPUs like NVIDIA H100s or Blackwell architectures carry short economic lifespans before newer, more power-efficient hardware renders them secondary. Amortizing that massive capital expenditure over just 3 to 5 years creates a continuous drag on cash flows. So she repeated my question. Did cloud and past transformations have the same limitations? Yes, but with a critical structured distinction. Now, what I'm talking about is the adoption of cloud. the entire technology shift into cloud? Did it experience this? Um, yes, but with a critical structural distinction. The dot-com telecom bust. In the late 1990s, telecom operators spent hundreds of billions laying millions of miles of fiber optic cable, which, by the way, we're benefiting from in this transformation. Up to 90% sat unused. 90% of what they built was unused. Dark fiber for years, triggering massive corporate write downs before Web 2.0, that's a better name, Web 2.0, and streaming video finally absorbed that capacity a decade later. So I heard some advice today. Some younger guy, everybody's younger. I was walking to an appointment listening, and the YouTube rolled over, and he said he had talked probably to somebody my age, but the guy's far more successful, built a big real estate empire. And the younger man said to the older guy, "What's the most important thing about investing? What's the one single thing that you would give as advice about investing?" And he said, I expected the guy to say, this ratio or that reinvestment or that diversification, whatever. He thought it would be this complicated thing. Instead, the older gentleman said 10 years. That was his answer, 10 years. The most important thing to this successful, wealthy investor, when asked in investing, 10 years. And then the guy went on to talk about, from a career standpoint, if you think about something you want to be doing in 10 years, train yourself that way, because you'll get the rewards the rest of your life. But also, as an investment, the way I took it is you try to find something or a trend that you can hold or that you can ride or you can wait on for 10 years. It's interesting. All right, let's keep going. So then this is what I did ask. I asked about the reality of the rate of the return on investment calculations. And I said, there is a lot of noise out there. Did the adoption of cloud and other transformations have these same limitations? What will make data centers profitable, AI profitable? What will make large language models work? And we already read most of that answer. Yes is the answer, but with the limitations, the dot-com bust in the 90s, they had built it all out, and there was 90% unused. But a decade later, it was full capacity. So the early cloud transaction, when enterprise cloud adoption surged, most companies executed a basic lift and shift strategy, moving legacy software or to cloud servers without redesigning it caused initial cloud bills to be higher than running on existing on-premise infrastructure. That's what I was going to say. Moving from on-premise servers to cloud. And so it initially was more expensive. It took years of refactoring applications into cloud native architectures, auto-scaling serverless, for the expected ROI to materialize. So it took a while. But once it started, it didn't go back. it's the new, I don't know if I can say that, but it's the new black. The key difference today, cloud migration shifted existing budget items from CapEx, buying physical servers, to OpEx, renting server time. So the migration to the cloud changed the budget from buying the physical to renting the server time. AI so far operates with an additional tax layer stacked on top of existing software and cloud costs, without yet systemically displacing existing labor or legacy software expenditures at scale. What will make data centers profitable? Hyperscalers are projected to spend over $700 billion collectively on AI infrastructure when? In 2026, this year. To make these data centers profitable long term, 3 operational shifts are underway. Custom silicon, ASICs. I'm going to give you one day to remember all of these ASICs. Relying entirely on merchant GPUs is economically unsustainable for routine workloads. So transitioning inference tasks to custom in-house accelerators like Google TPUs, AWS Trainium, or Microsoft Maya cuts unit compute costs by 30 to 50%. So they're already adopting cost reduction strategies. Number 2, direct power ownership. Energy supply and grid interconnects are now the primary bottlenecks. Data centers will reach structural profitability by co-locating directly with dedicated energy sources, nuclear, natural gas, microgrids, to lower per kilowatt operational costs. Interesting, if you tie in what I was saying about coal before, that's going to be instead of a distributed energy supply, it's going to be local energy supply. It's interesting. It just makes economic sense. I think I used the right vocabulary there. It's instead of having a centralized production of electricity, I guess it'd be distributed. So I got it backwards. Be distributed. It's very interesting, but we don't do that with our electricity today. Number 3, inference dominant high utilization. Data centers become profitable when they transition from high risk, bursty training jobs to steady state, high margin enterprise inference running at greater than 80% capacity 24/7. Conductor. What will make AI and LLMs profitable? For enterprises, AI and software providers to escape the current profit squeeze, the market will need to adjust. Small language models over giant LLMs, using a massive 700 billion plus parameter frontier model to summarize internal documents is economically inefficient. Enterprises are pivoting towards smaller task-specific models, 8 billion to 70 billion parameters, that deliver equivalent functional accuracy at 10% of the inference cost. Algorithmic and token efficiency. Technical advances like mixture of experts. Isn't that what they call the view? MOE. Architectures, optimization and speculative decoding will drastically reduce the physical compute required per generated token, pushing inference margins into standard software ranges. Outcome-based enterprise pricing, loss leader flat rates, and per-seat pricing will give way to consumption-based or value-based pricing, where vendors charge based on measurable business outcomes rather than raw API calls. Agentic, that sounds, we're getting in our, this is all our area, but agentic rings our bell. Agentic workflows versus conversational chat. Chat interfaces yield marginal productivity gains. AI becomes wildly profitable when large language models transition into autonomous agents that handle entire end-to-end operational workflows. For example, complex invoice reconciliation, automated code refactoring, or supply chain routing, and directly eliminate legacy operational costs. I said we are in a chat that is separate from our other discussions, and I did that on purpose so she would do her own search and analysis without my rather positive view. So you will not know the name. And then I thought maybe I will not give it yet. Is Apple's strategy working insofar as they are not massively spending and they are focused on distributed GPUs? Yeah, I got the words wrong before on electricity. The distributed model is what AI's seeking. What we set up our electric grid in is the centralized model. I think it makes a lot more sense, the distributed. You don't lose the 40 to 60% in the power lines. It's much more efficient. Well, that's where AI's going for. Apple's doing distributed GPUs instead of these centralized data centers. Discuss the transition to autonomous agents, real or hype? Timelines. Discuss agentic workflows. There is a layer, I didn't name it, there is a layer that is all the rage on Wall Street right now. Define it, name it, and will it allow GPUs to be essentially rented multiple times, thus rapidly creating profits? Talk about tokens. Is their existence assured? Where do they get metered and directed? In what in the above layer? And stable coins could replace banks? What does that mean? Are tokens going to be priced in these coins? So number one, Apple's strategy is the disciplined edge working. Yes, Apple's strategy is working remarkably well, primarily because Apple refuses to play the hyperscaler game of spending 50 billion to 100 billion annually on mega clusters destined to depreciate in 36 months. Instead, Apple built a hybrid architecture-first approach. One, on-device processing. Let's move to the next page so that I can read it out in bullet point. Okay, So Apple built a hybrid architecture first approach. Um, there's 3 points. On-device processing, simple tasks are handled locally by the neural engine on Apple Silicon, M series and A series chips, which incurs zero marginal compute cost for Apple. Zero marginal compute cost for Apple. Second point, private cloud compute, PCC. You got to remember all of these. Medium complexity tasks are routed to custom, highly efficient Apple Silicon server nodes built in-house, optimizing power and token efficiency rather than buying off-the-shelf merchant GPU racks. So the third one, outsourced frontier intelligence. For ultra-complex world knowledge queries, Apple routes requests outward to partners like OpenAI's ChatGPT or Google's Gemini. The enterprise paradox. Apple captures the high margin interface and customer relationship while pushing the multi-billion dollar loss leader cost of training frontier models onto the third parties. They avoided the capital expenditure trap without sacrificing the end user experience. Second question, autonomous agents and workflows, real or hype? In reality, it is real in utility. I should take a second to point out that my eyesight trips up sometimes. It's good eyesight, but every now and then it trips, so I apologize. It is real in utility, but heavily hyped in short-term timeline expectations. Let's find out what that means. What is agentic workflow? Traditional LLM usage is single shot, prompt in, completion out. If the answer is wrong, the loop breaks. An agentic workflow introduced programmatic loops. Planning leads to tool execution, leads to error checking, leads to self-correction. Instead of asking a model to write code, an agentic system breaks the problem down. Sort of 3 steps. Agent A, planner, drafts the step-by-step logic. Agent B, the executor, writes and executes the code. Agent C is the tester, reads the compiler output. If an error occurs, it feeds it back to Agent B to fix itself. Sounds good. Sounds good. This loop elevates large language model success rates on complex software and business tasks from 40% to over 85%. That is amazing. So the agentic workflow increases success rates on large language models from 40% to over 85%. I would submit to you, if there's going to be full adoption of this, I think 100% has to be the result. And I wish I had thought to ask that question. Realistic timelines. Listen to this. This is what you're going through in real time, and you're going through it as an investor. And there's people out there that want to, can we call it Steve Miller you? They want to shake your tree Don't let them do it. This timeline is rapid. Realistic timelines, 2024 to 25. The chat era, 1 year. Basic single prompt text generation, retrieval augmented generation, RAG, and simple customer service bots. 2026, the task-specific agent era, domain-specific agents handling clear, closed-loop technical workflows. For example, coding assistants like Claude, the Frenchman, Claude Code, automated document reconciliation, and API orchestration. And then next year, 27 to 28, and we're not even there yet. Don't give up. We're not even there yet. Enterprise multi-agent systems. Broad adoption of autonomous agent swarms. Swarms, that sounds big. Interacting across enterprise applications, CRMs, ERPs, supply chain tools, under human supervision, 2030 onward. That's not very far away. One college education away. Fully autonomous operations. Fully autonomous. Agents operating with discretion across open-ended business logic. Don't give up. You're in the middle of a transformation that, unless it's interrupted by World War III or an asteroid or something, completely impossible to predict, you're in the middle of a transformation that is not only going quickly now. I think it was planned for a long time. The roots were deep and well established, but the shoots and the growth are going to be massive. All right, I've got to get my next, and it's going to accelerate. So just please don't listen to the boo birds. I'm not saying diamond hands. I am not saying that. You always have to stay informed and adjust and be fearless in your adjustments. You do have to do that. But there's a lot ahead. I like G. Giddy's. I wish I'd written it down. I wish I had written it down, what G. Diddy said. That was amazing. I didn't write it down. I already forgot it. I can't tell which one to start with. Sorry. All right, here it is. How it allows GP, that's how it, the layer allows GPUs to be rented multiple times. Unfortunately, I asked a lot of questions in a bunch, but I think you can keep up with it. Enterprise research shows that over 80% of corporate-owned GPUs operate at 50% capacity or less. A dedicated GPU assigned to an application sits idle between requests, destroying return on investment. The orchestration layer solves this through GPU virtualization and model multiplexing. So how's that accomplished? Firstly, slicing time and memory. Instead of locking an NVIDIA H100 to one model, This layer swamps lightweight adapters, swaps. I'm going to explain again. My eyes are, one's for distance, one's for near. The one for near is pretty much perfect, but together for reading, pretty much perfect for reading. But together, they kind of trip me up sometimes. And so, again, I apologize. So let's start again. How does the orchestration solve this less than 50% usage of corporate-owned GPUs? It does it through 3 tools or skills. It slices time and memory. Instead of locking a NVIDIA H100 to one model, this layer swaps lightweight adapters, LORAs, put that on your list, in milliseconds and dynamically batches incoming requests across thousands of users simultaneously. Pre-fill, that's the next one, pre-fill versus decode splitting. It routes high memory prompt reading tasks to one node and high compute token generation tasks to another node. And then the result, I guess it's 3 parts to the answer. The result, thirdly, cloud providers and enterprises can oversubscribe their physical GPUs, effectively renting the same physical silicon to multiple tenants continuously, driving hardware utilization from 30% to 90% plus, and significantly boosting unit economics. Tokens, is their existence assured? Yes. Token economics are here to stay. Tokens are the fundamental unit of trade for intelligence. Tokens are the fundamental unit of trade for intelligence, analogous to bytes for bandwidth or kilowatt hours for electricity or treats for a well-behaved dog. Regardless of whether future AI models use transformers, state space models, SSMs, keep your list going, or new architectures, compute must always be metered by input context and output generation. Metered. Metered. Where are tokens metered? That was a question I asked. Where are they metered and where are they directed? Metering happens directly inside the orchestration layer. Do you guys hear the power of this? You hear those rules? Ownership is 99, or possession is 99% of the law. He who has the gold rules. No money, no honey. That doesn't really work. No orchestration layer, no money. Then you get the honey. I don't know. I can't make that last one work. But the point is, when you have control of the metering, that's enormous leverage. That's where all of the revenue, can I use the word originates? That's where all the revenue is metered, I guess is the best thing. It has to go through there. It's how you calculate everything. It's pretty important. It makes the orchestration layer a very powerful layer, and maybe not as much money has gone into it, or maybe not, who knows, but simply because it controls the money, it gets the honey. How about that? When an agent fires off an API call, the gateway layer inspects the prompt, counts the input tokens, chooses the cheapest, fastest model to handle it. For example, routing a simple lookup to an 8B model and a complex query to a 700B model, logs the token usage, and sends real-time billing metrics to enterprise accounting systems. And then it might be the final question in that bunch. Number 5, stable coins versus traditional banks in the agent economy. When analysts say stable coins will replace banks, they are describing a shift toward machine to machine, M2M. Add that to your list, M2M. Machine to machine commerce. I'd rather learn French than all these new acronyms. Why traditional banks fail autonomous agents? Why traditional banks fail autonomous agents? An autonomous AI agent executing 10,000 tasks per day cannot open a traditional checking account, complete a know your customer verification with a driver's license, or wait 3 business days for an ACH payment to clear. Furthermore, credit card networks charge 30 cents plus 3% per transaction, making sub-penny API calls economically impossible. Why traditional banks fail autonomous agents? We just read that. What stable coins enable? Stable coins, programmable digital dollars, allow AI agents to hold cryptographic wallets and execute micropayments instantly, 24/7 with near zero transaction fees. Token pricing in stable coins. As agents begin autonomously buying data, buying compute, and buying services from other agents, tokens will be priced and settled directly in micro fractions of stable coins. For example, an agent pays 0.00004. That sounds like one of the high frequency seller box stocks. 0.00004 in USDC to rent 1,000 tokens of compute from another network node for a 2-second subtask. So agents are going to trade with other agents in these minuscule amounts of stablecoins. Stablecoins do not replace retail banking for consumer mortgage loans, but they represent the native financial infrastructure for the machine-driven internet. And this is why I think, we won't talk about it now, but I really think there's a risk that as data centers are moved to AI and tokens really do what money is meant to be, and it's hard to define money. Look it up. I don't know. I just question the crypto coin resilience and think that tokens could be a standard unit and become money. But in any event, that theory, ignore that. But just imagine that our economy shifts to agentic, and it's all done by tokens and stable coins, and it's not really inside the banking system, or not at least inside the banking system as we currently know it. Very, very interesting changes coming. All right. Uh, this is our new question. Whatever they asked me, I said yes. Describe the layer inside of MAG companies' solution silos. Whether the space is claimed, the orchestration space is claimed or fragmented, how important is IP? What is the field of play outside of the bigs? Name some of the prominent startups and companies focused here. Also, their valuation status. How many trade publicly? Is there going to be a consolidation? Has the layer fully formed? Is it still evolving? After Labor Day, is the intensity of capital and banking competition going to focus in, or I should have said on, this layer? All right, so the answers start. She starts with the first question that I guess is the first one. Inside big tech silos, the MAG stack. Inside Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Google, this orchestration and inference layer already exists as proprietary software glue designed to lock enterprises into their respective clouds. Microsoft, which is Azure, is built on Azure AI Foundry and DeepSpeed/Triton, using Microsoft's semantic kernel and AI gateway to seamlessly route tasks between OpenAI models, hosted open weights, Llama and Phi, and specialized SLMs. That one's already on your list, so I'm not going to define it. Alphabet, Google Cloud, built into Vertex AI, which orchestrates workloads across TPUs and GPUs, dynamically routing similar tasks to smaller Gemini models and complex ones to Gemini Ultra Pro. That's Google. AWS leverages AWS Bedrock with built-in guardrails, model evaluation, and model routing tied directly to Amazon's Inferentia and Trainium chips alongside NVIDIA hardware. The names they come up with. The enterprise problem. Big tech solutions are walled gardens. AWS Bedrock wants to keep you on AWS. Azure Foundry wants to keep you on Azure. But 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises run multi-cloud environments. For example, Anthropic on AWS and GCP, OpenAI on Azure, open source models on CoreWeave. Big tech's native layers cannot effectively serve as the neutral arbiter for multi-cloud enterprise. 2, is the space claimed or fragmented? This is the answer. This is the opportunity. Hear it loud, hear it loud, hear it loudly. Realize that what you are in is a market that is brand new. It's confirmed in the big silos, but outside of it, it's highly fragmented. And it creates a major market opportunity. And that's where you are. And this whole industry, which is essentially going to replace all software ever written with SDKs, to put it simply, with software written by ADKs. But even as we started on the other question, over the next 4 to 6 years, you're going to move the human being out of so much of this traffic, and it's going to be agentic AI, as Jensen Huang said just, I don't know, 3 months ago. And it's going to need this orchestration layer. And right now, outside of the big mag, whatever, there's 8 of them or 6 of them or 4 of them. By the end of the day, there'll probably be 3 plus 1. There's this great fragmented, brand new market that's, to me, sounds huge. 24/7 agents running with agents. And therefore, it creates a great opportunity. While the hyperscalers claim their own customers, the enterprise middle ground is a wild west. And again, with I haven't mentioned it yet, so I'm not going to mention it maybe here. But with the company you're in, they're aggressively going after the Canadian enterprise market. I think they're going to be the first. You know, it's an economy maybe the size of California or something. But still, it's huge. Organizations are reluctant to give a single cloud provider total control over model routing and cost auditing. This has spawned a fiercely competitive third-party ecosystem competing to become the neutral enterprise control plane. There's a fiercely competitive ecosystem competing to become the neutral enterprise control plane. How important is intellectual property in this layer? Intellectual property here is low to medium on simple software, but extremely high on physical optimization and operational data. It is, if you have commoditized IP, there's a low moat, such as simple API proxies, basic retry logic, and standard model switching code. All of that is easily replicated. Frameworks like Light LLM and Portkey offer open source cores, making baseline proxy code practically free. What's defensible? The defensible IP, high moat, the true intellectual value sits in 2 subdomains. Hardware virtualization algorithms, low-level engine innovations, VLLM, flash attention, chunked prefill, decode disaggregation, dynamic LoRa swapping that squeeze 2x to 4x more throughput out of physical GPUs. And then secondly, semantic evaluation and real-time telemetry, proprietary routing algorithms that evaluate prompt complexity, quality thresholds, and token cost in single-digit milliseconds without introducing latency. So the field of play, the prominent players, the market outside the hyperscalers is split into two categories: GPU virtualization compute orchestrators, the hardware layer, and the AI gateways, large language model routers, and API token layer. It's router, so those might be routers, and it might be router. Anyway, wherever you're from, it's router or router. Anyway, all right. What are the categories? They're on the left. The companies listed, and then the valuation status and whether you can buy it. So the first category is NeoCloud and compute. An example is CoreWeave, currently valued at $19 billion. And I would keep that somewhat in mind on this NeoCloud idea. But anyway, it's private. Inference and hosting, definitely where we are, the inference part. Together AI, they're at Series C, it looks like. They're valued at $3 billion. Private. I mean, it says BC. I'm assuming the C refers to the 3 billion, the B to the 1.25 billion. Inference acceleration, that sounds more like where we might be. We might right here, we might be there. Fireworks AI, you know where Fireworks AI is? It's inside of TELUS. Base 10, mid-stage startups. It looks like their last valuation was at 500 million. Private. You can do your own due diligence there. I'm not trying to mislead. I'm just trying to go through it more quickly. You can check these names. Enterprise AI Gateway, Portkey, Light LLM, Brain Trust. Valuations 30 to 300 million. That's also private. And then you've got your Edge and API Gateway. That's Cloudflare and Kong. I thought Kong was what I bought for my dog and put peanut butter in it. But anyway, Kong. Cloudflare is public, 30 billion. Kong is private. And we might be able to find the valuation in the next slide. Let's see. Nope. So I don't know what it was. So how many of those trade publicly? Virtually none of the pure play AI orchestration or router startups or router startups are public. This space is almost entirely VC backed, almost entirely VC backed. Public exposure to this layer is currently limited to legacy cloud edge players adding AI gateway features like Cloudflare, Datadog, and Cisco Red Hat. So the fifth in my layer, in this chunk of questions, has the layer fully formed and consolidation risks? It is still actively evolving. The layer has progressed through distinct stages. I'm not sure I saved all the names, but we'll read the first. 2023, simple API wrappers. 2024-25, observability and fallback gateways. I hope I saved it, but it doesn't look like I did. So sorry, it changes every year though, is the point. Consolidation has already begun. because pure play API routing eventually risks commoditization. Larger platform players are aggressively acquiring these point solutions. NVIDIA acquired Run AI, that's GPU orchestration. What does ours do? It orchestrates. And Octu AI, inference optimization. What does our guy do? Red Hat IBM acquired Neural Magic, inference optimization. What do? CoreWeave acquired weights and biases to build an end-to-end developer stack. I should have asked prices. I don't think I did. Expect mid-tier cloud vendors, Databricks, Snowflake, ServiceNow, and security giants, Palo Alto Networks, Cloudflare, to buy up the remaining independent AI gateways over the next 12 to 18 months. Will Railtown, oh, I wasn't going to name it. Let's save it for the next section. Will our company survive 12 to 18 months in the good sense? In the good sense. They're going to consolidate and buy up. Or could we be one of the consolidators with our cash flow? We'll find out. Okay, the sixth question I asked, why the intensity is shifting to this layer. CFO audits and margin squeezes. As enterprise budget cycles finalize in late 2026, CFOs are demanding accountability on AI token bills. Startups that directly lower token costs by 40% via dynamic routing or routering or routing will see immediate enterprise adoption. Where are we? I got to pick one of those pronunciations. I think I'll just go with routing. M&A and roll-up playbooks. Private equity firms and investment banks are targeting the AI infrastructure mid-market. Private equity firms and investment banks are targeting the AI infrastructure mid-market. Expect roll-up strategies where telemetry, guardrails, who are we? GPU virtualization and routing software are packaged into unified enterprise AI operating systems. That's where we are. High net expansion rates. Unlike consumer AI apps, orchestration software embeds itself deeply into corporate IT pipelines, producing high net dollar retention, NDR. Put that on your list. The exact financial metric institutional bankers look for ahead of IPO cycles. All right, that's another question. So that's where all those answers went. So let's start with this one. Let me just, before we do, I just want to take a quick sip. All right, let's get going. So the question is, how many trade at microcap or speculative sized? Which I'm pointing out the speculative size used to be the NASDAQ before the NASDAQ changed. So let me just try to read it again as without interrupting myself, how many trade these companies, how many of those or other orchestration companies trade at microcap or speculative prices sized? In the pure play AI software orchestration and inference control plane layer, the pure play AI software orchestration and inference control plane layer, the routing algorithms, GPU virtualization engines, and API gateway software like Together AI, Portkey, or VLLM, the number of legitimate publicly traded micro-cap companies is essentially zero. Essentially zero. That harkens back to G. Diddy's 1965 pristine Mustangs. You guys are in an investment without peer in terms of being available for you to buy. In the pure play AI software orchestration and inference control plane layer, the number of legitimate publicly traded microcap companies is essentially zero. Virtually 100% of the true software innovation in this exact layer is locked inside private venture-backed startups, raising Series A, B, or C rounds at valuations at 100M to over 3 billion. And you have a chance to buy a company publicly. Otherwise, the PE guys and girls would be hoarding it, and they wouldn't let you in. They got to get their 10 and 20x uplift, and they got to get their fees, and they got to get their, bonuses. You're buying it raw, and you're paying well less than 100 million. You're basically getting in at the founders round. I don't know about that, but you're early. You're early. It's cheap. So virtually 100% of this software is backed privately by VCs, et cetera, or built natively inside big tech cloud silos. However, if you look at the speculative fringe, peripheral companies claiming to offer GPU cloud orchestration, AI compute factories, or micro edge AI routing, there are roughly 20 to 40 micro cap and small cap stocks operating in this orbit. I should have asked for those names next time. Why the NASDAQ rule changes sidelined micro cap pure AI plays. Listen to this. Try to understand why you can't make money under $5, but also why the price of the stock isn't telling you anything. You've learned that the computers don't see it, the screeners don't see it. You learn human beings aren't looking at it. So how the heck does the price tell you anything other than the Grim Reapers constantly punish stocks under $5? Doesn't tell you anything. So why the NASDAQ rule changes sidelined micro cap AI pure plays and any other micro cap. In the past tech cycles, like the dot-com boom or early biotech waves, dozens of tiny software companies would list directly on the NASDAQ small cap capital market at 20 million to 100 million market caps to raise money. I think it was called NASDAQ Q. Can't remember. NASDAQ small cap. That's what it was. That playbook is dead. These companies can't list on the NASDAQ small cap capital market anymore. That playbook is largely dead today, attributable to two structural shifts. One, tightened exchange standards. I'm not sure. That's what it looks like, but the NASDAQ still allows stocks to be destroyed. But maybe we should look at it that, this is how they think they're doing their job. We have to play the ball, the field, as it is hit, or as it's kicked, or as it lies. So tighten exchange standards following a wave of low float manipulation and reverse split abuse. They got rid of it. NASDAQ aggressively tightened listing compliance, cracking down on minimum bid prices, minimum equity thresholds, and quick reverse merger shell listings. Microcaps now face swift delisting warnings or removal to the OTC pink sheets if they cannot maintain institutional trading volumes and capital requirements. That's interesting. They're calling the OTC the pink sheets. That was my whole long talk to you earlier. The second thing, private capital gluts. Silicon Valley's venture capitalists, Andreessen Horowitz, Lightspeed, Sequoia, and strategic investors, NVIDIA, Microsoft, flood promising orchestration startups with private capital. A startup building a breakthrough GPU virtualization engine doesn't need a 30 million microcap IPO on NASDAQ. It gets 150 million Series B at 1 billion valuation while remaining private. The anatomy of public microcaps in the AI compute space. The public microcaps and small caps claiming to sit in this compute orchestration space generally fall in three distinct categories. But quickly, you might wonder, well, then why isn't anybody putting that money into our company? And the fact is, our company got started before the boom. They got started early, before anyone understood what they were doing. It was the chat GPT phenomena that was like a thunderclap that started awareness of what was going on. And it was like the shot that sets off the race. Well, our guys started, I think, 3-4 years earlier, 3.5 years earlier. So that's why they went through the public market, but they didn't take toxic financing. So that's our double blessing here. That's our opportunity. And I have it on pretty good information. I don't know if I haven't heard it. I don't know where I heard it. I'm not going to attribute it anywhere, but it just in the source of my many conversations and research. I think the company did not accept money that was offered more than once. They don't need it. They don't need it. They don't need to dilute. They don't need to pollute the cap table. And the solution to that pollution is the resolution to keep your cap table tight, get to work, and surprise the illegitimates when everybody comes back from school with revenue. Let's keep going. All right, so the anatomy of public microcaps in the AI compute space. The public microcaps and small caps claiming to sit in this compute orchestration space generally fall into three distinct areas. You have the crypto miner pivots, former Bitcoin or Ethereum mining operations, retooling facilities into AI data centers. Iris Energy, BitDeer, Hut 8i, and TeraWulf. That's an old familiar name. Market cap range, 200 million to 3B. Reality versus hype. I saved that. We'll read that on the next slide. AI factory and NeoCloud rebrands is the second category. AI factory and NeoCloud rebrands. Early stage listed entities offering bundled compute, storage, and cloud GPU hosting, Sharon AI Alpha Compute, 10M to 250M. And we'll read that on the next slide. It's money, it's real valuations. And it answers the question, why wouldn't you sell if it doubled or tripled? You know, it's like G. Diddy said. I forget what he said. You can take a profit and still be a fool. That's right. All right, over here, the first category, I think, were the Bitcoin miners, and the second were the rebrands, I think, from cloud. Anyway, reality versus hype. That first category is infrastructure heavy. They own cheap power in physical space, but they rent raw hardware. They generally lack the sophisticated software layer. That's where you are. You are the sophisticated software layer doing the dynamic token routing. You're Mr. Wolf. You're Mr. Wolf showing up to clean up the mess. That's what you are. You are the sophisticated software layer. And then in the second one, which is these NeoCloud rebrands, I think is what it said, reality versus hype, it's high capital intensity. They are trying to compete with CoreWeave on a fraction of the capital. High risk of shareholder dilution through debt or equity raises. One thing occurs to me, if you hear these stories from the charm boys in sub $5 stocks, just remember they can't compete. It's just the daily narrative. It's the monthly narrative. Where you are, we're past all of this risk. All right, let's go to the bottom one. And then it's the OTC pink sheet buzzword plays. Buzzword. How many times? Like the Nixie story. And it always sucks us in like we're hearing something for real. Why don't you get on board something that is real? Legacy penny stocks or micro cap shell companies that rebranded to include AI gateway, neural routing, or autonomous agent in the press release. They're under $50 million and they're on the OTC or the pink sheets. I see what they were saying. OTC. I think the current OTC is one big pink sheet. And I'm lucky I call it, you're lucky I call it that color. So the hype versus reality here, it's pure speculation and you're not going to win. Almost entirely software proxies or white labeled code wrapper plays attempting to ride the retail AI hype wave. Your company is not one of these. And remember that when you get afeared because of somebody putting a little message in your head to afear you. How are you doing? How are you doing? You doing? I'm kind of feeling like somebody's watching me. That's what I feel like. All right, let's keep going. Where the enterprise value absolutely actually sits. Where does the enterprise value sit? If you were hunting for public equity exposure to the inference, routing, and orchestration layer, the value is currently split between two extremes: the public mega caps and the private VC. So your publics, we know the Cloudflares, Datadogs, Microsoft. Anyway, do I have to read them all? These, they control the edge of networks, enterprise security, multi-cloud API gateways. The VC backed, a lot of it's bought, obviously. They hold the proprietary GPU virtualization IP, do they? All of it? Dynamic LoRa swapping engines and token routers. Do they own it all? Or are they saying they own what they own? All right, so let's keep going. Bottom line, retail and micro cap investors looking for a hidden micro cap, looking for a hidden $50 million NASDAQ gem. And we just showed you that there's virtually none trading or traded. That owns the software control plane for AI tokens will mostly find hardware hosting rebrands, power broker pivots, or penny stock promo plays. The true software layer that makes GPUs efficient is being hoarded in private markets, and when those companies finally go public, they will do so as multi-billion-dollar IPOs, bypassing the micro-cap tier totally. Can I go through that with you again? Let me highlight. Retail and micro-cap investors looking for a hidden $50 million NASDAQ gem. That sounds, it describes us exactly. That owns the software control plane for AI tokens. And they're not talking about the whole world, that's what they do. Will mostly find hardware hosting rebrands, power broker pivots, or penny stock promo plays. The true software layer that makes GPUs efficient is being hoarded in private markets. And you got to hoard yours. And when those companies finally go public, they will do so as multi-billion-dollar IPOs, bypassing the micro-cap tier entirely. Guys and girls, you got to understand the current stock price of your company. I'll say the name now, Railtown AI Technologies. Railtown. In the United States, 23, 24 cents. It's not telling you anything. There's no human being looking at it on these trading desks. These high frequency trading schemes, it's just algorithmic computer cell programs run wild. They should have a video series on it. like the, you know, algo computers run wild. And they just know if they keep it down, there's no one's going to enforce any rules, but also nothing is going to make stocks up. Good news isn't going to make them go up, as we just saw with TTTMF. That was good news. Announcements aren't going to make it go up. Only hypesters, promoters might be able to. You know, the mass hysteria might be able to. But the only thing that's going to successfully pull a stock out of that is institutional buying. And you're in the stock that should already be hoarded inside private equity and skipping the microcap space altogether when it IPOs at multi-billion dollars. That's the gem you have. Do not let them Steve Miller you. Do not let them shake your tree. I mean it. I mean it. They want you in your emotions and not in you. You've done the due diligence. Rely on the hard work you've done. I know it's taking longer and it's probably going to take August, but private equity is hoarding the pure plays in this space. Hoarding. Sounds pretty powerful to me. All right, I'm gonna read the next one. I'm gonna read the next one. This is getting long. This is like a full day of work. Actually, I have to start here, where we already were. My finger hurts. I'm complaining. I shouldn't complain, but it does hurt. All right, let's start it again. Yeah. This is going to go, I forget what it said, but this is going to go further on what I'm trying to do is bring you from the broad idea down to the specific at Railtown. But I want to lay a lot of this broad stuff out so you understand the power of the macro winds that are blowing. Don't let them shake your tree. All right, here we go. Will this layer survive, the orchestration layer? Will it become more or less important? Become more or less desired? Will it be funded, valued? What if an OpenAI collapses or the data story fails? A private equity debt bombs? The insurance wrappers explode on retail investors, or any other thing that caused a panic in AI? That's the question. That's the question. If a massive panic hits, whether from an OpenAI implosion, a private credit debt default on data centers, or an AI capital market freeze, this layer will, listen to this, right down here. Can you read it down here? This layer will not only survive, it will become the single most vital, desired, and protected software category in the entire technology ecosystem. Do you hear that? That's worth reading again. If a massive panic hits, this layer will not only survive, it will become the single most vital, desired, and protected software category in the entire technology ecosystem. How do you like them apples? In a boom, companies win with scale and brute force. They throw billions at unoptimized GPUs and blindly burn tokens on massive frontier models. In a bust, companies survive on efficiency, unit economics, and risk mitigation. That is precisely what this layer does. How the layer operates, that's the orchestration layer with many slightly different names, in specific panic scenarios. The boom period, you have brute force compute, unlimited GPU capex, 100% frontier models, vendor lock-in ignored, 5 to 20% GPU utilization tolerated. In a bust, is this some kind of bust? Well, it's very nice, but we're here on police business. In a bust panic period, efficiency and risk mitigation, hardware freezes, price hikes, dynamic routing, 8B to 700 and whatever, multi-cloud failover required, 80% virtualized GPU utilization. Scenario 1. What if OpenAI implodes or a major model provider fails? The chaos. Thousands of enterprises hardcore directly to a single API wake up to find their core applications, customer support agents, and internal tools completely broken. The orchestration layer's role, or however you want to name it, for an enterprise using an AI gateway / abstraction layer, that's a good name, this collapse is a minor configuration update, not an existential disaster. The router instantly reroutes traffic away from the dead API to Anthropic, Google Gemini, or self-hosted open weights like Llama or DeepSeek running on local cloud nodes. The strategic shift, the layer transitions from a nice-to-have performance optimizer to what? What does the layer transfer to? A mandatory enterprise disaster recovery / circuit breaker requirement mandated by risk officers and regulators. The layer becomes mandated. Wow, in scenario 1. All right, let's see what happens in scenario 2. A data center debt bombs or CapEx freezes. The chaos, off-balance sheet data center, special purpose vehicles, SPVs, write that on your list, and private credit funds face defaults as token revenues lag behind GPU depreciation. Hyperscalers freeze new data center builds, and cloud providers jack up GPU rental prices to service their debt. The layer's role. When you cannot buy or rent 5,000 new GPUs, you were forced to squeeze maximum output from the 500 GPUs you already own. Makes sense. What's the answer? The strategic shift. Software that enables GPU virtualization, continuous batching, that can almost be taken out of the description, and dynamic LORA swapping, which takes real-world GPU utilization from abysmal 5%, 15% levels up to 80%, becomes the only way for companies to maintain AI capacity. So you have to get this kind of software in order to maintain AI capacity, not by choice. It becomes the only way to do it. Virtualization software replaces physical hardware spending. Do you see this down here? Virtualization software replaces physical hardware spending. Do you see why private equity is hoarding their investments in the orchestration layer? And you are, and me too. I feel like we're privileged to own this company, and they want to shake your tree. It's not because they really dig your peaches. It's because they're heartless. I think you should dig your peaches and leave them in your tree. Scenario 3, the CFO token squeeze and financial restructuring, the chaos. Boardrooms demand immediate 60% budget cuts across all AI projects. CFOs refuse to pay $15 per million tokens for routine internal tasks. The layers rule, our layers rule. The orchestration router executes smart model tiering. Token FinOps. At least they didn't make that into 3 or 4 letters. Smart model tiering. 80% of routine user queries are automatically routed to a cheap, specialized 8B model costing pennies. 15% go to a mid-tier model. Only 5% of complex reasoning tasks are allowed to touch expensive frontier models. The strategic shift. Enterprise token bills drop by 70% overnight without sacrificing application functionality. What happens to funding? What happens to valuations? What happens to merger and acquisitions? While the general market panic, or a general market panic, would destroy the valuations of superficial AI wrapper apps, which is what in many of the automatic descriptions, it kind of sounds like what Railtown is, the screeners, the computers when they go through. So they skip it for now. The trajectory for this specific control plane layer would follow a distinct pattern. Short-term valuation reset, 12 months. Private VCs, all of their valuations across technology will contract. Seed and Series A gateway startups without deep intellectual property around GPU memory optimization will go to zero. That's what your boo-boos are hoping here. And I think if you're in any other stocks that are under $5, you better think it through, do due diligence. I'm not saying you might not have found something, but do the due diligence. In a short-term valuation reset, in a chaos, in a panic, we're talking about 12 months, private VC valuations across all technology will contract. Seed and Series A gateway startups, if they don't have deep intellectual property around GPU memory optimization, will just get wiped out. They'll go to zero. There'll be a flight, number 2, a flight to quality. Capital will aggressively flee loss-making foundation model training, which obviously requires billions in ongoing CapEx. And capital will then concentrate into high-margin recurring software layers that protect corporate cash flows. And then thirdly, lastly, aggressive monolith merger and acquisition. Legacy infrastructure, cyber and cloud giants will rush to buy these independent orchestration layers during the downturn. That's when you can let somebody shake the peaches out of your tree. Keep your peaches in your tree until they rush to come buy them. Legacy infrastructure, cyber and cloud giants. For example, cybersecurity, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, wanting the layer for prompt injection defense, guardrails, and data leak prevention. Or observability in cloud, Datadog, Cloudflare, Cisco, wanting the layer for API telemetry and cost monitoring and traffic routing or routing. And three, virtualization giants, Broadcom, VMware, seeking to build the definitive enterprise GPU operating system. The historical precedent, virtualization always wins in a crisis. We have seen this exact playbook twice before in modern technology history. The 2000 dot-com crash, telecom fiber companies went bankrupt and thousands of websites died. But Akami, the edge routing and content delivery layer, and middleware providers became foundational because the surviving internet had to run efficiently and cheaply. We also saw it in the 2008 financial crisis. Enterprise IT budgets vanished. Companies couldn't afford new physical servers. VMware exploded in value because its virtualization software allowed enterprises to run 10 virtual servers on a single physical box they already owned. The orchestration and abstraction control plane is where it's at. The orchestration and abstraction control plane is the VMware of the AI era. If the AI bubble bursts, raw compute gets liquidated, model providers go bankrupt, and data center debt gets restructured, the software layer that routes tokens, virtualizes GPUs, and controls costs becomes the most valuable asset left standing. To understand how this layer survives a market downturn, you have to split the software stack into two distinct tiers: hardware level optimization engines, which talk directly to the GPU, and API level routing and gateways, which talk to the enterprise application, which tell two friends and they tell two friends. While both sit in the orchestration ecosystem, their technical moats, their monetization models, and defensibility during a crunch are completely different. The two tiers compared. So you got on the middle hardware level optimization, the execution engines, and on the right, API level routing and gateways, the control planes. This is where we are, and I'm not saying all planes are alike. I'm not saying we're going to get the whole market, and I'm not saying that others won't win. There's plenty of room. All right, so the key players in the hardware level are things like VLLM, SG-Lang, TensorRT LLM, Triton, LM Deploy. In our area, the control planes, it's Portkey, LightLM, Brain Trust, OpenRouter, Cloudflare, AI Gateway. Primary job of the execution engine is solve GPU memory bottlenecks, manage KV caching, optimize CUDA kernels, execute model weights. In our space, control panels, the job is route prompts, manage rate limits, enforce security guardrails, handle failovers, audit token costs. And remember what companies are looking for before they switch. They're looking for cost, security, safety. They're looking for, in those top two, you have to control the agents for that. But they're also looking for redundancy and obviously a reduction in costs and an increase in productivity. Anyway, engineering depth on the hardware side, it's extreme. It requires a lot of expertise. But over here on our side, even I can figure it out. No, it's moderate. It's built around high throughput networking, API proxies, and web scale database architecture. And what's the default model in either one? In the first, it's open source standard or bundled into chip manufactured SDKs, software development kits. In our area, it's enterprise SaaS and consumption-based software pricing. That's the default model. Moat type, it's the deep technical IP and algorithmic breakthroughs. On our space, it's workflow embedding, governance, FinOps system of record. Okay, let's go through it. The tier one hardware level optimization engines, the silicon squeezers. When a large language model runs, the primary bottleneck is almost never compute. It is memory bandwidth. Memory bandwidth. Every single token generated requires moving massive weight matrices across high bandwidth memory, HBM. Put that on your list. High bandwidth memory, HBM, to GPU cores. This layer solves that problem through software engineering breakthroughs. For example, VLLM created paged attention, treating GPU key value cache memory like virtual memory in an operating system to prevent memory fragmentation. SG-Lang built radix attention, executing token-level prefix caching that dramatically speeds up multi-turn agent conversations, RAG pipelines, and structured outputs. TensorRT LLM, NVIDIA's ahead of time compiled engine path that aggressively fuses CUDA kernels specifically for Hopper and Blackwell hardware. Defensibility of this and downturn dynamics, the open source paradox. The paradox, this software is hypercritical, but extremely difficult to monetize as a standalone venture. Remember that. That's our role. It's all this money gone that you're hearing about is hard to monetize as a standalone venture. Why? Open source commoditization. Hugging Face put its proprietary text generation inference, TGI, add that one, engine into maintenance mode because open source projects like VLLM and SG Lang outperformed it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, NVIDIA gives away TensorRT LLM for free because their goal is selling physical $40,000 GPUs. So what's their survival path? Independent startups building pure hardware level engines rarely survive as independent SaaS companies. Instead, they get aggressively acquired by chip makers, NVIDIA, AMD, NeoClouds, CoreWeave Lambda, or model hosting platforms, Bestin, Together AI, desperate to improve their hardware unit economics. So, Tier 2, API level routing and gateways. The enterprise traffic controllers. Is that another word for conductor? This layer sits between the software application and the execution engines. It acts as the smart router and financial controller for all outgoing AI prompts. When an employee or agent triggers an application, this gateway inspects the prompt and executes real-time rules. Security check scans for data leaks or prompt injection attacks. Railtown. Smart model tiering that routes routine lookup to a cheap 8B parameter model, saving 95% on token costs while sending complex logic to a 700 billion model. Sounds like conductor. Circuit breaker. If OpenAI goes down, it reroutes the request to Claude, the Frenchman, or a self-hosted Llama insistence on CoreWeave in single-digit milliseconds. Milliseconds. That's what your company can do. Your product can do this, and in fact does it quite well. And it does it at scale. Remember that when they try to shake you out of your stock. So what's the defensibility and downturn dynamics? What's the FinOps moat? The moat. A simple API proxy is easily copied, but an enterprise FinOps control plane that connects into corporate accounting, SAP NetSuite, security policies, Okta Palo Alto, and compliance logs becomes deeply embedded software. Deeply embedded software. Why it thrives in a crisis. When a market correction hits, CFOs do not log into VLLM to tune CUDA kernels. They log into the AI Gateway dashboard to set hard token spend limits per department, audit usage, and cut overall enterprise AI bills by 50% overnight. That's why it thrives. It cuts costs by 50%. Survival path. This tier acts as the data dog of the AI era. It commands recurring enterprise SaaS revenue with a high retention rate. Even if GPU prices crash, remember this, if the whole world loses its mind, maintain yours. Depending on where the price is, they're like the guys, you might have, be careful. There might be ways to protect it though. I'm going to suggest maybe if there's puts, we might buy some of those. But anyway, even if GPU prices crash, enterprise IT departments still need a centralized control plane to manage multi-model security, cost auditing, and fallback redundancy. The verdict on how value accrues. Keep this in your mind. If the market freezes, capital retreats, hardware level engines. You can read the names there. We've read them before. The monetization is low because it's mostly open source and bundled. The fate in a downturn, it's acquired as infrastructure IP and probably at low prices. During a market freeze or capital retreat, the API level routers and gateways. Monetization high. Downturn fate survives as what? Mandatory. It survives as mandatory IT middleware. This is what you're in as a market. This is what you're in. Don't get frightened by these people. But that doesn't mean the stock isn't going to drift downward. But the stock price isn't telling you anything. Remember that. Remember that private equity is hoarding the orchestration layer. What do you own? The orchestration layer and the permutation. I'm not saying you own the whole layer. That's not what I'm saying. In fact, I think there's 9 or 11 layers in it. But we're just looking at the macro. Hardware level software gets absorbed into the physical supply chain, becoming the default drivers that allowed cloud providers to keep their margins alive on cheap GPU rentals. On the other hand, API level software evolves from a developer convenience into a mandatory corporate risk and cost control system. The companies that build, do you see it here? The companies that build deep, sticky enterprise governance around token routing will build durable software businesses, while the teams building raw inference acceleration will largely be talent and IP acquired by the infrastructure giants. So I suppose there's a chance. That we could stand alone. There's a chance. Good chance. So the point of all that education to you, that due diligence that we're doing, is there are some storms are brewing. My gut is that this is just a correction, but which has to happen. You go up, you can't go straight up. But if it turns out to be more than that, when everybody comes back to their desks after Labor Day, just remember what you're hearing here. A freeze in AI spending, a decline in the data centers, and even GPU spending leads to an increased demand for what we're broadly calling the orchestration layer. Your company is in the heart of it. Keep listening. If you want to hear more about Roadhouse. All right. I'm going to take a very quick break. I'm going to remind you of what you're in while I'm gone. I just really want to wash my hands, put some water on my face, and maybe get, I don't think I'll maybe get a little water, but I'll be right back. I won't be very long. Here is Railtown. We'll start talking about it. must keep going. Can't stop now. Oh boy. All right, let's try to get refreshed. Let's try to get refreshed and re-engineered. For a new start and plow through. I'm going to finish this today. I'm going to finish. Why am I doing this? You may ask. And you may ask, why am I doing this? I'm doing it because I perceive that there's a great risk that the machines who do not know the story, they don't care about the story, even if good news came out. During the July-August timeframe, I'm worried that they're going to get this stock price down to where you can't stand it. And then I think you could make a mistake that you regret for the rest of your financial life. I'm not saying this other guy shaped my words. I'm not saying hold this diamond hand. I hate that diamond hands. I'm not saying hold this from some absurd target, but I am saying that some really high targets are possible. We just don't know yet. So let's let the future take care of that. For now, I don't want you shaken out if for some reason they get this low. I mean, frankly, there's no reason it stops here. There's no magic to it. They're just combines. They're just combines running down the field and turning around and coming again. That's all they are. Good news, bad news, merger, appointment, none of it matters. They don't read. They don't read. Like most of America, they don't read. So the price doesn't tell you anything about what you own and the fundamentals of both the macro and the fundamentals specifically of your company. And I really think that unless your brain is full of this and these things you can come back to, you can get shaken out emotionally. And I don't want that to happen. I want you to just accept, for purposes of stating my purpose, I believe that the entire float of this company, currently at these prices anyway, is entirely locked up by strong hands. Entirely in strong hands. So what have they been selling to us? That's the thing. They've been selling the same scheme that's going to work on 99% of the companies under $5. And for the main reason, as we found out Saturday night, the only kryptonite, the only antidote, those are two different things, but the only thing that just blows it out of the water, stops it cold, is institutional buying. Absent that, everything else they're not scared of. Even a spike because of retail buying, they know eventually they can run that back down, and they love it. Their gluttonous, greedy eyes love it, and they take it back down. But what they want now, I'm telling you that you are strong hands. You are strong hands. All of us are strong hands. We are a sophisticated boutique microcap technology institutional fund. That's what we are. We are strong hands. But of the whole list that I can make of who owns this stock, they make the list too. To them, we look like the weakest. And that's why they're attacking. That's why they're coming to try to take your shares. They're trying to Steve Miller you. They really want to shake your tree. Don't let them. All right, let's keep going. Let's read the question. Well, let me, all right, I've totally forgotten where I am, but let's go with what this is. The question is, and I'm trying to be clever with it by not giving, and then I gave up. I said, there is a name you will not see, because the computer won't see it. Currently listed as a software as a service for developers getting to know each other. I'm being dismissive, sarcastic, which is starting to adjust that naming in its filing. And it has a terrific solution in this layer, Railtown AI Technologies. It's going to come on like gangbusters in the fall, in my opinion. Search beyond the small SaaS story, see the IP and the platform and the solution. Discuss possible asymmetric bet. Could it do well? And I wrote send because it wasn't working. I kept trying. It's still, this thing glitches. So I don't know what the send means to you, but that's what it was to me. So it found this. The only thing I said in there is it's an excellent technology, and I asked it to look. I didn't really fill in anything else, you see. So Railtown AI Technologies, on the Canadian, it's Rail, and on the OTC, it's RLAIF, is an intriguing microcap example. On paper, many investors write them off as just another small cap SaaS vendor building, quote, AI copilots, unquote, for Jira, bug tracking, and developer notes. However, looking past the surface reveals a strategic effort to reposition the company directly into the AI agent observability and orchestration layer. AI agent observability and orchestration layer. Sounds good. What Railtown is building under the hood. Railtown has spent the last few years quietly pivoting from a developer productivity tool into a broader enterprise agentic stack. It's the Conductor platform, agent observability, token and runtime telemetry. Do you hear it? You hear some of the things from before? Tokens, telemetry, runtime, observability. And then RC, which is Railtown Component Framework. I assume they're talking about rail tracks. Anyway, it's node-based, event-driven agent orchestration layer. And then the AGI ingestion data connectors. I don't know the names of these. It's the entire platform. AGI ingestion and data connectors ingests repo history, deployment logs, and tickets. That sounds a little bit like the older material, but it's anyway. And then they describe it down here. The agent observability product is Conductor. Rather than just tracking standard code bugs like Sentry or Datadog used to do, Conductor monitors running AI agents. It tracks reasoning paths, runtime behavior, and token utilization to provide cost and performance cost controls for autonomous workflows. The RC framework, I'm not sure why they're calling it that. Agent orchestration. I assume there's Rail Engine and there's Railtracks, but I don't, so excuse me on that. Agent orchestration, positioned as a native node-based alternative to frameworks like LangGraph. It eliminates external control flow layers by allowing agent nodes to dynamically make decisions and invoke other nodes internally, a crucial requirement for multi-agent executions, agents dealing with agents. Application level IP. They have filed provisional patents covering AI-driven ticket generation and automated root cause analysis. Their platform ingests historical commits, builds, and logs to give agents full contextual understanding of a code base. They also do this all real time. All right, let me fill in. I'm not ready to make nice. Feels good. I just remembered what my mother used to say to us when she would do something like announce to us in the middle of the night that we're moving. Where are we moving? We're moving to Vermont. Vermont. And then the heat and the long drive. And of course, we're kids and we're complaining and making noise. And I guess she's there's no air conditioning. Air conditioning wasn't in all vehicles back then. And I just remember she would, and more than once, but that's one time I remember. And everyone gets upset with everybody. And she says, I'm doing this because I love you. So that's why I'm doing this. Because I love you. All right, let's keep going. The bull case, why it could be an asymmetric bet. An asymmetric bet occurs when the downside is capped by a low initial market cap. That's where we are. The downside is limited because the only further place it could go is to the bottom of the page. But the upside is multiplied by orders of magnitude if the execution hits. And to answer the gentleman, if he is from the past, that's why you don't get out on a double. This is an asymmetric bet. The upside is orders of magnitude from here on Railtown. Strategic, here's some of the reasons. Strategic, this, when you read this, remember a computer put this together. I asked her to do it in the context of financial analysis or institution. This is how a computer for an institution, if they see it, and I think since she found it, I didn't put any of this into this chat. So if she found it, maybe they're starting to find it. But my point is, these are what institutions, private equity looks for. And these are the boxes. So an asymmetric bet occurs. And by the way, institutions, particularly smaller VCs and private equity, actually invest in stocks to get 10x, to get 20x, to get 30x. And the boo birds will ridicule me. Don't let them ridicule you for trying to show you how to do it. Private equity doesn't raise hundreds of millions and billions of dollars to day trade or on a stock when it doubles, get out. You were slowly and surely and most definitely becoming sophisticated investors. And just remember that when your emotions flare, and they might have to over this next time, and if you're on Reddit or StockTwits or any of that, they're going to play on you. And if you're listening to the troika of Tony and Bill and the others, the Gandalfs and that if you're listening, I don't know all the names, but if you're listening to them, just remember they're trying to get you scared, emotional, and thinking without remembering all the due diligence you've done. This is how an institution is going to view an investment like this. Okay, so the downside is quite limited. And in fact, if it hits zeros, that's the downside. So you've got 23 cents risk from here. The upside is multiplied by orders of magnitude. So she found out at the computer, strategic backing and smart money, high-profile technology veterans, including BlackBerry co-founder Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan via Quantum Valley, have participated in Railtown's private placements. That level of institutional validation is rare for a small Canadian microcap. Well, in those guys, rare is in the word. It doesn't exist anywhere else outside of maybe inside of their own, their own ecosystem. The quantum things. Distributed engine. They have a distribution engine. That's how the computers are going to see it, through AIP. Railtown acquired AI Partnerships Corp, AIP, to secure an instant channel distribution network of affiliates and SME clients, pairing their software with built-in sales channels rather than selling cold into enterprise IT. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. And then micro-cap operating leverage. Operating a $50 million market cap valuation at one, Railtown doesn't need billion-dollar contracts to move the needle. Would I surprise you if I believe eventually billion-dollar contracts will come? Maybe not right away. I'm not saying that. A handful of major enterprise licensing deals for Conductor or their RC framework could trigger significant re-rating on public exchanges. It's the first time I've seen it called RC. I think that it doesn't matter. It's the entire platform is conductor, rail engine, and rail tracks. Whatever the computer is speaking about here, I can't say what RC means. Anyway, a handful of major enterprise licensing deals for conductor or their RC framework could trigger significant re-rating on public exchanges. Do you hear that? Significant? Do you call it double significant from, well, I guess if you're day trading, you might. Bear case, what would hold it back? And this is good. We got to carefully assume all this. What would hold it back? To evaluate the bet, and I think it's more of a strategic investment than a bet, but fair enough. To evaluate it objectively, several structural microcap risks must be weighed, and they should be. So let's go through them. I didn't read this, but it didn't catch my eye as I was going down it. But okay, there is open source competition. The orchestration space is dominated by massive open source momentum. LangChain and LangGraph are the same company. And they went out at 1.2, well, they're private, but a year ago they were valued at 1.25 billion. If Railtown today got recognition and were valued at that price, it'd be over $5 a share. At the time, and I think through the end of the year, LangChain's product offering was not as good as Railtown's. But they did raise a lot of money, and money and talent can rapidly change, like at the speed of technology, change what their offerings are. So I wouldn't dismiss it now, 6 months later, which is, you know, it's a real lifetime in technology. You know, 6 months ago, I tell you, I don't think they match up to Railtown. Now I don't know, but I still stand by that Railtown was essentially first, and I still think they are the class of the space. But that's something we have to find out. There's been a long period of silence. VLLM, I don't know anything about. Autogen, I don't really. Getting developers to adopt a proprietary engine like RC requires overcoming massive network effects. Well, it's proprietary, but it is able, Railtown's platform is designed to be agnostic to language. It can read and ingest all languages, agnostic to data center. It's neutral. Railtown's platform is Switzerland. So in fact, this barrier is not as big as she's saying. She's right to bring the risk up. But if a developer or a company or I guess a data center is already using something else, Railtown very comfortably fits alongside or on top and co-produces. Or it's a different layer. But it's when you engage Railtown, you're not stuck in a silo. You don't have to change your languages. You don't have to change your data center. In fact, you really don't have to change much at all. But the initial break-in is Railtracks. It's a tool that is essentially free to get that. It's the kind of the model of Microsoft or the App Store. You work on that first, you get comfortable. You don't have to go anywhere further. That's fine. But if you start to use conductor and rail engine, you got to pay for it, or other arrangements. But I tell you, once you're in it, you're embedded. And I think the whole thing that Railtown's trying to do is build that trust and be able to work anywhere with anybody. It's a very Canadian thing. Very Canadian. When you travel, they're the best. They're the best. All right, let me find that one again. The second one is microcap capital dilution. As pre-revenue, early revenue, Railtown relies on private placements and warrants to fund cash burn. Ongoing share issuance can dilute equity upside if revenue growth lags. That's a real risk, and we've talked about it in all stocks under $5. That's why these parasites come to suck your capital. Railtown, just to quickly remind you, Railtown started essentially 7 years ago. They used their own money. They had to raise money. They went public in Canada. And then planning ahead, they opened on the OTC thinking, we'll get money in the United States. You should thank your lucky stars that they did not raise money in the United States. Otherwise, you'd have another MMAT. You'd be destroyed. It doesn't matter. Once a CEO signs a toxic financing, doesn't matter how good the story is, unless it's blow away good. But had they done toxic financing, those BlackBerry guys might have come in at 5 cents. It would have been diluted. It's just thank gosh they didn't do it. So then, once they came to the United States, I'm sure they looked into it. But then what happened? Which means that this is so beautiful for you. OpenAI hit the world, ChatGPT, and it immediately raised awareness and triggered all of this spending. Imagine what awareness to Railtown's going to trigger. But then people finally said, oh, we know what you're doing. Before, no one understood it. And all of a sudden, everyone wanted in and wanted to, and they raised some money. They did a small placement, and then they did this one. So that issue doesn't exist in Railtown. Railtown has a very strong treasury. They just announced their commercializing in July. Again, they had started before, but they are aggressive. They hired WSI, a major global marketing firm, and I think they're going to hit the ground running. Their goal is to attack the virgin market, which represents most of Canada's enterprises, of Canadian SMEs. And they started in July, and I'm sure they're not limiting themselves to Canada. All right, what's the third one? The third bear case, enterprise credibility gap. Fortune 500s tend to buy observability software from established giants, Datadog, Dynatrace, Cloudflare. Railtown's current strategy focuses heavily on SMEs and sovereign AI initiatives, which provides a niche but limits immediate global scale. All right. It is, when described that way, I suppose it's a niche, but Canada is the world's 11th, or is it 20th? Anyway, I think it's the world's 11th largest economy. And it was first in AI. with a couple of brainy guys, Henson or somebody, and it is trying to become a superpower in AI. Not just saying it. Their advantage is energy, cold, highly educated population, good financial markets, trusted government. So I forget what I was saying about that, but the idea that it's a niche, Canada's pretty big. But also what she's not seeing is, and the data's not there, if Railtown becomes the critical interface between the raw iron, that's what they call it sometimes, of the stack at the data centers that tell us, and maybe at high buzz, B buzz, and BCE. I just showed you another 4 or 5 times it was referenced. That changes everything. The computers will no longer give that caveat, because then you're not going to the CFO and the CEO. You're right up on there already. They may not know it. They sign up with TELUS, they sign up with Microsoft, and who's conducting the tokens and the traffic? Maybe Railtown. I'm not saying they're going to do the whole world. All right, let's keep going. The verdict: Railtown is an interesting high beta play on the exact orchestration and observability layer discussed earlier. If Conductor platform and the RC framework win adoption among enterprises looking to manage token burn and monitor agent drift, catch my drift, the current market valuation leaves room for asymmetric upside. However, like most microcap technology plays, success hinges on translating strategic IP and press releases into verified software annual recurring revenue. Yep, it's ever thus. It's ever thus. The computers cannot find enough information to describe it differently. However, you get that it is asymmetric. It is in this area that we just spent a couple of hours showing how important it is. And as soon as, if I should say, but if and as soon as something comes out of TELUS, or maybe a buzz, or just maybe somewhere, that immediately gives credibility that Railtown is all this stack, all this data center, all this energy, all of it won't work without that layer. And I'd submit in Canada, and this is my opinion, no one's told me this, I would submit in Canada, if you want to be sovereign, there's only one place to go. And once that concept is proven, that's how they say it, once that you have a proof of concept in Canada, it can easily be replicated in other parts of the world that want to follow a sovereign path. It was mentioned tonight, Sweden, Middle East. I don't know about China, but South, anywhere you can, anywhere that wants to get away from the U.S. Cloud Act. All right, I'm going to move on to the next question. And let's find it. Feels good. Don't want to make nice. All right, so I think I think the markets today and AI in general, and maybe not today, but over this period of time, have been in a bit of under a bit of pressure. And I asked this question: discuss Sarah. I didn't know her name. I'll read my question. Discuss OpenAI's CEO Sarah something. That's a pretty common last name. Comments on not being able to fund the $1 trillion commitments they have. Could this set off a market sell-off after Labor Day? Multiples would contract, of course, but would the orchestration layer in general and Railtown specifically find traction? You were referring to Sarah Fryer, the CFO of OpenAI, formerly the CFO of Square and CEO of Nextdoor. Fryer touched off to firestorm across Wall Street and Silicon Valley when discussing OpenAI's staggering 1.4 trillion plus in long-term commitments on infrastructure for data centers and silicon. At a Wall Street Journal conference, she floated the idea of needing a federal backstop. I thought Sam did that, or loan guarantees to help finance this industrial scale build out. Comments she quickly had to walk back on LinkedIn after intense political pushback. More recently, Fryer introduced a new enterprise scorecard focused on, quote, useful intelligence per dollar, a direct acknowledgement that corporate CFOs are undergoing an AI cost reckoning and panicking over ballooning token bills that aren't yielding immediate ROI. Well, it's not really ROI. Anyway, return on investment. Could this set off a post-Labor Day sell-off? Yes. The setup for a seasonal valuation contraction is very real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real, baby. So, could this set off a post-Labor Day sell-off? Yes. The setup for a seasonal valuation contraction is real. Historically, September post-Labor Day is when institutional capital managers, corporate boards, and CFOs return to execute budget audits for the upcoming fiscal year. The disconnect: OpenAI projecting a path toward tens of billions in revenue while taking over $1 trillion in long-dated compute contracts. Wow. Creates an extreme duration mismatch, I'll say. Multiple contraction. If corporate Q3 earnings review that enterprise spending on generative AI is plateauing because companies can't justify the margin hit, software multiples will re-rate downward across the board. The gasoline on the fire. Fryer's trial balloon regarding government backstops signaled to Wall Street that even the premier AI poster child sees private credit and debt markets getting tapped out relative to CapEx required. So, second question in this set, would the orchestration and observability layer find traction? Paradoxically, a market sell-off and CapEx crunch would accelerate adoption for this layer. Paradoxically, a market sell-off and CapEx crunch would accelerate adoption for this layer. A market sell-off and a CapEx crunch would accelerate adoption for this layer. When money is free, and software multiples are 30x sales, and enterprises do not care about efficiency. They blindly hit frontier model APIs with single prompt architectures, paying premium prices for unoptimized compute. When a sell-off hits and CFOs plural, demand cost cuts, the mandate shifts overnight, not slowly, overnight. You could almost say immediately, from, quote, build fast to, quote, optimize every token. Climb every mountain, fjord every stream. When a sell-off hits and CFOs demand cost cuts, the mandate shifts overnight from build fast to optimize every token. So in the easy money era, unlimited GPU CapEx, raw model size, you use the beast, blind API consumption. But when a reckoning on cost comes, you have hard token budgets. You only use useful intelligence. You manage where it's directed. And then you have strict telemetry and RAG. The orchestration layer provides the exact knobs and dials CFOs need during a crunch. 1, dynamic model routing. Automatically routing a simple task to a 2-cent model instead of a $20 model. 2, circuit breaking. Rerouting workloads away from expensive or failing infrastructure in real time. 3, task level cost accounting, measuring the exact cost per completed workflow rather than guessing token burn. How Railtown AI Technologies fits into this pivot. It didn't say that Railtown is included. It said how Railtown fits into this pivot. This is where the narrative around Railtown AI Technologies becomes intriguing as an asymmetric bet. Sarah Fryer's useful intelligence per dollar metric focuses on 4 things. And you'll see it kind of runs along what we've already talked about what companies are looking for. 1, is the AI completing work that matters? That's a good question that we could ask the HR departments around. Never mind. 2, what does each successful task cost? Cost. 3, how often does the AI get the work right? What are the error and drift rates? And 4, is the value growing more quickly than the compute cost? Railtown's current engineering push, specifically their conductor observability platform and Railtown component orchestration framework, is designed to answer those exact 4 questions for software and agentic environments. Agentic observability, conductor, standard application monitoring like Legacy Sentry only tells you if a web server crashed. Conductor monitors running AI agents, tracking reasoning loops, ticketing execution, root cause fixes, and token efficiency. The tailwinds. If enterprise buyers stop throwing money at brute force LLMs and start demanding software that audits agent execution and prevents agent drift, Railtown's IP, that's intellectual property, sits directly in the crosshairs of that enterprise shift. The reality check for Railtown. While the macro narrative aligns well with Railtown's product direction, microcap execution is always, that's true though. But I believe Railtown is beyond all the risks in being a microcap, other than it's still on that level where I see the risks. Where they see the risk still is this constant combined reaping of you with fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and the constant pressure of what should be illegal. And if it were tracked, it would be stopped, but Ann Wagner just doesn't care. She wants to protect your privacy. So these guys can strip mine the over-the-counter markets with nary a concern. Remember, the only way out is institutional buying. And I think that's coming. Railtown doesn't need any more money. Railtown never signed a toxic financing that I could find. And it checks all the other boxes other than being a microcap. It's not going to be a microcap for long. So don't let it get away from you. So the summary, if Sarah Fryer's comments, well, anyway, I didn't finish the reality check. So compare the two things. The asymmetric risk is if Railtown's distribution channel via AI partnerships, that's big and meaningful, converts this enterprise cost panic into verifiable SaaS annual recurring revenue. A $50 million microcap can re-rate rapidly. But remember what she's leaving out here. She's leaving out, what if you get a data center announcement or 2? What if it catches fire and you get a dozen data center announcements? What if you get the SMEs that WSI has been hired to introduce? And I don't know, what if you got announcements on that like popcorn? The upside is quite exciting. The risk is open source frameworks, LangChain, which is private. And I think Railtown had a head start, but retrenched wisely to build this elegant and powerful platform. And then Llama Index, which I think is inside one of them. I think it's inside Facebook. And then VLLM, I can't remember. They are in a fierce competition, and microcaps often struggle with enterprise sales cycles against legacy giants. The thing is, Railtown has an open field up in Canada where only 6% have accepted it AI, the switch to AI, or maybe 10. So they're going in there, proof of concept and all that, and their agents will self-learn. It's beautiful. But the sales cycle, once you're on top of a data center, it doesn't exist at that data center. And I don't know, you get a lot of business. All right, summary. If Sarah Fryle's comments signal the end of, quote, of, quote, unlimited, unscrutinized AI capex, the broader market may face a painful valuation reset post-Labor Day. But for the software layers that quantify root and optimize token usage, including microcap players like Railtown, building agent observability is already built. The post-hype era is precisely where enterprise utility and revenue traction begins. So remember, this is research that the computer, she's helping me do, but she doesn't see everything. You've done the due diligence. You put a lot of pieces together, and just don't forget that. All right. Let me go to your comments just to take a break, because, well, let me just see here. Okay, yeah. Let me go just to have a little more interaction with you. And if there's negativo, I'm probably, unless I can answer it in a calm voice and I feel like it's helping other people, I don't feel any obligation to spread your FUD anymore. I've really tried to show that I'm not afraid of any questions and treat everybody here as if they're a legitimate investor. But, enough's enough. And what I'm trying to do here, I will remind you, is I'm trying to keep people who have done enormous due diligence in Railtown AI Technologies. It's been a tough year. We haven't been shaken out yet, but I perceive at least a risk that over the August holidays, which started now in July, just the almost absent buying could disappear up in Canada as everyone goes on vacation. And it's a perfect time to scare you. And so why I spent so long Saturday night and why I'm doing it now is I want your head full of information, a lot of facts, but a lot of it's projections. But this is the due diligence institutions do. This is what the professionals do. You, by owning Railtown, are no longer subject to the insane, emotional, back and forth, the hype, the depression, the quickly move there, the idiotic day trading and swing trading advice, and here's another name, and don't ever do that again. When you buy a stock, when you commit your hard-earned money to a stock, you should at least attempt yourself to figure out how much you think that stock's worth and what it's going to be worth, and all sorts of other things we're going through. I personally think Railtown today is worth what Langchain was worth a summer ago. It didn't get priced it got priced in the summer. It closed in either September or October. But I think Railtown right now is worth $5.50 a share, but we'll have to go through the process. I'm not. That's not a promise or anything. That's just what I think based on that valuation. Private equity can often hype valuations, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I don't think Railtown's worth 50 million. I think it's worth a lot more than that. And I think the world, you're going to find it. The investment world's going to find it out, and it's going to be the talk of Railtown, the town. So what my goal here is that you don't get shaken out. And if you can just make it through till September, sorry for that noise. If you can just make it through till September, October, November, I think things are going to be bright. But, we now have the risk. It's all taken so long. We have the risk that at some point the 44-year-old secular bull market's going to come to a crash. We also have the risk that we might be in World War III. I can't focus on any of that anymore. All I can focus on what I can help you do and what we do as a community. And I invite anybody that's listening that hasn't joined. We got some great people here. So far, it's free. I don't think it's ever going to cost money, but maybe. But what we're trying to do is take this train out of this loser, there's no way to win space, and bring our accounts back to where they were, and then maybe many multiples above. And then we've reset our brain, reset our electricity. We become real investors and valuable investors to Wall Street. So let's keep going. Oh no, we're going to go to the comments. We'll start with KYP. Hey, KYP. And we'll go. All right, so Donna M said, thanks, Ward. My internet's been going out a lot today. Ward said, Donna, that's funny. You said that because mine's been cutting off and on the last couple of days. I think it's system overload. Ward said, Donna, that's funny you said that. My phone has been cutting off and on the last couple of days. Bob S. Hi, Bob. William, you've been killing it lately. Good for you and for the United Association. And for us, I guess you're saying. Ward corrected his spell check. Bob S. The RT story is just getting better and better. So much better now than 125 when I started buying. And oddly, the price is cheaper. This is going to be exciting soon. I just bought 10K for my 2 grandkids each. Bob S., you're the man. You know what I'm the most jealous of in that sentence? Well, I'm jealous that I don't have the money to do that for my grandkids. But I'm really jealous I don't have grandkids. That's awesome, Bob. That's awesome. Donna M. Ward, ours has been on and off for a few days too. I'm sorry. If you guys were talking, sorry. Donna M. That's great, Bob. Bob S. 7123. Bob S713, thanks. Donna Ward Richardson. Wow, Bob, well done. See how this community is? Everybody roots, there's no jealousy. We're all supportive of each other. And almost everybody puts up with me. Bob S7123. Thanks, Ward and Harbison, for all the additional work you guys do for us. Exactly. Chestnut. Oh, by the way, I bought over 1,000 RT in the last few days. Good for you, Chestnut. Good for you. That's a fantastic total. That's a fantastic total. Bravo again. I can't clap too hard. Bob S. says, nice total, Chestnut. Congratulations. Chestnut, thank you, Bob. Ward Richardson. Chestnut, well done. Chestnut. Thank you, Ward. It's not easy. I'm on Social Security retirement 3 years now. Yeah, I love that dog. That's the best dog. Yeah, it's not easy. And I just want to relate that I think, Chestnut, you were in some of these other stocks that I would say were high risk. I don't want to speak for you, but I think you were. And that money's essentially gone or going. I'm telling you, there's no way out unless institutions buy. And we just learned that. It's like a epiphany, putting all the facts together. So I don't know your numbers, Chestnut, but here's my prayer for you and everyone here, that with your commitment to Railtown, it's nothing new in the sense of the risk framework or parameters that you've taken before. But what is new is it's mispriced. Railtown shouldn't even be in this where it is. It should be either private, I'm glad it's not, or perhaps, maybe it's some of our urgency. Maybe what Corey's been doing has been perfectly choreographed. My long-term Wall Street experience, a client of mine said years ago, time is risk. And for 30 some years, I have that in my head. Time is risk. And so we've been in it for some time. But what I'm trying, and I think you're seeing, I'm trying to show you, oddly, I had a boss who I worked with, and he long-term Wall Street hand at this, and he always would say, when there's a crash or a correction, it's no longer a stock market. And right now the stock market's about 10, 12 stocks being reinvested. When there's a crash or a correction, it becomes a market of stocks. But what we're learning here is the over-the-counter slop is not where we should be. Every now and then, because it's the only place. The reason there are things there, it's the only place companies can provide liquidity and try to raise money. But on the broad part, it's a mistake. So you got to really carefully do due diligence. But Chestnut, what I'm hoping, kind of like I showed earlier, is and I know it's in retrospect and you didn't set out to do this, but now that we're all this institutional grade investors, try to look at it that those things you lost were part of a portfolio in this risk parameter. And this is, I would argue, is the last one, but it rounds out all the rest of those. So it's not really, and I'm not saying you are, but it's not really betting at all. It's a percentage of all that we've already done. I know you could argue with my framing, but here's the thing. We've done the due diligence, and we're very fortunate that out of our dozen companies, we have found that one that can pull our entire account, not only back to even, but we can give our account in the last 4 years of our lives outperformance. That's what they do in private equity and venture capital. You set out, of course, they do it the other way around, set out with an idea of how much money you're going to bring. You do your commitments, but you spread it out. The thing is, every single one they try to get those higher numbers, but they know most most are going to be difficult. If you're trading those other stocks, there is no upside unless you're a day trader. And if you're on Social Security and with a beautiful dog, you don't have time to be a day trader. So anyway, Chestnut, I think your long over-the-counter nightmare is about to come to an end. Chestnut, I find a little money here and there every month and put some away and some in RT. Beautiful, beautiful. I wish I had that too, but I know it's, I'm there with you. Ward Richardson, Chestnut, well done. You have a very good position in RT right now. Ricky Brogan, Chestnut, nice position. Congratulations. Chestnut, thank you, Ricky. Otis. Oh, hi, Otis McCringle. William, I'm interested to know why you haven't been in MMTLP spaces. Well, I don't always feel welcome. That's the answer, Otis. Unless Junk Savvy's doing it, I don't know which space to go on. There's some where they laugh, ridicule at me. Double D makes fun of me on Christmas Day. So that was part of it. The other is I've been doing this, but this took a lot more time than I thought. But I also, Otis, once I was doing some of this, I didn't want to come in and pitch it on junk spaces or busy brand spaces. I didn't think it was appropriate. I didn't want to bring a whole new idea. Even if I didn't talk about it, I might get questions. So that was a reason too. I have tried to go into the spaces several times looking for junk, and for a while I couldn't find her. And then I guess I kind of gave up. But I've been on a few spaces. I'm glad to come in again, Otis. I am willing to come in again. I'm still in the fight with you, and I've tried different things and I'm going to keep trying. But the main reason, Otis, those are all true and they're in there. But the main reason is I decided once I got convinced so dramatically on Railtown, I decided the best way I could help people, and it's not many, compared to the 100, what is it, 65,000 people? I have a very small piece of it. But for those who, and I haven't, like I say, I haven't gone to try to poach. I think people have poached me for sure, but I haven't tried to go. But I think I can have better help getting people to see how to do it and out of here and make their money back in MMTLP rather than what I've did walking the halls and going to the SEC and uh, writing. I don't know if I wrote a letter. I think I did, or I did an open letter or something. I can't remember. But all of that, I knew I put all my full effort in. I also started to sense and got to know that these stocks that were being recommended, the first 2 or 3 or 4 all went up. But the rest, I just started to think, no, this isn't the way to make people whole, make myself whole. And I think it's Railtown. And I think people that have lost in MMTLP and others, if, for example, Otis, if you still have, I can't give you personal advice, but if one still has, a little bit in this stock or that stock or that stock, it's not diversification. It's all the same pigsty. But if you can take that, slop, stand to clean it out, sell it, and move it over to Railtown, lock in those losses, because losses are valuable, but get into Railtown now. I don't think there's much time left. I've been a broken record in some ways on that. But they just announced that they're going commercial. And I think this summer lull is a perfect time to fill out positions, add new positions, stay in. Because interestingly, regardless of what the market does, this orchestration layer is ever critical to getting returns on, I don't know, hundreds of billions, trillions in data center and data stack, compute stack investments. So I think you can make what you lost in MMTLP and others with a small investment. I used to think it was 43,000. I think it's more like 38,000. It's tricky to add it in if you add other costs, but something like that. Let's just call it. I don't know. Let's say I lost 40,000 on MMTLP. If I buy, and let's say I have some other little stocks, or I have a little cash. Let's just start from today, and let's say it's my only loss. So I lost 40,000 in MMTLP. If I pick a number, and to you it might seem absurd, but we've done a lot, and I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying you may not have been here for all the due diligence we've done. If I pick a number like $2.50 as my target for Railtown, what I do is I take that 40,000, divide it by $2.50. Oh, I did 400,000. So I would need to buy 16,000 shares of Railtown. In other words, if I lost 40,000 in MMTLF, that's roughly my number. I don't know why it's reflecting. I don't have electricity here anymore. If I say that I think Railtown's going to go to $2.50 a share, if I divide that out, I need to buy 16,000 shares of Railtown tomorrow. So 16,000 shares of Railtown times 24 cents is $3,840. Let's call it $4,000. So now I'm into this. I hope you're still listening, but I'm now into this for 4 plus 40. I'm now in my accounts in MMTLP and Railtown, $44,000. I have 16,000 shares of Railtown. When the $16,000 goes to what price? I have to now add the 4,000. So it's $44,000 I have to cover with 16,000 shares. So the price has to go to $2.75 a share, and I make it all back. I have a great return on my Railtown, but I make all this back. And of course, I think you're going to make money back at Nextbridge. That's where my shares are. But, Otis, 275, that's roughly 12x. But when this changes, institutions are going to carry it out of this mire. I think $5, $10, $15. Not only are you going to make this money back, your whole account, your whole bloody nightmare of this, it's almost like a 4-year PhD in how shite our markets are. You're going to get a reward for that. So I made a decision to focus my energies on what I could do. I didn't go on and preach that on junk space calls, really out of respect for her and everybody there. I just didn't think it was appropriate because they've worked so hard and they've taken an avenue that may have results, but to me, that legal avenue just meant time. And I just feel like a lot of people out there needed results. So that's another reason. But Otis, I'll come on. I will. And please, if I do come on, and if I am invited up to speak, please say hi or something. There's one guy here always lets me know when Junk has a call. I'll come on to him. But even when I come on to those, I don't want to take away from her. I just have so much respect for, the 30, 40, 50 people I've learned there, and almost everybody else. The people, I read their comments, I listen. It's just an amazing grassroots. I've been somewhat sanguine about whether there would be any, or less than sanguine, I guess, about whether there would be any final help coming. So, Otis, long answer. I figured the best way I could help people is doing just what I've been doing. I never thought it would take this long. And I also thought it was a trade at first. Almost a year and a half ago, I thought it was a trade. But it's really become an investment. Not because of stubbornness. It's out of doing due diligence. But it's really, thank you for asking. I didn't know anybody missed me. Otis, when I get on there and people, I get a little embarrassed. I said the wrong thing, or if there's, I don't know. I didn't know I was wanted. Last time I went on, though, was really nice. People were very nice to me. Thank you, Otis. Appreciate it. Harbison, congratulations, Chess Night. Pat M. Pat M. Always comes in with support. Yes, William, we will always put up with you. We're loyal followers. If you're here now, I would imagine that's true. Jack Hamilton, holy cow. I thought I was having a late night at work. Good evening, Mr. William. I see you're still rocking. I got to pass out. We'll catch up tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I'll stop and not do anything tomorrow. But I'm pretty determined, Jack. I'm pretty determined to get through what I'm trying to put across. Because if these people have their way, they want your stock. Your stock is the only stock if they're in trouble. And I'm not sure there aren't gimmicks that allow them to get out of trouble. But let me tell you what might be happening. What might be happening is because there's no toxic note, there's no way out other than buying in the shares. There's no big hedge fund paying the legal fees. There's no big hedge fund opening up their contacts in Germany or in Panama. It may just be that. I don't know. And I don't want to focus. I hope there's no short squeeze here. But it may be that there's some people trapped. I really don't want to focus on a chance of a squeeze. That's not my point. But if the system is sort of trapping these people because there's no big hedge fund, no attorneys, no moving of the trades around in a big hide because they don't have the resources, well, the only way they can settle up is with your shares and with your liquidity. They can't do it computer to computer. That doesn't confuse the regulators. It doesn't confuse the settlement clerks, if there are any. It doesn't confuse the delivery date requirements. If they're just doing it computer to computer, that's an obvious violation. They need your shares being in the market to get out of whatever trouble they're in down here. And their method is to keep pressing it and get you worried. And why I'm doing this, Jack, why I did it Saturday night, why I'm doing it now, is I don't want to quit on everybody. And most of all, I don't want people to lose their shares. I don't want people to be shaken out. And I don't know any other way to do it. I don't know any other way. And I wouldn't mind some buyers to come in. But I'm very happy with who we've shaken out to be. Jack Hamilton, good evening to all RT fans. Hey, Donna. Jack Hamilton, looking good, Chestnut. Chestnut says, feeling good, Jack. Jack Hamilton says, sorry, looking good. Looking good, Billy Ray. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I've got to find what I came here looking for. All right, what's the next number? Okay, here we are. Okay, next question. I asked a question and I cut it off, but basically it's about the shock. It might be part of that last one, I don't know, but it's about the shock to the market if the private equity debt and capital starts blowing up. So private equity, insurance annuities, and shadow debt contagion. Yes, the structural mechanism for broader systemic panic exists. If the AI infrastructure build-out stumbles, the primary contagion vector will likely pass through private credit, annuity balance sheets, which have quietly become the backbone of the AI capital expenditure financing. Isn't that an amazing statement? The backbone of financing all this AI capital expenditure is private credit and insurance and annuity balance sheets. That's a heck of a statement. The risk is fobbed off. Anyway, so they break it down here. AI data center, GPU, high yield debt, special purpose vehicles, which means it contains the risk, debt issuance down to private credit funds. So the private credit funds like Apollo, KKR, Blackstone here lend high yield up here. And then there's insurance and annuity assets like Athene and Global Atlantic. They're illiquid. There could be defaults. But down here, retail and institutions can panic. But they ask for their money back, but they have redemption gates and freezes. It could really make people... Panic is a frightening thing. So how the contagion loop works, off-balance sheet AI debt, hyperscalers and data center operators frequently bundle GPU compute and physical facilities into special purpose vehicles financed through high-yield private credit rather than public corporate bonds. There's no real price discovery. I mean, it's a clunky one, but it's not real. Two, the insurance squeeze. Private equity giants that own insurance and annuity providers, Apollo with Athene, KKR with Global Atlantic, have directed hundreds of billions That's a lot of money, hundreds of billions. In retail annuity reserves into these higher yielding private debt assets to pay promised fixed annuities returns to retirees. Just be thankful, Chestnut, that you're not in one of those. 2, credit event. If token revenues fail to service this debt, data center SPVs face write-downs. So on that thing I showed you, they write down, but then they can't pay the high yield. It all gets reworked. And who pays? The annuity holder. But they fobbed the risk off on Americans' retirees. So they've directed hundreds of billions in retail annuity reserves into these higher yielding private debt assets to pay promised fixed returns to retirees. The credit event, if the token revenues fail to service this debt, data center specialist purpose vehicles face write-downs because private credit marks assets to model, in other words, whatever they say, rather than to market. In other words, if it were public debt markets, they'd have to deal with the last trade, just like those machines do to your ownership. You can't hide behind a model. The losses stay hidden until the defaults actually hit, because private credit marks assets to model rather than to market. The losses stay hidden until the defaults actually hit. The panic. Once default rates rise, retail investors holding private credit funds or holding annuity-linked products rush for the exit. Fund managers are forced to put up redemption gates, limiting withdrawals. That illiquidity freeze spills over into broader institutional credit markets, turning a tech-specific CapEx problem into a Main Street financial crisis. Two, would somebody buy Railtown? Hostile takeover versus bidding war. Railtown Technologies presents a compelling microcap subject because its $50 million valuation, Canadian, makes it a bite-sized acquisition target for a mid-tier cloud, observability, or telecom giants looking to bolt on. Look, this is their terminology. Railtown's not going to be a bolt-on. It's going to be a full-on major thing to gobble up, or it's going to stand alone. Bolt-on agentic orchestration and observability tools. But guess what? It should make you feel good that at least there's value there. You don't have to panic. Strategic moves, such as BlackBerry co-founder Mike Lazaridis leading a financing round and joining the advisory board, add institutional credibility. However, the likelihood of an acquisition depends on the deal structure. Will somebody buy Railtown? More likely in an enterprise shift. Remember, she doesn't see everything yet, but this gives you some idea. Even at now, there's strength in your holdings. More likely in an enterprise shift. If the market shifts away from raw foundation model training towards software that monitors agent reasoning and audits token burn via platform components like Conductor and Railtrack's ADK, established enterprise players, for example, TELUS, OpenText, Datadog, or CGI, could see acquiring Railtown as cheaper than building equivalent Canadian sovereign AI infrastructure from scratch. Could it be a hostile takeover? Extremely unlikely. I don't agree, but let's go on. Hostile takeovers on microcap almost never happen. Well, okay, fair enough. I don't I don't think it's going to be a microcap as soon as next week or next month or next quarter, but it's not going to be a microcap much longer. Insider ownership, founder voting blocks, and strategic alignment with key backers like Lazaridis Fragan create tight control over the shared structure. I find this fantastic. I don't want it to be bought out. I don't want the company to have to take a bad deal because shareholders get suckered. I think it's great that they can block it. An unwanted acquirer attempting a hostile takeover or a tender offer on an illiquid microcap usually gets blocked by poison pills, private placement, share issuances, or simple insider refusal to tender shares. My lips are dry. Could there be a bidding war? Possibly, but conditional on verified revenue. A friendly bidding war could break out if multiple enterprise software buyers decide to bid for Railtown's agent orchestration IP and enterprise distribution network. This is not the majority of the story. She's just not picking it up. And that's our opportunity. You've done the due diligence. You see the story. Once the computers recognize the story, my judgment, it's a $5 to $10 stock. So, however, strategic acquirers rarely trigger a bidding war over early stage microcaps until the target demonstrates verifiable high growth annual recurring revenue. Well, I think in general, that's true. But in the AI space, I think it's going to be like it used to be. It's about forward projectable revenue. And they have enough confidence in their models that if they see a contract or see the announcement, even though the market, these grim reapers will drive it down, if they see the announcement and it doesn't even have targets revenue in it, they have their models, and that's enough. If Railtown's service-led commercialization strategy successfully converts Canadian enterprise pilots into sticky recurring revenue over the coming quarters, it becomes a prime candidate for a friendly buyout. Without the revenue proof, big acquirers tend to wait, letting the startup bear the commercial execution risk before making an offer. That's standard. I'm glad there's those protection because the reason I asked the question is I'm worried if there is a panic sell-off, I think there'll be equally a panic into these orchestration layers. And I don't want, a low buyout, but it's something we can't control. All right, next question. Could Railtown unicorn? Could Railtown AI Technologies hit $1 billion in US valuation? That's me. That's the question. Mathematically and structurally, yes, it is technically possible, but doing so requires bridging a massive gap between early stage micro cap realities and global enterprise adoption. To understand what it takes for a $55 million USD microcap to deliver an 18 to 20x return and join the unicorn club, you have to look at the exact financial formula, required catalysts, and structural hurdles. we'll go through it. I'm glad she's being negative. She can get a little goo goo gaga sometimes. But at the same time, remember, she isn't seeing everything. And for that matter, we're not either. Okay. Enterprise software and AI infrastructure, public markets evaluate companies on a multiple of annual recurring revenue. And here's the list. The current market cap, 55 million. If you want to get to $1 billion, you're going to have a multiple, use a multiple of 18 to 20x, which means to get there. Oh, I'm sorry. Misread that. To go from 55 million to $1 billion, it's roughly 20x from here, which is what I'm saying. That requires revenue at a 10x to be around 100 million a year. Remember, that's forward-looking revenue. Forward. Required ARR at a 15x is 65 to 70 million. Very good. I used much higher multiples before because she's using a little bit of a premium to SaaS. She's not using the orchestration layer on a data center. She doesn't know it yet. Because Railtown's revenue is under $1 million, yeah. Reaching $1 billion, you got to go from 0 to 50 million to 100 million or 150 million within a 3 to 5 year window, again, projected. But I think those numbers could happen. Again, I'm talking about projection. So in other words, if I tell you it could happen next year, which is what I'm telling you, it might be in March. The forward projection from March is 100 million. That's what I mean. They could hit the forward 12-month projection of 50 to 100 to 150 million next year. And an analyst and a hedge fund or an early fund will pay based on that projection. You don't have to wait for the stock to move. Here's what would have to go right. You would need 3 shifts to see an asymmetric bet play out. And what stands in the way? 3 catalysts that could drive Railtown to $1 billion. 1, the post-Labor Day FinOps shift matches their intellectual property. If the enterprise AI markets shift away from raw model training to strict token auditing and agent observability, software that measures useful intelligence per dollar becomes mandatory. Railtown's conductor, agent observability, and RC framework, node-based agent orchestration, target this exact need. If their pending DevOps and ticket generation patents translate into a defensible technical moat, they move from a niche tool to an essential infrastructure. That's number 1. Go from niche perception to an essential infrastructure software need. 2, scaling the AIP channel network. Railtown acquisition of AIP partnerships and their focus on Canadian SME digitization give them a direct sales mechanism. If they use this channel to cross-sell recurring SaaS licensing across hundreds of mid-market enterprises, ARR can compound rapidly without the high costs of traditional cold call sales reps. And they signed up WSI. 3, uplisting to a major U.S. exchange. Canadian microcaps on the CSE almost never hit $1 billion market cap. on the CSE alone. To reach a unicorn valuation, Railtown would need to leverage initial revenue growth to execute an uplisting to the NASDAQ. I hope they only do that initially if they need no money. This would grant to them access to institutional U.S. tech funds, algorithmic buyers, and higher software valuation multiples. As long as they're hitting their marks, yes. And as long as they don't take a toxic financing. The bear risks, equity dilution. If you don't mind, I'm going to skip that. There's no, in my judgment, we've gone over it many times. I do not believe there's any risk over the next few months, maybe all year, of a financing that forces dilution. Now, they may want to if they want to buy a company or buy a team, but I don't think they're going to get in trouble. Their treasury is full. They've just announced with a press release that she didn't seem to find that they're commercializing. I think revenue is going to come in place. They run a lean ship. As soon as revenue catches up with the cash they have, I think they're going to be fine. Now, is there no risk? I'm not saying that. Obviously, anything can happen down the road. But I think that first risk, that major friction point, is gone. The second friction point, open source and incumbent wall. Railtown is not operating in a vacuum. And I think this is a valid perception. They've taken too long to hit the market. Everybody's catching up. But we just went through that the market is highly fragmented. So the opportunity is wide open. Open source frameworks like LangChain and LangGraph, who in my judgment are not as attractive as Railtown's product, or they weren't, but my judgment isn't worth anything. AutoGen and VLLM have massive developer mindshare. Fair enough. But so did, I don't know what example to give. Developer mindshare is fickle. They like the new thing. If it fits. Anyway, simultaneously, multi-billion-dollar observability giants like Datadog, Dynatrace, and Sentry are aggressively rolling out agent tracing features, winning market share against free open source tools and dominant enterprise incumbents is a massive uphill battle. I agree with that. But in their pond of Canada, because of the sovereignty requirement or preference, they're not facing that competition mostly. Secondly, no one reads it, but if Railtown becomes the critical layer there or part of the critical layer, this isn't going to matter. That this becomes a interesting business, but it pales, even though it's big, it pales to what that layer on data centers in Canada, US, and worldwide could be. That might even become a spinoff. Who knows? That's my thought. That's not it. Nobody's told me that. And then the third thing is enterprise execution risk. Moving from regional pilots and service-led deals to enterprise-wide software contracts requires long sales cycles, rigid security audits. Guess what? Number one, she must have seen the announcement because she says they're service-led. They're working while everyone else is on vacation. They've already jump started. But guess what else? Railtown is SOC 2 compliant. It is. And proven customer retention. Well, we'll have to see about that. Any lag in commercial execution risks stalling revenue growth. And you know what? Corey's done this before. It might be that he knows those things and he didn't want to come out with little piddling revenue that went up and down and it just, maybe he's designed this whole thing to go commercial July 8th, I think they announced. And the timing is just so perfect. That's the lead time and sales cycle. What if he hits September, November, October? I'm tired. With a bunch of these enterprise sales as consulting and rail tracks deals. I think it's just amazing. Anyway, let's keep going. So the bottom line, probability versus asymmetry. Railtown has the structural profile of a high risk, high reward asymmetric option. The downside is capped by being only 55 million USD with ongoing risks of shared. Well, I don't know. Okay. There's always share dilution. Depends on what it's for, but I don't see it. They have no debt. They have no toxic default filled contracts. They have no pressure at all to dilute shares. And slow enterprise sales cycles, I think you're about to see that that's wrong. The upside, I mean, she's right about that, but you're wrong that Railtown's starting right now. I think you're going to find that out. The upside, if the market demands agent observability and Railtown successfully converts its IP and AIP distribution network into 70 million plus in recurring AR, a re-rating toward $1 billion valuation on a major exchange becomes technically viable. Well, that's interesting to know. If Railtown were at 70 million, it could achieve $1 billion. That's interesting. For Railtown to actually become a unicorn, it cannot remain a quiet Canadian SaaS story. Exactly. Exactly. It must successfully transform into a globally recognized FinOps and observability control plane for enterprises. For enterprise autonomous agents. And I think it will very soon. So that's good to know. Let's see. Let's see the next question. Okay, the next question. I asked, to escape microcap HFT piracy, the only way to escape from the churn is institutional buying. True? What could trigger that buying, especially in a correction, possibly a severe correction in AI? Is institutional buying the only escape? Yes, that is fundamentally true. So while we listen on all these um, various, Reddit and stock twits, the only way to fully, finally get value is institutional buying. In the microcap ecosystem, especially on exchanges like the CSE, TSX, or OTCQB, a stock without institutional backing is trapped in retail and algorithmic liquidity loop. In the microcap ecosystem, a stock without institutional backing is trapped in a retail and algorithmic liquidity loop. So the microcap trap, the microcap claptrap, the microcap trap, thin liquidity, plus an illiquid order book. See that right there? That's why they're trying to shake you out. They need a liquid order book. It's illiquid. They need your shares. Don't give it to them. This is how you get back at them. That leads to the high frequency trading market maker liars. They're not real market makers, but it's a market maker algorithmic churn with wide spreads. High frequency trading with market maker algorithmic churn and wide spreads. And then retail sell the news swing trading. See that crap? They teach you about swing trading. They get you in the game. It's idiocy. But anyway, I won't get upset. And then that leads to dilution, warrant overhang from private placements. We've seen the dance. We bought the t-shirt and we gave it to our mother when we got home. Why HFTs and churn, why high frequency trading and churn dominate microcaps? The empty order book. When daily volume is low, high frequency trading, HFT, algorithms and predatory market makers control price discovery. They profit from wide bid-ask spreads, better known as the Senator Larry Craig spread, stop loss hunting, and churning the same floating shares back and forth to keep prices range bound. These algorithms and the predatory market makers profit from wide bid-ask spreads, stop loss hunting, and churning the same floating shares back and forth to keep prices range bound. The retail dilemma. Retail investors rarely hold paper long term. That's discouraging. It might change. Every positive press release gets treated as a day trading scalp opportunity, capping upward momentum. Also, capping your profits. The uplisting misconception. Many microcap CEOs, this is so critical. Many microcap CEOs believe that simply uplisting to the NASDAQ or TSX solves the problem. Adina don't care. I don't know who runs the TSX. It does not. It does not solve the problem. Moving to a larger exchange without committed institutional buyers simply, listen to this, simply exposes a thin order book to larger, more aggressive institutional short sellers. Can you imagine what was happening to finger motion? I mean, it's going out. The stock's going to go to seller boxed. That's my projection. I hate to say it. Why institutional accumulation? It changes everything. So let me, before I move on, CEOs think uplisting is going to make it better. It's not. Any stock on Adena Friedman's NASDAQ or Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell's OTC are going to be slaughtered if they need to raise money. And there's no institutional backing. And you know all the other things. They might as well just go raise money from their investors, have a party and burn it, and, go open a Subway shop. Why institutional accumulation changes everything. And what's exciting here is Railtown, I believe, is on the verge of this. My opinion, there will be some aggressive institutional buyer, male or female, in New York City who has never heard the story before. Canada, everybody's probably heard. And that matters. But in New York, they haven't. That's why I say that. If they hear it, because look, all of those AI-directed funds, small, medium, and large, they all know about the orchestration layer. And they're hoarding it, as we just read. And so somebody's going to get what you've already gotten. They're going to understand it. And I think they're going to take while everyone's on vacation to buy the stock. But that's a complete prediction that is grounded in guessing. But it doesn't change the ultimate. If it doesn't happen, doesn't change what I think's coming after Labor Day. Why institutional accumulation changes everything. Institutional buyers, family offices, tech-focused hedge funds, pension funds, and long-only growth funds operate on multi-year horizons. When an institution accumulates 5 to 15% positions, they lock up the floating supply. We've talked about that. When an institution accumulates a 5% to a 15% position, they lock up the floating supply. Removing shares from circulations starves the HFT algorithms of paper, tightens the bid-ask spread, and establishes a firm price floor. Institutional buying is the only structural force that breaks the micro-cap churn cycle. Institutional buying is the only structural force that breaks the micro-cap churn cycle. What triggers institutional buying, especially in an AI market correction? Institutions rarely buy microcaps tech stocks during the top of a speculative bubble. They find them too noisy, illiquid, and inflated. However, a severe AI market correction creates the exact environment where smart institutional money hunts for micro-cap value. When macro AI multiples contract, that's the bigger stories. Institutional playbook shifts through 4 specific triggers. Institutional catalysts in a crunch, in a sell-off. One, in a correction. One, flight to utility, flight to FinOps and token audit demand. 2, crossing mandate thresholds, 100 million market cap and 10 million in annual recurring revenue. And I guess you could cross those both directions, probably downward. Smart money lead validation. So it matters that the tech founders and makers are there. And then the other thing, one other asset. Okay, so these are catalysts to the upside. So the crossing mandate threshold is if you get above 100 million in market cap or 10 million only in revenue, you get institutional interest. Well, I think that's at around 50 cents. Index inclusion, forced passive institutional flow. That's a big deal. Well, let's read what they said since I botched that one up. Trigger 1, the flight to efficiency shift. During an AI panic, capital flees loss-making foundation model providers and unoptimized AI wrappers, but institutions do not abandon technology entirely. They rotate into cost control, observability, and infrastructure software. The mechanism: if enterprise CFOs mandate a 50% reduction in token burn, software platforms that audit agent execution, optimize runtime memory, and route prompts become defense cash flow assets. The mechanism: if enterprise CFOs mandate a 50% reduction in token burn, software platforms that audit agent execution, that optimize runtime memory, and that route prompts, they become defensive cash flow assets. The trigger: an underfollowed microcap whose annual recurring revenue accelerates during an AI downturn signals to institutional screeners that its software is an essential enterprise utility rather than discretionary spending. Trigger 2, crossing hard institutional mandates. Most institutional fund charters legally prohibit portfolio managers from buying stocks under specific structural thresholds. Market cap floor. You need a minimum of 100 million to 250 million. So if you cross it to the upside, that's great. Share price for, usually requiring a sustained bid price above $1 or above $3 to avoid penny stock restrictions. So that's interesting to know. Those are 2 crossing barriers. They need clean software metrics, SaaS, moving away from service-led or consulting revenue toward audited, high-margin, recurring software revenue, typically 10 million in US dollars with 110% net retention. That's not that much. Net growing at 10% a year, that's not much. Once a microcap crosses these operational thresholds, so that's a floor of about 100 to 250 million USD, it's a share price of $1 to $3, and it's clean revenue basically, but it's moving to high margin recurring revenue that has a reasonable net retention. They're not losing. Once a microcap crosses these operational thresholds, it appears on automated institutional screeners. The screeners are automated, and so you need it to do these three things before it even appears, like Bloomberg or FactSet. And it will appear for the first time, and it will trigger formal equity research. Wow. Wow, that's pretty interesting. That is pretty interesting. 1, 2, 3. It's very interesting. That doesn't seem that tough. If the stock gets to 50, 70 cents and there's some sort of announcement or two that an analyst can project, because I don't think it'll be in the announcement, 10 million in revenue. And then the starts going over $1, then $3, then $5. That's called Joe-mentum. It's called Joe-mentum. All right. All right. We already read that. That's good. We don't have to do that one. We already read that one. That's good. Already read this one. Yeah, it's good. Feels good. All right, this is where we were left off. So, number 3, the smart money lead validation, or smart money leads validation and anchoring. Institutions rarely take the first risk alone. They look for validation from recognized technology operators. The precedent: when strategic figures such as BlackBerry's co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan anchor a financing round, it acts as a signal of technical due diligence to second-tier institutional funds. The catalyst: the ultimate institutional trigger, occurs when a Tier 1 technology fund or strategic corporate venture arm, like TELUS Ventures, Microsoft M12, or a major Canadian pension fund, takes the lead anchor position in a non-dilutive or growth equity round. So it's great that we have BlackBerry, but the ultimate is when a Tier 1 technology fund or a venture arm, from TELUS? That'd be great. Or what if a major Canadian pension fund? OMERS? But that's not going to happen down here. They're not going to raise any money down at these prices. Trigger 4, passive index inclusion, forced demand. Once a company's market cap and liquidity reach index eligibility requirements, so for example, inclusion in the Russell microcap or the FTSE Canadian small cap or the S&P Toronto small cap index, a wave of institutional buying occurs automatically. Wow. Why it breaks high frequency trading jerks. ETF providers like BlackRock, iShares, Vanguard are legally required to purchase physical shares to match index weightings regardless of market sentiment. This creates guaranteed price insensitive buying demand that absorbs retail selling and forces HFT short algorithms to cover. That's beauty. That's beauteous. See, when they tell you, why not get out at double? They need the liquidity. They're going to be trapped. Don't listen to it. They're not trying to help you. I am, but I'm not sure I'm that helpful. All right, the premise is correct, the summary says. Without sustained institutional buying, microcaps remain liquidity traps. In severe AI market correction, the catalyst for that buying is not speculative hype, but operational flight to utility, where institutions hunt for mispriced, that's what this is, low valuation software players whose observability and FinOps tools become mandatory for enterprises surviving the AI cost crunch. So I'm going to leave it there. And we're going to go on to the next question. I don't think it's too many more. I am bound and determined to finish this. So if you ever have any fear from these guys, and if the stock for some reason surprises you on the downside and you're sick to your stomach, you can come here and you can start anywhere and you can hear all the reasons why you shouldn't panic. Getting tired. All right, let's keep going. Here's the question. What is the question? The question is, if major investors of any type have signed NDAs, I get impatient. The drivel on Discord apparently is that the CEO has confirmed Railtown is not in the quiet period. Perhaps, strictly speaking, anally, that might, I don't know if that got spelled correctly. Sorry about that. That might be true that it is not in a quiet period. But what lingo to professional Wall Streeters, but what lingo do professional Wall Streeters use when there is MNPI, which ties up insiders at all in no public market trading? That wasn't a very well written question, but that's it. The CEO's statement that the company is not in a quiet period can be legally accurate while still being functionally misleading to retail traders. I want to be clear. I don't believe he ever said it. I think they're saying it apparently elsewhere, but I don't think he ever said it. In regulatory terms, SEC, OSC, CSE, a formal quiet period has a narrow definition. It applies specifically to the required silence surrounding an initial public offering, a secondary prospectus offering, or the standard quarterly earnings. Okay, that's the strict IPO or a secondary or quarterly earnings. And that's when you get a quiet period. So technically, Railtown right now isn't in a quiet period. They don't have an IPO. They don't have a secondary prospectus, and they're not reporting earnings. However, when major institutional investors have signed NDAs and possess material non-public information, MNPI, put that on your list, Wall Street uses a completely different lexicon to describe why nobody can talk or trade. All right, so maybe I'm wrong. Don't tell me I've been wrong all these years. The Wall Street glossary for MNPI and trading restriction. 1, wall crossed, over the wall. What it means, This is the precise term used when an institutional investor, investment banker, or strategic partner signs a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, you know that one, to receive confidential deal information such as a pending buyout, strategic investment, or private placement. Oh, they broke the Chinese wall. Yeah, we would use that, but I don't know. It's not that you I don't know. I haven't ever heard really wall crossed or over the wall. Um, Trading impact. The moment an institutional investor is brought over the wall, that makes sense. They are legally prohibited. They are legally prohibited. The moment an institutional investor is brought over the wall, they are legally prohibited under insider trading laws from buying or selling the stock until that information either becomes public or it is no longer material. The lingo, we can't touch that name right now. Our fund was wall crossed on a pending deal last week. Ah, that's what they say to each other. So it's wall crossed. And on the restricted list, yes, but if I were working at a firm, I could look at the restricted list. This is a much better um, description, which I completely forgot about. But if it's on a broker's restricted list, that stops everything. But by definition, this stock's on all brokerage desks restricted lists because it's under $5. What it means, broker dealers, investment banks, and hedge funds maintain a firm-wide restricted list. That's true. The trading impact, when a firm is advising a company or evaluating MNPI under an NDA, compliance automatically puts the company's ticker on the restricted list. Yes. Compliance software physically blocks traders and advisors at that institution from placing orders on that security. Yes. That wasn't true when everything was paper, but you'd get your order kicked back. The lingo, Railtown is on our compliance restricted list. No desk trades, no commentary. Do you hear that? No desk trades, no commentary. And I like this one. We've used this one. The third way they talk about it, they call it in a blackout window, blacked out. That makes sense. What it means, internal company policy prohibiting board members, executives, advisors, and key strategic investors from buying or selling shares. The trading impact, even if an official regulatory quiet period isn't active, management can institute a soft blackout or event-driven blackout because internal M&A talks or major commercial negotiations are underway. The lingo, management and key holders are currently blacked out. I like that better because they drank too much. They're currently blacked out pending a corporate event. Perfect. Now we know what we can call it. Four, you're awaiting the cleansing release. What it means, when investors sign a wall crossing agreement, the contract almost always contains a cleansing clause right above the sanity clause. It contains a cleansing clause. This mandates that the company must issue a public press release by a specific date to disclose the information or state that talks ended So the NDA expires and the investors are cleansed to trade again. The lingo. The NDA window expires Friday, so we're expecting a cleansing release before the market opens. Perfect. I love learning this. This is their lingo, cleansing release. I mean, we get it right with our lingo, but this is the technical, I guess, more compliance oriented. Why the CEO said no quiet period. CEOs of public microcaps are legally coached by securities lawyers to give hyper literal answers. If a retail investor or Discord user asks, "Are you in a quiet period?" a CEO will answer no. If there is no active prospectus or and no earnings blackout, because confirming a quiet period could inadvertently confirm that an undisclosed material deal is in the works, a selective disclosure violation. Wow, it's tough stuff. Tough stuff. How do I translate all that? So if someone talks to him, and I never asked him, "Are you in a quiet?" I never asked him that. I asked some friends, "Is it a quiet period?" But if someone did ask him, he'd say no, because he doesn't want people to think there's something that makes sense. So in other words, if he said quiet period, he's letting one person know that something material is going on. By being quiet, we can speculate, which is what we're doing. I'm doing anyway, speculating what's going on all we want. But the company hasn't said anything. And the company has released 2 press releases recently. So, and they've made all their filings. So all I'm doing is speculating that there's a quiet period. It's very interesting. And I think that distinction is worth owning. It protects the company. It's my opinion that whole TELUS thing, for example, that was announced, all sorts of stuff we've gone through. It applies to me. What was the word that we're supposed to use? A blackout? A limited hangout? So I can speculate all I want. I'm not bound by anything. But a CEO can't imply there's a quiet period, and he probably can't elaborate. Yeah, it's not a quiet period, but he can't do that. So what a limbo. If a okay, so legal disconnect in microcaps, technical truth, no quiet period, practical reality, no SEC prospectus, IPO quiet period. There's no IPO quiet period active. Wall Street reality, wall crossed, restricted. Practical reality means NDA signed, MNPI exists, trading locked up until a cleansing release. Got it? Good. Bottom line, when major investors sign NDAs, nobody on Wall Street cares whether it's called, there we go. Nobody on Wall Street cares whether it's called a quiet period. The institutional reality is that the parties are wall crossed, placed on compliance restricted lists, and awaiting a cleansing disclosure. They don't care what it's called. If material negotiations are underway. The silence isn't a regulatory quiet period, it's legal self preservation while waiting for the cleansing announcement drop. Well, I hope you learned something. I learned something. That's a lot of legal world. I learned something. I'll start calling it a blackout period, or I'll just say we don't know. All right, let's keep going. I said, to be clear, I am not sure he ever said that, and I did not think he would. Fair point. And you are almost certainly right to be skeptical. A public company CEO like Corey Brandolini commenting on message boards or Discord. I don't think he's on Discord. Oh, Lordy. About whether the company's no, okay, whatever. Under Canadian security guidelines, National Policy 51201 on disclosure standards, selective disclosure is strictly illegal. Yeah, I don't think he would make a selective disclosure to somebody calling in. And if he did, I don't think that person should be talking about it on his Discord. Confirming or denying corporate trading restrictions on an unverified chat platform. I didn't say he did that. What I heard is that one guy was holding a Discord call and a YouTube because he was interviewing the CEO. Then it came back that the CEO said there's no quiet period and that he constantly talks to this guy. Most of what circulates on Discord, Stockhouse, or X regarding what a CEO, quote, confirmed in private, unquote, is almost always retail telephone, a mix of speculative interpretation, rumors, or traders inventing narrative to rationalize daily volume and price action. A disciplined CEO avoids those channels entirely when anything material is cooking, letting official press releases and regulatory filings handle the talking. All right, that's total metals. I'm too tired to go over it. I'll save that for tomorrow. All right, this should probably be it. So I learned a little bit on what to call it. I didn't have that vocabulary of cleansing and all that. That's very legal, but it's good. I'm glad to have a descriptive term that's accurate. Blackout period. But we don't know it. I wasn't there. We're just trying to understand what happened. All right, let's go. I think this is it. Oh yeah, I don't want to talk about that. We're gonna save TTMF till tomorrow. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's see what it says. Oh, I put up, okay, there's reposts and decoding the signal behind the repost. When an insider of Dr. Core's stature repeatedly posts reposts and engages with a specific tightly focused theme, in this case, sovereign AI compute infrastructure, Bell AI Fabric Buzz, HPC Cohere, let me show you where it came from. I asked this question. There are a dozen of these likes by Dr. Core over the weeks. In a quiet period-ish state, I wish I had the better, we're going to learn that description again. Is this as much a signal as one could ask for and leading to possibly a Railtown role? First, to clear up the most important detail, Dr. Tom Core isn't an outsider angling for a position. He's already Railtown AI's Director of Corporate Development. I don't know. I wasn't confused. Following Railtown's acquisition of AIP, where Dr. Core was a founder and CEO, he officially took on the executive corporate development role alongside a roster of heavyweights on their board, including John Ruffalo and Michael Norbrega. Given his background, a decade as CEO of Ontario Centers of Excellence, now Ontario Century of Innovation, managing 400 million in annual innovation budgets and leading tech transfer at University of Waterloo and U of T. I wonder if moose hook horns. He is arguably the single most connected figure in Canadian institutional tech commercialization. Dr. Core is arguably the single most connected figure in Canadian institutional tech commercialization. Incredible. Decoding the signal behind the reposts. When an insider of Dr. Core's stature lovely to meet you, Gloria. One would have to go to a bowling alley to meet someone of your stature. When an insider of Dr. Core's stature repeatedly posts, reposts, and engages with a specific tightly focused theme, in this case, sovereign AI compute infrastructure, Bell AI Fabric, Buzz HPC, Cohere, and Hive, it is not random social media noise. Here's what that activity signals regarding Railtown's strategic direction. Having a hard time. Okay, we did this. Decoding the signal behind it. When an insider repeatedly posts, we showed that, we read that. Here's what it means. Here's what that activity signals regarding Railtown's strategic direction. Canadian sovereign AI stack, enterprise, government, application, and agents, Railtown agentic layer, conductor, rail engine, rail tracks, 80K. Sovereign HPC, cloud, Bell AI Fabric, Buzz HPC, sovereign silicon and power, Hypertech, Hive, and NVIDIA. So on the bottom of the stack, Hive, NVIDIA, and Buzz. Next step up, Railtown's agentic layer. And the users and agents are above. I didn't put that in. It's what it signals. So how can you figure that out? One, hardware doesn't work without orchestration. Look closely at what those posts describe. Bell, Buzz, HPC, Hypertech, and Hive are spending hundreds of millions building physical data centers and buying NVIDIA H100 Blackwell clusters inside Canada. However, raw compute facilities do not sell themselves to enterprise software teams. To run enterprise-grade agents safely within Canadian borders, companies need a software layer that ingests data securely, Rail Engine, that monitors agent drift, token burn, and root cause errors, Conductor, that provides an open framework to build agents without lock-in to like Microsoft or Google. Railtrack's ADK. Dr. Core's focus indicates that Railtown is positioning its software stack to be the default software control plane running on top of Canada's sovereign GPU data centers. Wow, that's a huge statement. Remember, when AI makes a statement, doesn't necessarily make it so. But that is an amazing statement. It indicates that Railtown is positioning its software stack to be the default software control plane running on top of Canada's sovereign GPU data centers. Two, why this activity happens during an NDA/blackout state, if one exists. Remember, I haven't been told there's one. I've just projected that we're not hearing anything, and I called it a quiet period. Now I'm learning what to call it, blackout. But it still is my opinion that we're in a quiet period, but I have to learn the vocabulary. If a company is under strict confidentiality agreements or an event-driven internal blackout due to a pending commercial deals, executives cannot issue press releases or discuss non-public details. They can't do it. They can't do it. And I feel like I'm out here abandoned. I never even got my hat. So the company's been very tight. However, reposting 100% public news from prospective infrastructure partners like Bell, Buzz, HPC, or ODSC coverage is completely legal. Reposting 100% public news from prospective infrastructure partners is completely legal under securities disclosure laws. It allows corporate development leadership to subtly broadcast that the company's strategic alignment and build narrative momentum I lost my rhythm there. Reposting 100% public news from prospective infrastructure partners like Bell, Buzz, HPC is completely legal under security disclosure laws. It allows corporate development leadership to subtly broadcast the company's strategic alignment and build narrative momentum in plain sight without triggering a selective disclosure violation, because the whole world is seeing it and the news is public, and he's not talking to one person. Sovereign AI is where Canadian government money sits. Canada's federal and provincial governments have committed billions specifically to sovereign AI initiatives, requiring data, compute, and model execution to remain on Canadian soil under Canadian jurisdiction. Dr. Kaur spent his career directing government innovation funds. His heavy focus on, quote, compute as sovereignty signals that Railtown is aligning its product pipeline directly with large sovereign enterprise and government procurement criteria. What's the bottom line? Dr. Tom Kaur's social media activity is a clear strategic marker. As Railtown's Director of Corporate Development, he is publicly connecting the dots. Physical compute, Buzz HPC Bell, plus foundation models, Cohere, need Railtown's agentic orchestration and observability software to complete Canada's end-to-end sovereign AI pipeline. He is publicly connecting the dots. Physical compute, Buzz HPC Bell, plus foundation models Cohere, need Railtown's agentic orchestration and observability software to complete Canada's end-to-end sovereign AI pipeline. That is so huge. All right, this is this circular funding. I put it in there, and let's just see what it says. Discuss, does this actually increase the importance of Railtown? This Bloomberg infographic perfectly visualizes what Wall Street and Silicon Valley call the circular AI economy, or vendor-financed round tripping. NVIDIA invests in OpenAI and cloud partners, which leads to cloud partners buying NVIDIA chips, which leads to OpenAI signing hundreds of billions in cloud deals with Oracle, Microsoft. And then Oracle spends tens of billions back on NVIDIA chips. When you deconstruct what this chart represents, it strongly validates the strategic importance of independent orchestration, observability, and FinOps layers, including software platforms like Railtown. One, the diagram shows capital recycling, not end user enterprise value. Notice what is missing from this entire diagram, the actual enterprise buyer. Almost every dollar is moving in this web, representing CapEx, venture capital, or reciprocal equity for compute deals among hyperscalers, chip makers, and model developers. This closed loop can sustain high valuations during a build-out phase, but eventually the bill comes due. Wall Street and corporate CFOs are demanding that this hardware and raw compute generate organic, high-margin software revenue from businesses outside this circle. Why this web increases the importance of the abstraction layer. When a market is dominated by a few mega caps trading hundreds of billions of dollars back and forth, enterprise software buyers outside the circle face two major risks: extreme vendor lock-in and systemic counterparty risk, which is very powerful. So you got the mega cap closed loop, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Oracle, and Microsoft all dealing with each other. Multi-$100 billion commitments, high hardware depreciation, and token cost exposure. Independent control and FinOps layer. There's no vendor lock-in for multi-cloud routing. Token auditing and useful intelligence per dollar happens. Agent drift and execution telemetry. And then the real world buyer is banks, healthcare, gov, and sovereign cloud. An independent orchestration and observability layer becomes a mandatory. A what? A mandatory buffer for enterprises for three key reasons. One, it insulates enterprises from mega cap volatility. If an enterprise hard codes its entire technology stack directly into a single node in that mega loop, for example, purely on OpenAI via Oracle Microsoft, any price hike, outage, or corporate restructuring in that loop breaks their business logic. An abstraction layer allows non-hyperscaler enterprises to dynamically switch between models, OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere, Llama, without rewriting application code. An abstraction layer allows non-hyperscaler enterprises to dynamically switch between models. Powerful. You can switch between OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere, Llama, without rewriting application code. B, the need for independent FinOps and cost auditing. The entities inside the Bloomberg circle want companies to burn as many tokens as possible to justify their $300 billion cloud deals and $4.5 trillion market caps. Enterprises, however, want to minimize token burn. They need neutral software, Railtown, that audits prompt costs. Neutral, there's another reason for neutrality. Auditing that accomplishes what the enterprise wants, rather what is justifying the high valuations in the circle. Very interesting. They need neutral software that audits prompt costs, routes minor tasks to cheap 8B models, and calculates the exact cost per completed business workflow. The companies inside the circle will never build tools designed to reduce your spend on their platforms. That software must come from independent third parties. Brilliant. It's so brilliant. You can tell these guys have been through this cycle before. It's brilliant. C, sovereign and local alternatives. As shown by the Canadian Sovereign AI Initiatives, Bell Buzz, HPC, Cohere, Hypertech, regional governments and local enterprises do not want all of their critical data and reasoning routed through US-centric mega cap balance sheets. They require localized orchestration frameworks that run on top of domestic sovereign compute. How Railtown, here we go. Pay attention. This is the flourish at the end. How Railtown fits into the macro picture. Railtown's valuation, 50 to 70 million, puts it completely outside this trillion-dollar hardware model bubble. That is precisely where the asymmetric opportunity sits. Railtown is not competing with the CapEx arms race. They are not buying 100 billion of NVIDIA chips or training 700B parameter foundation models. They bear zero of the massive balance sheet debt risk shown in that infographic. They monetize the enterprise audit demand, though through Conductor, agent observability, and their RC Railtracks framework, Railtown sits on the application side of the boundary, helping software teams monitor agent execution, catch errors, and measure real-world performance per dollar spent. Sovereign alignment. By pairing Dr. Tom Core's commercial distribution network via AP with Canadian sovereign infrastructure providers, Railtown builds a defensible niche as an enterprise software glue for organizations that want to avoid total reliance on the OpenAI NVIDIA megaloop. Canadian sovereign infrastructure providers like Buzz HPC, Bell AI Fabric. The Bloomberg chart exposes an ecosystem built on heavy capital reciprocity. When the AI market transitions from building the machine to paying the utility, the value shifts away from the circular CapEx trade toward the independent software control plane that measures, audits, and optimizes how those tokens are actually used in the real world. Clip it. The values and acquired valuations for those transactions up there, I'm not going to read it in detail. NVIDIA bought Run AI for $700 million. NVIDIA bought Octo AI for $165 to $250 million. Red Hat was purchased by IBM. They bought Neuromagic for it's undisclosed. CoreWeave bought Weights and Biases for $1.7 billion. So this lists it. The target company, Run AI, Octo AI, Neuromagic, Weights and Biases, NVIDIA, IBM, Red Hat, CoreWeave, and here's the valuation: 700 million, 250 is the high side here, undisclosed, and 1.75 billion. The only reason I show you that is to let you know your asset. We heard earlier it's being hoarded. It has value. They got to execute and all that. We know all that. But I think the execution has begun, has occurred. Now it's now the execution is on the going out and getting the SE, I can't speak, going out and get the SMEs, etc. We'll go through this quickly. This is the ODSE that he reposted. This is Bell, Cohere, Hypertech, and Buzz HPC, Advanced Sovereign AI in Canada. They've announced a major infrastructure agreement designed to support advanced AI research and production workloads within Canada. The partnership brings together Bell AI's fabric connectivity and data center capacity, Cohere's enterprise AI models, Hypertech's Canadian-built system, and Buzz HPC AI native cloud infrastructure. It doesn't mention Railtown, but on the other hand, it doesn't mention any orchestration layer. The companies have announced a major agreement, infrastructure agreement, and I just read that, Bell will provide data center capacity, providing connectivity from Merritt, British Columbia. The site has been designed to support high density computing and advanced AI workloads. Buzz HPC will operate the AI cloud layer using accelerated compute infrastructure based on NVIDIA's full stack AI factory platform. And can I remind you, Zaid Atofat built that for TELUS, and he's on Railtown's advisory board. He's still at TELUS. Hypertech will support the underlying Canadian manufactured hardware cluster and support deployment, integration, and technical support. Cohere will use the infrastructure to operate the foundation models and deliver secure AI solutions to enterprise and government customers. The arrangement gives organizations another option for running AI systems on infrastructure located, operated, and governed within Canada. Moving sovereign AI into production, the agreement arrives as more organizations move beyond AI pilots and begin deploying models across production environments. That transition creates demand for specialized GPU infrastructure, reliable connectivity, cybersecurity, and operational support. Bell AI Fabric aims to address those requirements by combining data centers, computing resources, networking, professional services, and security capabilities within one Canadian platform. The collaboration also builds on the Canadian Sovereign AI Alliance, an initiative focused on connecting domestic technology providers and expanding Canada's capacity to develop and operate advanced AI systems, supporting Canada's AI economy. Canada has played an important role in the development of modern AI research. However, converting research leadership into economic value also requires computing capacity, operational expertise, and production-ready infrastructure. By combining model servers, cloud services, and data center capacity, the four companies hope to retain more AI investment, intellectual property, and technical employment within Canada. They also aim to give Canadian organizations a competitive alternative to infrastructure hosted outside the country. The deal reflects a broader shift to sovereign AI strategies. Government enterprises increasingly view computing infrastructure as a strategic resource rather than standard technology purchase. Building sovereign AI infrastructure is only the first step. Data scientists, engineers, and technology leaders must also determine how to evaluate models, secure sensitive workloads, and move AI systems into production responsibly. It sounds like a job for Railtown. So it's 9:25. It's been a long run here. I appreciate everybody listening. What I've tried to do, and I'll keep trying to do, is show you how much work you've done, how much due diligence you've done. But I want to remind you about the macro, the micro, and what will actually happen if there is a market correction or even a panic in AI. Please don't get shaken out of your tree. Do not get Steve Millard. All those HFT goons, they want your peaches. They want to shake your tree. Don't let them. Anyway, we're going to leave it there. I think you're in one of the most exciting investments you've ever seen. I'm not saying it's risk-free, but I think it's on the verge here of rewarding your hard work, your courage, the stress you've been through, and with, I don't necessarily think luck. I think with uh, some time for execution, I think you're not only going to see, you're not feel good about your investment in Railtown, what it does for your overall portfolio that's been crushed by all this nightmare under $5 morass. I have a feeling you're going to see, like the professional, small, micro cap technology institutional fund that you've become. I think you're going to see this is the investment that not only pays it all back, but makes a return on your 4 or 5 year portfolio. That is my prayer. That is my hope for each and every one of you. Thanks for tuning in. Railtown AI Technologies is not in a quiet period, but it's probably in some sort of commercialization rollout, judging from the July 8th news release. And these things take a little time. Canada is about to go on holiday. So I think that's an opportunity for the high frequency traders to try to hurt again. But it's also an opportunity as this orchestration layer becomes absolutely critical to the point that it will be mandated to, because it's the only thing that makes all this investment pay off. That's what it seems to do. So that in New York City and other places in the United States that haven't heard the Railtown story, remember their automated screens do not see Railtown, because Railtown currently in most of the places is described as a software SaaS developers tool that helps developers develop. It's just not going to ring their bell. But we're getting very close to the point. Railtown's already changing their descriptive tagline. I think all you need is the OTC market or one of the Yahoos or something like that to change, Bloomberg even, to change the description because of that new tagline. And all of a sudden, you're going to see Railtown pop up on some of these smaller institutional screens, and places that haven't been caught up in that whole Canadian strategy and caught up in the buying of AIP, and perhaps, it's my speculation, caught up in the whole TELUS drag out, caught up in whether Canada ever gets anything done. They do. It's just frustrating to wait. The difference is aggressive young funds in New York or elsewhere, they're starting to see it. It's starting to show up in searches like I just made. I didn't prompt it. It started showing up. Well, I did give the name. I'm sorry. But they saw all that information about it. Well, all you need is the right sort of press release, or you need the stock price to go up. If it gets up over 100 million, it starts popping up. And these things are going to lead to maybe one or two institutions wanting, remember the Big Short? There's only three things. There's only three things that we can do. We can be smarter than the other guy. We can cheat. I never cheat. Or we can be first. It's the being first. I think people in New York are going to want to be first. It's a dog eat dog world in New York. But if you can make it there, you can make it everywhere. And if you can hang on to your rail town, soon you're going to be able to go anywhere you want. Anyway, with that, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for listening. It's been a long post, so forgive me for any mistakes. We'll catch you on the flip side. And peace. Peace to you and peace in the world.